On the Shrouded Dragon continent, people have been practicing martial arts since time immemorial. Martial arts are not only respected, but they also bring authority, status, and wealth. To standardize the practice of martial arts, the ancient sages have categorized martial arts into 9 tiers. The first 3 tiers are collectively known as the body tempering stage. Through absorbing vital energy from the world around them, martial artists temper and strengthen their bodies. Between each tier, there is a difference in strength amounting to 500 caddies. Tiers 4 to 6 are known as the IQ cultivation stage. At this stage, martial artists start to produce vital energy within their bodies and become immensely stronger. They are also able to realize and shape that energy. Between each tier, there is a difference in strength amounting to 1,000 caddies. Tiers 7 to 9 are known as the spirit tempering stage. The martial artist's senses become extraordinarily sharp, and they can sense any danger within an area of a few hundred meters. Between each tier, there is a difference in strength amounting to 2,000 caddies. Today, many prominent martial artists have emerged, and the practice of martial arts is passed down continuously within the sects and clans. Among them is the Yi clan of Black Jade City. Although they have not yet declared themselves, they are not considered to be the top family within the city. I, Yi Chen, am just a second-tier martial artist of the Yi family. Even though I have no talent, I must continue to push myself in this cruel world. Persevere. Fight on, says Yi Chen, who has blue eyes with his 6-pack abs visible and a muscular body, lifting a weight of 500 caddies in each hand, talking to himself. Yi Chen notices a black cloud forming above his head on this hot and sunny day. Suddenly, an encouraging golden shine bursts from the cloud, hitting him. A big lightning bolt follows, striking him powerfully. Yi Chen, wearing black attire and a red scarf wrapped around his shoulder, puts a log in the fireplace. His sister, tugging at his sleeve, says, "Brother, why don't you stay away from your match against Yi Yuhu?" She sits up from her bed, adding, "The chill has subsided a lot. Perhaps after a few days, my sickness will be cured. Let's just give him the element tempering herb." Yi Chen responds confidently, "Yao, don't you have any confidence in your brother? Yi Yuhu may be a 3rd-tier martial artist, but I am not that much weaker than him." Yao hides under her blanket, worried. "But we are from a branch family. We neither receive allowance from the clan nor have any backers here. What if they come after us in revenge later on?" Bursting with anger, Yi Chen breaks the log in his hand. The element tempering herb may be a 1st-grade spirit material, but it's only worth 200 taels of silver at the Hall of Spirit Material. That amount is just loose change to those people. They had already gone too far when they robbed me of my herb. Why would I be afraid of their revenge? Yi Chen starts recalling his encounter with the outer circle bully, Yi Yuhu. One day, while picking an element tempering herb that resembled a flower of red fire, he suddenly felt a fist hit his cheek. Yi Yuhu, a muscular man and bodybuilder with a wide frame, wearing a golden lion mask on his shoulder, appears. He says to Yi Chen, "I am doing you a favor by offering to buy your herb. How dare you turn down my goodwill? You are just a bastard of a branch family. Can't you see that Miss Qingrao has hurt her foot? How dare you reject our offer? Do you have a death wish?" Yi Yahu points to Yi Qingrao, who is incredibly beautiful, wearing a butterfly clip in her hair, and dressed in black and red attire. Her foot is hurt. He says, "Apologies to Miss Qingrao right now." Yi Chen, determined, responds, "It took me a lot of effort to find this element tempering herb. I need it to cure my sister's cold disease." Yi Qingrao only scratched her foot, she doesn't need the herb. Yi Yuhu punches Yi Chen again, knocking him to the ground. "Damn you, you think your sister is on the same level as Miss Qingrao?" He and Yi Qingrao take the herb, saying, "I will be taking this element tempering herb. Here are 10 taels of silver for you. Go buy yourself some herb from the shop." Yi Chen, filled with anger, thinks, "Damn it, I have been picking herbs in this safe zone for years, and this is the first time I have seen an element tempering herb. I cannot let it get away." While standing up he thinks, "I can only do this if I use that. I may be able to catch up." Yi Chen wipes the blood from his mouth and calls out, "Yi Yuhu." As Yi Yuhu turns toward him, Yi Chen continues, "I wish to issue a clan arena challenge to you. The prize will be this element of tempering herb. I will see you in the arena in half a month. It will be a death match. Yi Yuhu sneers, you brat, you are gonna die. Yi Chen determined, says to himself, I have to win. The element tempering herb can expel cold and toughen the body. Its effect is many times stronger than ordinary herbs. He stops reminiscing and says to Yao, cover yourself well, don't catch a cold. He thinks, even if I cannot get rid of the sickness completely, it can at least expel most of the chill's energy from her body and let her live a normal life for a while. Yao, teary-eyed, says, Chen, I always thought that if it were not for my cold disease, you would not have to pick herbs for me every day. She starts crying harder, that made you neglect your training and caused everyone to look down on you. Chen, I feel that I have done you a lot of wrong. Yi Chen squishes her nose, laughs, and says, why are you crying? Yuhu, I have never felt that you owe me anything. You are my sister and only kin. If I cannot support you, then I am not a real man, am I? He clenches his fist and says, besides, in the half-month after I issued my challenge, I have been training hard behind the mountain. Alright, that's enough. The match is about to start. You just stay home and wait for my victorious return. At Yi Clan's tournament ground, the crowd is bustling and hustling. The arena is full. Someone from the crowd says, wow. What's going on? There must be at least 300 to 400 people gathered here. Another person adds, a branch family disciple Yi Chen has challenged our clan's disciple Yi Yuhu to a duel. You really get to see second-tier martial artist fighting third-tier martial artist, he adds, Yi Chen is just a gopher from the branch family. How dare he come stir up trouble within our clan? Yi Yuhu is sure to beat him to death, you just watch and see. Another person asks, what's this? Who is Yi Chen? How dare he challenge someone from the main family? They see Lady Qingru arriving, and her servant says, my lady, please walk slower. It's crowded here. Everyone is amazed by her appearance. The servant says, my lady, this is happening because of us. Shouldn't we go stop them? Lady Qingru responds, stop them? We did take his lousy herb, but we also gave him 2 taels of silver. How dare he come pick a fight with us? It's his own fault that things have come to this. What does it have to do with me? The servant protests, but there's a vast gap in their ability. What if he dies? With arrogance, Lady Qingru puts both hands on her waist and says, in the true elemental world, might makes right. But that fellow is just a bumpkin from a branch family. So what if he dies? Who's going to miss him? The crowd says, quick, look. Yi Yuhu is going on the stage. The crowd cheers, Yi Yuhu, kill that loser. Yi Yuhu, you are the best. While enjoying the cheering, Yi Yuhu sees Miss Qingru and says, Miss Qingru is watching me. She waves at him. Yi Chen enters the arena, and the crowd reacts, so he's that Yi Chen? Everyone shouts, boo, get down from there. You bastard, you fool, hardy fool. Yi Yuhu stands in the arena and says, Yi Chen, I wasn't expecting you to show up. I am going to cripple you. You are going to find out what happens to those who piss me off. When I was in the initial stage of the 3rd tier, I could already fight 2nd tier martial artists on my own. Yi Chen responds, you talk too much. If you want to fight, fight now. Stop chattering away. With rage, Yi Yuhu starts cracking his knuckles, stamping the floor, and runs towards Yi Chen for a strike, saying, prepare to die. He prepares to punch Yi Chen, thinking, this loser is completely unable to react to the speed of my punch. On the other side, Yi Chen, with rage in his blue eyes, also prepares for a punch. Their punches collide, resulting in a powerful force between them. The collision of their fists results in Yi Yuhu falling to the floor. Yi Chen noticed smoke coming from his fist. The crowd exclaims, impossible. Yi Chen actually blocked a punch from Yi Yuhu? Another person from the crowd asks, could it be that Yi Yuhu was deliberately going easy on him? Yi Yuhu, prepared for another punch, says with rage to himself, how? How is this possible? My punch can generate a force of 1600 caddies. He is just a 2nd tier martial artist. Yi Yuhu, frustrated and embarrassed, once again prepares for his punch by swinging his hand 360 degrees. He taunts Yi Chen, claiming he was going easy on him and didn't get into a firm stance. Yi Chen observes Yi Yuhu movements and realizes the effectiveness of his technique. Yi Yuhu leaps towards Yi Chen, attempting to strike him with both hands, but he once again ends up falling while Yi Chen remains steadfast. In disbelief, Yi Yuhu thinks to himself, "He knocked me away again." He continues to punch Yi Chen repeatedly, but to no avail. Yi Chen seems dodge every punch of Yi Yuhu, barely sustaining any damage. The crowd watches in astonishment, questioning whether Yi Chen is truly just a second-tier martial artist. Meanwhile, Ms. Qingru ponders in doubt, this Yi Chen is unexpectedly strong. Has he been hiding his true strength all along? Yi Chen steps back, lifting his leg, then swiftly hits Yi Yuhu lower stomach with his right hand, causing Yuhu to slam onto the ground. Yi Yuhu curses to himself as and angrily stands back up, manipulating purple energy in his hand. As Yi Yuhu prepares to attack a 13th move, of the poisonous python's technique, the crowd recognizes the move. Yi Yuhu fully prepares to counter, feeling the energy of the python surrounding him. Someone in the crowd remarks, "Isn't this the yellow great martial art, the 13 moves of poisonous pythons?" But only 4th-tier disciples of the clan are allowed to learn that skill. Other men answers, Yi Yuhu's brother, Yi Yulong, being a 4th-tier martial artist and their father recently becoming an elder, suggests that they have access to better resources than regular outer circle disciples like them. Yi Chen crouches, ready to attack, gripping his feet on the ground. As Yi Yuhu throws punches, Yi Chen grabs them with both hands, causing Yi Yuhu hand bones to crack one by one. Yi Yuhu vomits blood as Yi Chen releases him, slamming onto the ground. Yi Chen breathes a sigh of relief as the crowd watches in shock. 2 guards rush into the arena, calling for help for Yi Yuhu. Qingru thought in her mind seen from far away, Yi Chen, having used all of his blood energy to block Yi Yuhu attack, and Yi Yuhu couldn't withstand the recoil when his 4th-tier martial art technique was blocked. He has hiding his true strength all along, the crowd understands why he dared to challenge Yi Yuhu. He's only as strong as a 3rd tier now, if that branch family member were to become an inner circle disciple later on, he'll definitely be a threat to us. Yi Chen walks towards the herb, noticing a ball of very expensive and rare herbs. He remarks to himself, "These herbs are." A lady holding a herb, a ball of herbs says, "A lady said she ability and left behind a few stalks of solar fertility herb." Yi Chen turns, unable to see that lady, but assumes the lady must be generous and prominent within the clan. In that case Ito better accept her the gift, it must be worth at least 300 or 400 taels of silver. As he reaches for the herbs, a hand blocks him, and Lady Qingru appears in front of him and says, "Please wait a moment." Yi Chen responds, "Yi Qingru, what do you want?" She admits with shame, "I have a presumptuous request. I heard that taking a solar fertility herb is equivalent to 2 months of rigorous training." In her mind, she thinks, "No way, I cannot let him use these herbs to become even stronger." Continuing, she says, "These herbs are usually used to help martial artists break through the 4th tier. You are only a 2nd tier. I cannot think you are needing this." She moves her hand towards her chest and adds, "But I have recently reached a bottleneck at the mid-stage of the 4th tier, so I would like to buy these herbs from you for 200 taels of silver." Annoyed by her presence, Yi Chen wants to say something but quickly grabs all the herbs she gifted. She tries to smack his hand again, saying, "You." He turns around and asserts, "Stop kidding around. These herbs are worth more than that at the Hall of Spirit Material. Don't assume that everyone will revolve around you just because you look pretty. You are only concerned with your own interests and have no qualms about using others to achieve your goals." With a side eye, he adds, "Yi Yuhu has also one of your tools." Qingru bites her lip as Yi Chen continues, "Would not even want to glance at a woman like you, not even if you threw yourself at me. And you are actually expecting me to do you a favor." In a fit of rage, Qingru curses, "Screw you, damn you." In her mind, she vows, "Yi Chen, I will remember this." At Yi Chen's house, Yao anxiously peers out the window, scanning left and right for her brother's return. She murmurs, "Why isn't my brother home yet? Could he have been?" Her worry fades as she spots her brother climbing the stairs. Relieved, she thinks, he's back and uninjured. Yi-Chen enters the room, untying the yellow wrap containing a herb. Yao exclaims, "Chen, you're back. Did you go herb picking in the back of the mountain again? I'm feeling better today. Perhaps the medicine I took a few days ago is still working." In her mind, Yao resolves not to expose the fact that her brother didn't go to the arena, feeling embarrassed by the thought. Yi-Chen invites her over, revealing the herbs he brought. Shocked, Yao cries out, "What?" Tears well up as she laments, "Not only did my brother not go to the match, he also became a thief. It's over. What are we gonna do? The constables will be coming for us." Yi-Chen sits beside her, puzzled by her reaction. He reassures her, "What are you talking about?" He playfully twists her hair, and say, "You brat. What nonsense are you thinking? You really think your brother is a thief? I won it fair and square in my match against Yi Yuhu." Yi-Chen prepare the herb tea for Yao. She, while sipping on tea, sitting on the bed, she asks, "Chen, did you really defeat Yi Yuhu?" Chen, changing the bandage which covers her whole upper body, responds, "Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Yi Yuhu may be a third-tier martial artist, but he was only stronger than me by 500 or 600 caddies. I have been training hard this month, so it wasn't difficult for me to catch up to him." Chen thinks to himself, "I haven't been paying attention, but Yao is a woman now. Next time I'll do better let her apply the medicine herself." Yao feels a steam coming from her body. She remarks, "What's this feeling?" and notices sweat dripping from her arms and back. Excitedly, she says to her brother, "Chen, I can feel the chill subsiding. Look, I am actually sweating now. This medicine is really effective." Chen covers her again with a blanket and says, "But of course, this is expensive stuff, so it's for sure more effective than the herb I gathered before. Now, don't go running around. Cover up with a blanket and rest or you will delay the follow-up effect of the medicine." She kisses her brother's cheeks and says, "Thank you again." He quickly wipes his cheek and says, "Whoa, what are you doing? You are getting your saliva on my face." She giggles, and he adds, "All right, I am going. I am going to go train before the house. Remember, you have to stay behind the house. Put your 4 hours to get the most out of the medicine." Sitting on the trunk of the tree, Yi-Chen examines his hand, lost in thought. "I was only able to defeat Yi Yuhu today because he was overconfident," he muses silently. "If he had mastered the third move of Poison Python, it would have been a difficult fight for me. And if it weren't for the second space given to me by the light that crashed into me that day, I wouldn't have had the courage to challenge him." Memories flood back as he recalls lying on the cracked ground, injured and surrounded by dust. Sitting on the trunk focusing his mind, he resolves to enter the space to confirm something. Yellow energy manipulates around him as he finds himself amidst countless floating circle-like symbols, shining bright as the sun. Opening his eyes, he observes, the floating symbols are still there. One symbol catches his attention, depicting a bull and a mountain. "Ever since I activated the Raging Bull symbol that day, my strength has increased rapidly during training," he reflects. "Although I am just a second-tier martial artist, I can now exert a force of 2,000 caddies. My physical strength alone is already on par with someone at the mid-stage of the third tier. After using it to train for more than a month, I have activated nearly 9/10 of the symbol. I wonder what will happen when it's fully activated." Touching the symbol, the yellow energy converts into blue as he decides to give it a shot. Concentrating, he infuses it with vital energy, feeling its energy merge with his own. Suddenly, he finds himself lying on the trunk of the tree, rising with a painful scream. "How come I can get hit by lightning inside my own consciousness? It hurts," he exclaims, noticing a book lying next to him. Picking it up, he reads the title, Bull, Demon, Mountain, Shaken, Formula. Realization dawns upon him, it's a martial art manual. He examines the book closely, thinking, Bull, Demon, Mountain, Shaking Formula. He left the book with excitement, and think to himself, to think I'd receive a martial art manual after fully activating that symbol. Heaven is on my side. Now that I have a martial art manual in addition to the symbol, I can quickly strengthen my body and reach the 4th tier in no time. Then I will have nothing to worry about, even if Yi Yu's brother Yi Yulong comes after me in revenge. While holding the book, he notices a purple energy around his arm. Seeing this, he thinks, could this be vital energy? Is this an aftereffect of activating the symbol? He closes his eyes and reflects, regular folks can only start to refine vital energy from the atmosphere after they break through to the fourth tier. If I can control, release, and shape this energy, I will become much more powerful. He starts preparing to control the energy, but after practicing and trying to manipulate it, he finds he cannot. He brushes the back of his head and says, I was overthinking things. No one can control vital energy before reaching the fourth tier. Even if my training is progressing fast, I cannot disobey the law of martial arts. He realizes that it's still early and then reflects on himself. The vital energy emitted by the raging bull symbol is pure and endless. It feels like my body is being nourished by an infinite store of energy stones. He puts the book in his bag and says, I can study this martial arts manual later on. I must not waste time. If I make use of the pure vital energy, the effect of my training will multiply. He starts training by swinging his hands and jumping in the air. He begins with 2,000 caddies. He stops a huge ball of stone weighing 2,000 caddies with his back, then lifts his feet and hits the stone with full force. The stone breaks into small pieces. He clenches his fists with happiness and excitement and says, I made my breakthrough. I have finally reached the third tier. Feeling the energy coursing through his body, he thinks, earlier, in the fight, I only strengthened my upper body to the third tier. But today, my physical endurance and leg strength have reached the third tier as well. The physical strength of my body has reached 2,000 caddies. Yi Yahoo is a mid-stage third-tier martial artist, and now I have surpassed him in all aspects. Remembering how weak he was before, he says, fate makes fools of us all. I did not think an untalented person like myself could so easily close such a huge gap in strength built over several years. He reflects, by using vital energy to train, I have managed to make such a huge breakthrough in just an afternoon. If I also make use of the martial arts manual, I should be able to fight against fourth-tier martial artists in a month. At that time, it will be a cinch to deal with even Yi Yulong. It's night when he returns home. Sitting at the table, lit by a huge candle, he reads the manual and says, I see, so this Bull Demon Mountain shaking formula is a body tempering manual. It has two parts, the Raging Bull Fist and the Blood Boil technique. The Raging Bull Fist imitates the movements of a bull in battle. It also condenses and strengthens the blood energy of the practitioner. In battle, the practitioner can generate an imposing aura to overwhelm his opponent. He starts flipping the pages and reading the manual, saying, the explosive power generated is terrifying indeed. It can be likened to a charging bull, and the blood boil technique is a body-strengthening technique. Through the absorption of the medicinal properties of spirit materials and the circulation of blood energy through the body, the practitioner can strengthen his physical constitution. Once mastered completely, the practitioner will gain a body of perfection. With amusement, he thinks, generally speaking, martial arts formulas either increase your strength or temper your body. Their effects are singular. To be well-rounded in all physical aspects, one usually has to practice various kinds of formulas. It's very time-consuming. Reading the book with excitement, he says, now, with both the Raging Bull Fist and the Blood Boil technique working together, the power and effectiveness of the formula will be greatly increased. Yao, rubbing her eyes, comes from behind and says, Chen, why aren't you in bed? He doesn't hear her and keeps talking. One tempers the body outside, and the other cultivates energy within. It's the perfect combo, a martial art treasure among martial art treasures. A person's wealth will erode and wane otherwise. He goes outside after noticing Yao is awake, lights the bonfire at the deck of his house, and says, the fewer people who know about this, the safer it will be. In any case, I've already memorized all its contents. I have to. Sitting near the fire, he says, according to the manual, I have to use all sorts of body-tempering spirit materials in order to get the most out of my training. Looks like it's time to make a trip to the Hall of Spirit Materials. In the bedroom, he notices there are no herbs and thinks, the spirit material I wanted earlier has already been used to treat Yao's cold disease, and there are no valuable herbs to be found around the back of the mountain. He pulls the curtain and sees his sister sleeping, mumbling in her sleep, sweetened, aha, roasted sweet potatoes. He thinks she's already asleep, and says, it seems the symptoms of her cold have mostly subsided. He covers her with a blanket and thinks, but this spirit herb can only suppress her symptoms for a few months. Before I find a way to remove the root cause of her disease, I will need a large and continuous supply of spirit materials. Lying on his bed in the same room, he thinks, for Yao's sake as well as the sake of my training, I have to get those resources from the Hall of Spirit Materials, even if it means buying on credit. The next day, Yi Chen goes to the Yi clan commercial market. The market is bustling with people, vendors shouting about their wares, and the sound of haggling fills the air. As he walks, he feels the weight of the cloth pouch containing his remaining money. Yi Chen thinks to himself, the branch family provides only a minor subsidy every month. This past year, I have already spent a lot of money on Yao's sickness, and now I barely have any left to buy medicinal herbs. Fortunately, according to the clan's rules, a disciple may purchase medicine on credit, but if he doesn't pay back his debt on time, he'll be punished and made a slave. He puts his fingers on his chin and muses, normally, I would not have taken such a risk, but times are different now. I have already broken through to the early stage of the 3rd tier, and I also have the Bull Demon Mountain shaking formula. My strength will definitely enter a rapid growth period. At that time, it will become easier for me to repay my debt. Suddenly, he hears someone shouting his name from behind, Yi Chen. He turns around to see who is calling him, wondering if it's someone he knows or perhaps a creditor already seeking repayment. A man in black attire with a huge height, a belt around his waist, stands beside a man with blonde hair, wearing white and blue attire. The man in brown attire says, what a coincidence to run into you here. I have something to talk to you about. Yi Chen turns his head towards him and thinks, Yi Ho? Although he is my childhood friend, we haven't talked ever since he got transferred to the clan from the branch family. I heard he used his glib tongue to hook up with Yi Tianfeng, one of the top 10 outer circle disciples. And so his strength progressed greatly. Within a short period of time, he's now a 3rd-tier martial artist. But he's never greeted me before, even when we run into each other on the street. So what's going on now? Yi Ho puts his hand on Yi Chen's shoulder and pats it. He says, hey bro, it seems a long time. I nearly didn't recognize you. I heard you defeated Yi Yahoo. I did not expect you to break through to the 3rd tier as well. He whispers, but let me give you a word of advice. Don't be so competitive. After all, branch family folks like us can never catch up to the talented people within the clan. They don't just have a huge store of martial art training resources such as manuals, pills, spirit materials, knowledge, and everything else. They are also backed by a complex and well-connected network within the clan. Such power is beyond the reach of ordinary folk like us. Yi Chen smacks his hand away and says, what are you trying to say? Yi Ho continues, after you defeated Yi Yuhu and angered Yi Qingru yesterday, they have already been looking for opportunities to take revenge on you. Considering their influence in the outer circle, they will take things to the extreme. You will be isolated, and you won't be able to do anything by yourself. You will find yourself in constant danger. He snaps his fingers and says, but bro, I have a way out for you. A few days ago, Yi Tianfeng and I were sightseeing around the back of the mountain when we ran into a beautiful maiden, and he liked her a lot. I recognized the girl, she was your sister, Yi Yao. If you are willing to betroth her to Yi Tianfeng, he will definitely protect both of you. Not only will he make sure that you are able to live comfortably in the outer circle, but he will also help cure your sister's cold disease. It's a good deal, isn't it? Yi Chen's eyes narrow in anger. He clenches his fists, barely containing his rage. Yi Chen says, what did you just say? He clenches his fist and starts manipulating the energy around it. Yi Ho backs up, alarmed, and says, what are you doing? This is a chance for you to connect with someone important. Not everyone can get an opportunity like this. Yi Tianfeng closes his hand fan and sneers, Yi Ho, why are you wasting your time with him? I, Yi Tianfeng, am both superior and talented. It's your good fortune that I have taken a liking to your sister. You should know your place. Yi Chen responds, I am not impressed. I am capable of taking care of myself. I will never be dependent on anybody, and I most certainly will not sell my sister to get ahead. I advise you to give up your plan. Don't you dare entertain designs on my sister, or I will show you no mercy. Yi Tianfeng laughs derisively. You are just a loser who reached the 3rd tier after years of training. Now how dare you reject my goodwill? Yi Qin stands firm. Yes, I have been a loser for these past few years, but you, although you are one of the top 10 disciples of the outer circle, are also well known as a violent womanizer who will use your fist at the drop of a hat, even if the other party is a frail woman. So what are you? A beast? Something worse than a beast. Yi Tianfeng's face twists in rage. He raises his hand. You brat, do you have a death wish? Seeing the escalating tension, Yi Ho grabs Yi Tianfeng's chest and arm. Yi Tianfeng, please, there are other people around. Yi Qin, you moron, how dare you call Tianfeng a beast? Are you tired of living? The crowd starts whispering about the scene. Yi Tianfeng glares at Yi Qin and declares, you brat, the clan tournament will begin in a month's time. When the time comes, I will personally cripple you. And then what are you going to do when I take your sister away from you? I will slowly torture her in front of you so that you may witness her complete submission to me. Yi Qin, filled with anger and rage, clenches his fist, but Yi Tianfeng and Yi Ho are already at a distance from him. Yi Tianfeng taunts, you cannot bridge the gap between the 3rd tier and 4th tier with just hard work alone. In this world, where might makes right, powerless bastards like you are only fit to be dogs. Standing in the middle of the crowd, Yi Qin thinks with anger and rage, you two are even worse than bastards. I shall cripple both of you in a month's time, I swear upon my life. He releases his breath in frustration and says, damn it. With a determined and raging look in his eyes, he thinks, tit for tat is fair play. In order to fight against those nobles, it looks like I have to use plenty of spirit materials to speed up my training. I have to nip any future trouble in the bud. Resolute, he stands in front of the Hall of Spirit Materials, the sign above reading, Material Yongyuan Street Branch. Inside the Hall of Spirit, Yi Qin stands in front of shelf number 11, holding a paper and thinking, I already budgeted for my shopping trip before coming here, but it seems that there are some price discrepancies. He slams the basket on the counter, full of herbs and relief. Fortunately, I only added some cheap and effective spirit herbs that come in large quantities to my shopping list. He addresses the man on the opposite side of the counter, how much do I owe for all this? The man responds, please wait a moment. He opens a paper that has a picture of Yi Qin. After comparing Yi Qin with the picture, he says, and then pushes the basket back towards him. Sorry, but I'm not going to sell you these spirit herbs. Please leave the Hall of Spirit Material at once. Yi Qin, amused, says, you are not selling? But this is a fair business transaction. I have every intention to pay, so I do not see why you cannot sell these herbs to me. The man raises his finger towards Yi Qin and says, yes, sir, you are right. We have no reason to refuse your business, but a high-ranking person has instructed all branches of the Hall of Spirit Material to not sell you anything. Your ostentatious ways have rubbed some people the wrong way. Yi Qin, surprised, responds, so all of your branches are forbidden from doing business with me? Who has that much authority? He thinks to himself, these spirit herbs are necessary for martial art training. Without them, it will be difficult to train or heal from injuries. It's obvious that someone is trying to drive me into a corner by telling all branches to stop selling to me. At that moment, Yi Qingru enters the shop. Yi Qin, what a coincidence, she says. I told you, I would make you regret what you did. This is the first step in my plan. Yi Qin grinds his teeth with rage and says, Yi Qingru, so you are the culprit. According to clan rules, one must not bully or isolate a fellow clan disciple. Aren't you afraid that I will report your misdeed to the clan? She smirks, you want to report me? My father is the elder in charge of clan spirit materials, and my mother is the clan's law enforcement elder. My family controls both law enforcement and spirit materials. All it will take is one word from me, and you will be exiled from the clan and become a person hated by everybody. She moves closer to Yi Qin and says, I am not going to let you off so easily. I have already told everyone in the outer circle about how you humiliated me before. Right now, there are many who wish to take extreme measures against you. I want to see you get humiliated and beaten up. Her expression becomes even more sinister. You will truly understand just how unwise it was for you to provoke me. Yi-chin retorts, Yi-chin-gru, to think you are hiding such a cruel heart underneath your attractive appearance. She replies, no, this is not cruelty. This is just tit for tat. You left me no choice. You were unwise enough to anger me, the daughter of 2 elders. If I cannot even take care of branch family trash like you, I'd become a laughing stock. She turns to the salesman behind her and says, hey Yi-shi, what are you standing around for? Quickly get him out of here before he makes a spectacle of himself and affects our business. Yi-shi nervously agrees, yes, miss, yes, I will throw him out right away. Yi-chin, turning around, shouts towards her, out of my way, I will leave under my own power. As he walks away, he thinks, Yi-chin-gru, go ahead and do your worst. I don't believe you can make everything go your way. On the day of the clan tournament, I will trample all of your so-called bodyguards under my feet. After which, I will stand before you and make you realize just how foolish your words are in the face of absolute might. The Yi family is situated in the south of Black Jade City, with the Phoenix Roost mountain range further south. The Hall of Spirit material is already in cahoots with Yi-chin-gru, so they definitely will not be selling me any body-tempering spirit herbs. But if I go into the Phoenix Roost mountain range, should be able to find some materials. After all, many rare herbs sold at the Hall of Spirit material originally came from the mountain range. However, that place is filled with dangers and wild beasts. Even though my strength has reached nearly 3,000 caddies, I will still face great peril. I have to think this over carefully and ensure my preparations are adequate. Yi-chin pondered these thoughts while gazing at the Phoenix Roost mountain range. Sitting on the cart with a man carrying wheat, he heard the man say, Yi-chin, you are home. What? So soon? Yi-chin replied. The man said, kiddo, tell me if you need anything. You and your sister. Climbing the stairs toward his home, Yi-chin responded, thanks, Uncle Chang, but we are not in want of anything. He opened the door of his house and called out, Yao, I am home. Seeing her bed empty, he continued, she's not home? He went outside and shouted for her, Yao. He headed toward the lake, still calling, Yao, where are you? Yi Yao. He thought to himself, this is odd. Although the symptoms of her cold disease have subsided, she should not be fit enough to travel far from home. I have also told her to stay home and rest. So why did she suddenly go missing? He then remembered the words of Tianfeng, feeling a burning rage and anxiety. He thought, could it be that bastard, Yi Tianfeng? Yi-chin starts descending the stairs, shouting, Yao, wait for me, I am coming to save you. Yao, seeing him from afar, says, Chen, where are you going? He quickly runs towards her and says, Yao, where did you go? You didn't even say anything. Do you know how worried I was? He grabs her and starts shaking her gently. She says, when I woke up this morning, I felt that the chill in my body had mostly subsided. So I decided to go sightseeing at the back of the mountain. I forgot to tell you because it was a spur-of-the-moment thing. He sighs and taps her head gently. From now on, if you want to go sightseeing, you have to let me know. At least leave a note or something. If you do this again, I will get angry. She looks at him with concern and asks, all right, Chen. Oh yeah, Yao says, changing the subject to ease the tension, let me introduce you to Miss Liu. She gestures to a woman standing nearby. Miss Liu, Yao says. Liu, with her striking pink hair tied in a ponytail, dressed in a red and black attire, nods slightly. Yao continues, I was strolling in the mountains earlier when an arrow boar suddenly came charging towards me. If Ms. Liu hadn't intervened, would have gotten injured. Yi-chin frowns and says, what are you grinning for? Aren't you ashamed for troubling Ms. Liu? He steps forward and bows deeply, I thank you, miss, for saving my sister. We may not be able to offer a substantial reward, but please do not hesitate to tell me if you need our help with anything. Liu says, you do not have to thank me. It was no trouble at all. But you, Yi-chin, I heard about what you did for Yao. Although you managed to get the solar vitality herb after defeating Yi Yuhu in the arena, have you thought about the coincidence of your action? Yi-Chen says, what are you trying to say? She says, you had your moment in the limelight but now those people will try to rape and isolate you. This is not beneficial to your development. He feels heavily pressured and thinks in his mind, I cannot move my body. What is this pressure? Is vital energy being released? This lady here must be a 4th-tier expert. She can even control her energy with pinpoint accuracy. What is she trying to do? She continues saying, and I heard you have already been ostracized by the Hall of Spirit Material. Going forward, how do you intend to get the herb needed to suppress the cold energy in your sister's body? Yao puts her hand on her mouth and says, Chen. Is this true? Yi-Chen swags one knee on the floor. You cannot even induce a small amount of humiliation and ended up fighting a duel. You didn't even stop to consider what kind of backers he might have. You know what, I think what you did was really infantile. Yao moves towards him and says, Chin, are you alright? Lu turns around, going into the woods. Yi-Chen shouts, stop right there. True, a lack of forbearance can ruin great plans, but there are some things a man should not have to put up with. He stands tall and continues saying, a man born in the world must have the courage to act and take responsibility for his actions. If he keeps giving in to his oppressor, then he's no better than a coward. I can put up with it if I am the one getting picked on, but Yi Tianfeng, who wants to take away the spirit medicine meant for Yao, I don't care if he's the son of an elder, I'd still fight him even if he were the king of the gods. He overcomes the pressure he was feeling because of the energy, and continues saying, in a world where might makes right, all I need to do is to keep getting stronger and stronger. Bullying, obstruction, threats, they are all inconsequential in the face of true strength. He thinks in his mind, I actually managed to overcome the vital energy suppression. She says, very well said. Seems I have underestimated you. I apologize for what I said. She throws something to him. She says, here, take this. He catches the herb and she continues, this herb is called the rock bone herb. It aids in the circulation of blood energy and tempering of your sinew and bones. It's very beneficial to the current you. This is an apology gift. Please accept it. Yi-Chen feels the heavy weight of the herb and says, isn't this way more valuable than the solar vitality herb? I really cannot accept this. Lu responds, the rock bone herb may be valuable, but it's of little use to me. This is a difficult time for you, and you need spirit materials more than anyone else. Just consider this a favor from me. If you manage to get into the inner circle one day, then the element tempering herb and rock bone herb I gave you will not have been wasted. She starts walking away and says, remember this, my name is Lu Muyun. Please don't disappoint me. He watches her go in shock. Yi-Chen memorized Lu words, if you manage to get into the inner circle one day, then the element tempering herb and rock bone herb I gave you will not have been wasted, he thinks. So the herb I got from the match were provided by Ms. Lu. She really is a hard-to-come-by benefactor. Yao says, Chen, you have not said a word since Ms. Lu left. What are you thinking about? Have you fallen in love with her? Yi-Chen says, I will admit that she looks good, really good looking. She is also a good person with a straightforward character, but I am not a frivolous person, alright? I have my principles. Yao leans towards him and says, hee, why deny it? You are already blushing. You must like her. Yi-Chen, running towards her, says, stop talking nonsense, you little brat. I am gonna catch you. Yao laughs and says, hee, I am feeling much better now. You won't catch me. They both laugh and run around, the tension and worries momentarily forgotten as they enjoy their playful banter. Yi-Chen sits in the tub, eyes closed, surrounded by green liquid and leaves. He thinks to himself, this rock bone herb truly lives up to its name as a second-grade spirit herb, the effect is amazing. Focusing on the energy within him, he concentrates on activating the meridians in his body while the medicinal effect is still potent. Yi-Chen, filled with excitement, exclaims, Yahoo, what's this? My observational ability, controlling ability, and flexibility have greatly improved. Even my speed and reaction have significantly increased. All it took was one night to raise my blood boil technique to the 1st tier. The vital energy emitted by the raging bull symbol makes it really easy to learn. With such rapid progress, mastering these techniques seems within reach. But I must remember the manual's warning that it gets harder with time and requires more spirit herbs. Patience is key. I should focus on practicing the raging bull fist at the training arena, balancing both internal and external training. At Yi Clan's training arena, a man lifting a 1500 caddies stone. His blonde hair, muscular body, and wild appearance earn him praise as a true powerhouse. When he lifts a 1500 caddies stone in each hands, totaling 3000 caddies, he's seen as reaching the limit of the third tier. Yeah, Rooken is a genius. He will definitely join the inner circle, someone from the crowd remarks. He's already reached the peak of the third tier. Any moment now, he'll reach the fourth tier and start producing vital energy. Meanwhile, Yi-chan practices by hitting the wood trunk. Suddenly, he grabs the 3000 caddies weight and raises it high with one hand. The crowd gasps in shock. What's going on? Isn't that Yi-chan, the one who reached the third tier and beat Yi Yu-hu a couple of days ago? Someone exclaims. He can actually lift an iron weight that weighs 3000 kettles. How did he progress so quickly? Rooken, seeing Yi-chan with narrowed eyes, steps forward and kicks a wooden log, saying, "Hey, kiddo, you may be able to fool them, but you can't fool me. The fist form you just displayed isn't one of the fist forms available to outer circle disciples." Rooken crisscrossed his arms and said, "The fist form you were practicing is a first-grade martial skill, but early-stage third-tier martial artists like yourself have no right to pick out skills from the martial arts chamber." Everyone in the crowd murmured, "What's going on? That's right, something's wrong here, what's happening?" Rooken continued, "Also, you're from a branch family. You have neither wealth nor connections. I bet you've stolen plenty of martial arts manuals from the martial arts chamber. Is that how you managed to become stronger? Learning martial skills without permission is a serious violation of the clan rules. You'll be done for if the clan leader finds out about this." He tapped 2 fingers on Yi-chan's shoulder and grabbed it in his ear from behind, saying, "But hey, everyone knows I'm not a ruthless person. If you're willing to hand over your manuals to the clan martial arts chamber, I'll pretend that I didn't see anything. What do you say?" Thinking to himself, Rooken mused, "If the manual was really stolen, I'll just take it and practice that skill myself, and then I'll be sure to make rapid progress. Even if it wasn't stolen, he can still get sent to the Hall of Punishment for learning a martial skill of unknown origin. Once the enforcement team gets their hands on him, he'll be done for. And after doing such a big favor for Miss Chingru, may take a liking to me. Maybe I can squeeze the chance to marry her. Wouldn't that be great?" Everyone in the crowd shouted, "Yeah, hand it over. Branch family kids like you have no right to learn martial arts. He looks really shady to me. Do not block my view." Someone said, "Mingyang, there is something going on over there." A man in purple attire with a fan in his hand and long blonde hair approached. Mingyang asks his companion, "Why are there so many people gathered here?" "Did something happen?" someone from crowd says. "Look, isn't that Yi Mingyang, the third highest ranking disciple of the outer circle? I hear he has grown much stronger after his seclusion training. What is he doing here though? He is supposed to be giving his all in preparation to win the top spot at the upcoming clan tournament." When Rooken saw Mingyang, he thinks, "Yeah, isn't this Yi Mingyang?" He turned towards him and said, "I am Rooken. My father and I were guests at your home some time ago. We even spoke a little, do you remember?" Mingyang replied, "Oh, I think I do. So what's going on here? Are you arguing with him?" Rooken said, "Oh please, hear me out." He went close to him and whispered something. Mingyang, after hearing the whisper, said, "Oh, something like that happened." He walked towards Yi-chan and said, "So you are that Yi-chan?" Yi-chan said, "I do not know who you are, but what you heard was just his side of the story. It's just baseless talk. Where I found the manual is my own business, but I can tell you that I am neither a thief nor a robber. You have no right to interfere." Rooken pointed a finger at him and yelled, "How dare you talk to Mingyang like this? You said you didn't steal it and yet you refuse to tell us where you got it from. It's obvious that you have a guilty conscience." Are you trying to tell us that the manual ran to you on its own? Yi-chan said, Yi Rukin, I think you are the one with an ulterior motive. You keep calling me a thief, but I think you are the one who wants to steal the manual from me. According to the clan rules, the lightest punishment for slander against a fellow disciple is the crippling of one's martial skills, while the heaviest punishment is exile from the clan. Yi Rukin shouted, How dare you threaten me? Go get him, guys, take him to the Hall of Punishment. A branch family dunce like you laying his hand on martial arts manuals, the idea is preposterous. People in the crowd, angry, shouted, Yeah, it's preposterous. Another said, I have been training hard for 3 years and I have never even been allowed to get close to the manuals. It should be even more impossible for a bastard like you to do so. Quick, get him, we cannot afford to let him go. The crowd started surrounding him, moving forward. Mingyang shouted, Everyone stop this at once. With his energy, he dragged everyone out of the arena and said, This is the training arena, a place for us to hone our skills, and yet all of you have gathered here to brawl. Are you not ashamed of yourselves? Yi-chan covered his face with his hand and thought, as expected of the third highest ranking disciple, there are few who can withstand the unleashing of his vital energy. Yi Rukin said, But stealing a martial arts manual is a serious offense. If we let Yi-chan off the hook, wouldn't that cause a great loss to our clan? Yi-chan shouted, Shut up. You keep calling me a thief, but do you actually have any proof? If the authorities ask me about it, I will be sure to explain myself. But you and I are peers. Even so, you threaten me. Sorry, but I am not going to tell you anything about the manual. Mingyang closed his eyes and said, You say he stole the manual but he says you are slandering him. Each of you claims to be telling the truth. When will this come to an end? He opened his eyes and continued, Also, this nearly led to a group brawl. If you carry on like this, the outer circle will be thrown into chaos. The clan tournament will be starting soon. If the leader finds out, none of you will be able to bear the responsibility for this mess. The crowd felt guilty for their actions. Mingyang continued, This is happening because of the conflict between you two. And as it happens, we are at the training arena. So why don't both of you fight it out on stage? Use your fists to prove the truth of your words. This has always been part of our clan's teachings. Yi-chan, if you lose, you have to hand over the manual and submit to the investigation of the Hall of Punishment. Yi Rukin, if you lose, you have to stop pursuing this matter and let bygones be bygones. He continues saying, What do you guys think, addressing the crowd? The crowd responds with enthusiasm, Go get him, Yi Rukin, fight for the official lineage. Another person adds, Yeah, Mingyang is right. Fight it out in the arena, take that Yi-chan down. Rukin thinks to himself with rage, grinding his teeth, he's trying to make it difficult for me to send Yi-chan to the Hall of Punishment. Damn it, Yi Mingyang is obviously trying to protect Yi-chan. Could it be that he has some sort of relationship with Yi-chan? Mingyang says, What's wrong, Yi Rukin? Do you have any objections? Yi Rukin says, Of course not. You are very fair. There is nothing wrong here. I was just feeling anxious. He turned himself towards Yi-chan and said, Come on, Ye-chan. I am not useless like that. Yi Yuhu. Prepare to meet your doom. Yi-chan responded, I don't think so. They both assumed their stances, then leaped into the air simultaneously. As they soared towards each other, they each cocked back a fist, preparing to deliver a powerful aerial punch. Yi-chan blocks the attack of Rukin with his arm. A companion with Mingyang says, Mingyang, can we really afford the time to meddle in such a trivial matter? It's just two kids messing around. Why are we wasting our time here? And you were just worrying about making a breakthrough in your training. Mingyang responds, One must not reveal heaven's secret, but I have a feeling that my breakthrough is depending on the result of this match. Rukin taunts, Yi-chan, I am a peak stage 3rd tier martial artist. One more tiny step and I will be in the realm of the 4th tier. You think you can beat me just because you are a little stronger? You are just an unskilled greenhorn. Admit defeat right now. Rukin thinks to himself while preparing for another attack, damn it. He is using his strength to block my attack. It's not easy to get past his defense. I will have to cheat. He slyly throws a small stone with the help of his foot, which smacks into Yi-chen's eyes. Rukun laughs, the outcome is clear. I am better. Taking advantage of Yi-chen's temporary blindness, Rukun punches him in the stomach. Yi-chen, while falling to the floor, says, "You are despicable, you play dirty." Rukun sneers, all's fair in war. Looks like you are too inexperienced. Mingyang observes, Rukun may be despicable, but he's truly skilled. In the outer circle, he should rank among the top 50 disciples. As for Yi-chen, his constitution is a little odd. He did not get knocked out, but only suffered some minor injuries. Very odd. His companion comments, Mingyang, so what if he has a strong constitution? He's already missed his chance to attack, and now he's also injured. There's nothing else he can do now except get beaten up by Yi Rukun. This match is over. Yi Rukun steps toward Yi-chen's face, but Yi-chen blocks him with his hand. Damn it, Yi-chen mutters, then swiftly hits Yi Rukun's inner thigh with his foot, causing him to fall badly. Yi-chen stands up again, ready to continue the fight. Yi-chen says, "It's my turn now." He stands up, ready for his attack. With incredible power, he strikes Yi Rukun, making an incision in his arm. Yi-chen repeats, "It's my turn now," as he stands tall, determination in his eyes. He delivers another powerful blow to Yi Rukun, causing another deep cut in his arm. While punching, Yi-chen says, "This is to make you understand something. You should not act like an arrogant bully just because you are better skilled than others." He delivers another powerful punch to Yi Rukun's chest, causing him to vomit blood. Yi-chen continues, "This is to punish you for discriminating against others. I may be from a branch family, but I am still a Yi. Why should I have to put up with your discrimination?" He then clenches your teeth, and hits him with a bull-ranged demon technique. Yi Rukun, now desperate, says, "I was wrong. I admit it." But Yi-chen punches his mouth, sending Yi Rukun flying into the sky before crashing to the ground. Yi-chen declares, "One must have the preparedness to die in a duel. Let me give you all a word of advice. Don't even think about coming to bother me. I am not a wimp. I am not someone who will give in to bullying." With these words, Yi-chen leaves the arena. Mingyang, watching this, says, "This Yi-chen is a remarkable man." His companion asks, "Mingyang, shouldn't we go get the clan physician to treat Yi Rukun? He is pretty hurt." Mingyang says, "You go on ahead," and rushes his way toward Yi-chen who left the arena. While Yi-chen was walking, he feels that someone is following him. He entered into a small narrow street and says, "You may show yourself now, Mingyang. I know you have been following me." Mingyang came from behind and said, "How did you discover me?" "I was being so careful. I have some confidence in my movement and hiding skills." Yi-chen, respecting him, collides his fist with his palm and says, "In the outer circle, there are not many who have such strong blood energy as you do. Thank you for your help earlier, Mingyang. If you did not intervene, it would have turned into a group brawl. If there is anything you need from me, just let me know, and I will do my best to help." Mingyang responds, "There is no need for that. I had my own motive for arranging the duel between you and Yi Rukun. You see, I want to see just how strong you were. I didn't expect you to be so talented. Even though you only just reached the 3rd tier, you still managed to defeat Yi Rukun. And that's why I have come with a favor to ask of you. It's something only you can do." Ye-chun says, "Sure, just tell me what you need." Mingyang explains, the upcoming clan tournament is tied to the entry quota to the inner circle. It has great significance, and almost every disciple is training hard for the event. And some days ago, I discovered a patch of solar fertility herb around the back of the mountain. There are maybe more than 30 stalks out there. If I pick them all, I can easily descend to the 5th tier and then I may even be able to win the top spot at the tournament." Ye-chen responds, "More than 30 stalks. That's a lot of herb." Mingyang continues, "After numerous investigations, I can confirm that the actual number is probably greater than that. But that patch of herb is situated within the den of a pack of bloody deer wolves. It's likely going to be difficult to pick them all. The 3rd tier martial artist can easily handle a normal bloody deer wolf. But not only are there more than 20 wolves in that den, there are also 2 wolf leaders who are on par with 5th-tier martial artists. With my present strength, I can only deal with one of them. With the help of my friend, we can just barely pin down the wolf pack. But we will not have the strength to spare to deal with the second wolf leader. Yechen expresses concern, but I am still at the early stage of the 3rd tier. I am afraid I lack the strength to deal with the 5th-tier bloody dire wolf leader. Mingyang reassures him, you do not have to worry about that. I have done my investigation. The other wolf leader is pregnant and hibernating. Its senses have been weakened. Since you are not yet 4th tier, there isn't any vital energy in your body. It should not be able to sense your presence. If you are careful, you should be able to avoid it. We will be in charge of luring away the other wolf, and all you need to do is gather the solar fertility herb. And if you are discovered, just escape to where we are. Your blood energy is powerful. If you combine force with us, we can easily kill all the wolves. Yechen thinks he cannot afford to invite anyone above the 4th tier to join him. They will become his competitors at the tournament. That's why he can only choose to invite an exceptionally strong 3rd tier martial artist. Mingyang concludes, I know this is a dangerous job, but it pays well. Upon completion of the mission, you will receive 5 stalks of solar fertility herb. It will also help you resolve the grudge you have with Yi Qingru and Yi Tianfeng. They have some influence in the outer circle, but so do I. They both collide their fists and Yechen says, alright, I will work with you. But I hope you will not intervene in the grudge I have with Qingru and Yi Tianfeng. I want to personally defeat them in the clan tournament. And make them remember the consequences of angering me for the rest of their life. Mingyang acknowledges, alright, what a heroic spirit. You are very worthy of my esteem. That's settled then. We will be gathering at the plaza 5 days from now. Together we shall head for the mountain to level the den of bloody dire wolf. Yao welcomes Chen back and says, Chen, you're back. Dinner is ready. We can start eating after you change out of your clothes. Chen notices the table adorned with gifts and asks, what happened here? He observes the gifts, medical herbs, brocade, cloth, and 5 stalks of element tempering herb. Yao explains, someone came by and said he was sent by a Mingyang. He dropped off these things and left without turning back. These are valuable stuff, worth around 2,000 taels of silver. Concerned about the sudden generosity, Yao ponders, why did he suddenly send us so many gifts? Could this be some kind of plot? Yechen dismisses his worries, saying, stop imagining things. That's only because I promised you. She grabs Chen's arm and expresses concern about his plan to deal with the dire wolf leader alone. She worries about his safety, but Chen reassures her, here, Mingyang and his friend will be protecting me. I will be fine. Yao insists, you must not go. What if you get hurt? Chen reassures her, I am strong enough to deal with one little bloody dire wolf all by myself. He says, listen, the solar vitality herbs are very valuable to us. For the sake of improving your condition, I have to try to get my hands on them. Yao says, Chen, please teach me martial arts. I want to become strong too. That way I will be able to take care of myself and lessen your burden. Maybe the martial arts training can help me recover, and then I will not need to use so much herbal medicine. Chen says, no problem. But martial arts training is no child's game and I will be a strict teacher. You better prepare yourself mentally. When the time comes, I hope you won't cry too much. She, with excitement, says, yes, master. I will definitely be a good student who listens to her teacher. Chen covers his mouth with his hand, to stop his laugh, and says, you don't look one bit like a martial artist. She, irritated with him, says, you are the one who is not fit for martial arts. I hate you. While they engage in playful banter, Che resolves in his mind, I hope the plan works. Until the day arrives, I am going to spend my time training to guarantee success. I will have to become stronger. Chen began his training regimen with dedication, practicing intensely on day 1, day 2, and day 3. He focused on strengthening his techniques and his overall resilience. 2 more days until the appointed date, Chen contemplated the herbs in his hand. This trip to the mountain is sure to be filled with danger. Mingyang has promised that he and his friend will protect me, but who knows what can happen in a life-and-death situation. Rather than trusting my life to someone else, it would be better for me to strengthen myself and grasp my fate in my own hands. He eyed the element-tempering herbs thoughtfully. If I ingest these herbs, my inner strength might experience rapid growth within a short amount of time. That would be equivalent to a few weeks of training. Additionally, my chances of survival will increase several folds. Yao came from behind and shouted, "Chen, I am back." She raised the fruits and said, "These are breadfruits I plucked from the mountain. I saw that they were ripe when I was passing by. Quick, have a bite." "Okay, I am going down to the river to do our laundry with Madam Li from the village. Bye, Chen." Chen waved her off and resumed his contemplation. But I have never ingested so many element-tempering herbs in one go before. I don't know what side effects that may cause. He hesitated for a moment, then decided, never mind, whatever. He started chewing and swallowing the herb along with the breadfruit, thinking, not good, my throat is burning. Chen gagged as the burning sensation intensified. He tried to walk towards the water container but stumbled. His vision blurred, and his body grew weak. He collapsed, fainting on the way and whispering, not good. Someone knocked on the door. Chen opened his eyes and thought, someone's at the door. Coming. He walked towards the door and opened it to see Uncle Chang standing there. "Uncle Chang, why are you here?" Chen asked, surprised. Uncle Chang, holding Chen's hand tightly, shouted, "Something terrible has happened. Your sister is in trouble. She was plucking fruit in the mountain when a monster snatched her away. A witness said the monster went deep into the mountain to the south." Chen's eyes widened in shock. What? Yao was taken. Without hesitation, he started running towards the door. Uncle Chang called after him, "I will head there to search for her." Chen turned and shouted, "Uncle Chang, please gather some young men to search the perimeters." Chen was running into the forest when he heard the thunder. He looked up at the sky, seeing lightning flash and feeling the rain begin to pour down. In the middle of the forest, he saw a horse made of blue flames with Yao lying on its back. Seeing Yao, Chen shouted and started running towards the horse, yelling, "Stop right there." But the horse also started running, faster than Chen could keep up. "Damn it, how is it so fast?" Chen muttered, trying to grab the horse but failing. "It's too fast, I can't catch up. I can't lose sight of it. If it goes deep into the mountain, the chances of finding it again will be minuscule." "Return my sister," he shouted, his voice echoing through the forest. His body began to burn with exhaustion, his muscles reaching their limit. The horse jumped towards a high cliff. From below, Chen shouted, "Hey, what are you trying to do?" The horse grabbed Yao with its mouth and threw her off the cliff. Seeing this, Chen jumped after her, shouting, "Yao. I have to think of another way," Chen muttered as he started stepping on the cliff wall to increase his speed. He shouted, "Damn it, I have to catch up to her." He fell at lightning speed and caught Yao in his arms, thinking, "I caught her, I'm gonna." Chen opened his eyes, shouted, "Yao," and looked around. This is my home, he realized. Yao rushed in from behind, shouting, "Chen." She quickly hugged him while crying, "You are finally awake." Chen, still dazed, asked, "Yao, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Yao, confused, replied, "What are you talking about? I should be the one asking you that. You've been unconscious for more than a day. If Ms. Liu hadn't assured me that you were alright, I would have gone to the city to look for a physician." Chen thought, so what happened was just a dream, but it felt so real. Yao asked, "Chen, how are you feeling? Do you feel unwell?" Chen hugged her and reassured them, "Don't worry, Yao, I'm alright. I accidentally ingested too many herbs during training. My body couldn't take it. That's all. I'm sorry, Yao, for making you worry." Yao, sobbing, pleaded, "Please don't do this again. I was so scared." Chen noticed a paper beside his bed and picked it up. "What's this?" he asked. Yao explained, "It's a letter from Ms. Liu. She wrote down some suggestions to prevent such situations from happening again. In the letter, it was written, 'Do not eat so many herbs unless you want to die.' Some time later, Chen was outside, throwing stones. He threw a stone with such speed that it hit the ground 7 times and flew to the other end with incredible velocity. He thought, fast, it's really fast. He then sat on the ground in a crisscross manner, closed his eyes, and started meditating. The vast amount of vital energy from the herb must have activated the second symbol while I was dreaming. The unbridled horse symbol, a symbol that focuses on speed, is giving me an unexpectedly huge boost to my speed. Based on the results of my experiment, my speed has increased by at least 2-fold. It's enough to let me dominate the 3rd tier. If I add in the explosive power of the Bull Demon Mountain shaking formula, my speed can increase 2-fold within a short period of time. Chen smiled and continued thinking, if that's the case, then even those early-stage 4th tiers who specialize in movement skills will feel inadequate before me. With such outstanding speed, even the bloody dire wolves, who are renowned for their swiftness, won't be able to catch up to me. When the time comes, even if I cannot beat the dire wolf leader, I can still make a safe escape. Now, the herb gathering mission will have an additional guarantee of safety and success. But I only managed to activate 2/10 of the unbridled horse symbol after using up 5 stalks of element tempering herb. There are 12 symbols in all, and each succeeding symbol will require more vital energy to activate than its predecessors. I can't help feeling that both my body and my money pouch will undergo a lot of stress from here on. Therefore, I must seize this opportunity. The mission to gather the solar fertility herbs must not fail. On the appointed day, Chen shouted, "Mingyang, sorry to keep you waiting." Mingyang turned towards him and said, "There is no hurry, Yi Chen. We have only just arrived too. Come, let me introduce you to the other members of the team." He pointed towards 2 men and said, "These are my friends, Yi Qingyun and Yi Qingwu. They are brothers and both early-stage 4th tier martial artists. They will be the main attack force against the dire wolves. If you run into any trouble, you can go to them." Then he pointed to another person and said, "The one sitting back there is Lin Ming, a talented disciple of the Lin family. I specially invited him to help us. He has already reached the peak of the 4th tier and his strength is on par with mine. He is a key member of our team." Chen bowed and said, "I, Yi Chen, pay my respects to you all. Right now, I am a 3rd tier martial artist. Please guide and look out for me during our mission." Lin Ming scoffed, "Yi Mingyang, how could you invite a 3rd tier trash to join our team? I doubt he can deal with even one dire wolf. He is just a useless burden. Why is he even here?" Mingyang replied, "Lin Ming, you must not judge others by their appearance. Yi Chen has rather powerful blood energy. And since he does not have an energy field within his body, he can avoid detection by the blood dire wolf leader. He is the best person for the job." Lin Ming sneered, "He has powerful blood energy but he looks so feeble. I doubt he can even lift anything heavier than 2,000 catties." Chen said, "I am sorry. It looks like my cultivation level is troubling everyone. Trust is important if we are to work together. Words are empty without action. So please allow me to give you a demonstration. I hope that will put your worries to rest." Chen walked towards a huge stone and said, "I do have a little confidence in my strength after all." Standing in front of the stone, he punched it with so much power that it started to crack. He then kicked and punched it again, and the stone shattered into small pieces. Mingyang said, "Let's get going if there are no other questions." On their way, Yi Qingyun put their hands on Yi Chen's shoulder, laughing. Yi Qingyun said, "As expected of the one who crippled Yi Rukin in 3 blows. That was a great punch you threw. I have no idea how you got this strong. Even an early-stage 4th tier like myself is no match for you." Mingyang said, "Yi Chen, Lin Ming is very vindictive. You better be on high alert during the mission. He might try something to endanger you." Yi Qingwu whispered, "Mingguang, the Yi and Lin families have never been on good terms, and conflict has been ongoing between our families in recent years. There have been all sorts of overt contentions and covert struggles. So why did you invite him along?" Yi Qingyun added, "That's right. I heard that Lin Ming is a crafty and ruthless fellow. He has on many occasions maimed his fellow disciples. He is a ticking time bomb and could turn on us at any moment." Mingyang explained, "Well, Lin Ming and I discovered the solar fertility herb at the same time. So it's only right and reasonable that I invite him to join us. Just stay alert later on. This is our family's territory, so I doubt he will dare to do anything rash. Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyun exchanged worried glances, but nodded in agreement. The team set off, each member wary but determined to complete their mission. As they walked deeper into the jungle, they heard a roar and saw a black clouded leopard perched on a tree branch above them. Mingyang said, "That's a black clouded leopard. Although its strength is only 3rd tier, it is extraordinarily fast and excels in finding weaknesses in its enemies. Even a 4th tier martial artist would have to put in some effort to take one down. And look, it's holding a stalk of orchard grass in its mouth. That herb is worth at least 500 taels of silver." Chen clenched his fist and said, "It's just a black clouded leopard. There is no need for you 4th tier fighters to do anything. Please, allow me." Lin Ming scoffed, "Shouldn't you really be bragging like this? The black clouded leopard is renowned for its swiftness, you know. Now, let's see how the leopard is going to play with its prey." Chen responded, "I am afraid you will have to be disappointed," and leaped towards the branch. As he jumped, the leopard swiftly moved to another branch. Chen started following it, but the leopard was too fast, quickly positioning itself behind him and roaring. Chen heard the roar, turned around swiftly, and managed to get behind the leopard. With a quick motion, he grabbed its tail and began swinging it around. He then threw the leopard far away, causing the stalk of orchard grass to fall from its mouth. As it fell, Lin Ming quickly grabbed it. Seeing this, Chen said angrily, "Lin Ming, what is the meaning of this?" Qing Wu, Qing Luan, and Ming Yang approached. Chen, with anger evident in his voice, said, "I was the one who fought the black clouded leopard for the orchid grass. How could you take it for yourself? You are acting just like a robber." Lin Ming tucked the orchid grass under his shirt and replied smugly, "As the saying goes, finders keepers. While you were fighting the black clouded leopard, the orchid grass happened to fall out of its mouth, and I grabbed it. Naturally, it belongs to me now. Who said the grass would go to whoever defeated the leopard?" Chen clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. "You? Are you really not going to return it?" Ming Yang stepped in, blocking Chen. "Yi Chen, since Lin Ming was the one who took the orchid grass, how about we just let this matter rest?" "But Ming Yang," Chen began. Lin Ming cut him off, "Did you hear that? Ming Yang has spoken. What else are you going to say? Come on, let's get going. I do not want to get there late." Ming Yang turned to Chen, "Yi Chen, I will compensate you with a stalk of orchid grass when this is over. I will not let you get the short end of the stick." Chen sighed, "There is no need for that. It's just a stalk of orchid grass. It's not that big of a deal. It's just anger, that's all." As they continued their journey, Lin Ming spotted a thoroughly blue flower with a light fragrance. "This is a marrow-cleansing flower," he thought. "It can cleanse one's marrow and strengthen one's body. Its selling price can go up to 1,000 taels of silver on the black market. Looks like today is my lucky day." He reached for the flower, but a snake attacked him. Dodging the attack, he drew his sword. "How dare you, insolent snake!" He cut the snake's neck, then sheathed his sword. "Foolhardy beast." Chen, observing from behind, remarked, "This marrow-cleansing flower is very old. Looks like it has grown very well. I should be able to sell it for 1,000 taels of silver." He brushed the dirt off the flower. Lin Ming shouted, "Yi Chen, put down the marrow-cleansing flower. It's mine." Chen, smirking, said, "But as the saying goes, finders keepers. While you were fighting the 5-colored snake, the marrow-cleansing flower has grown from the rock crevice. Since I was the one who plucked it, it must belong to me. Who said the flower would go to whoever defeated the snake? Also, your name is not carved on the flower. No matter how you look at it, this flower is mine. You were the one who taught me this principle. Tell me, are you Lin's fickle people whose word means nothing?" Lin Ming, burning with anger, shouted, "You?" He clenched his sword again. "Hand over the marrow-cleansing flower right now, or you won't leave this place alive." Chen retorted, "Oh, so you can take my orchid grass, but I am not allowed to take your marrow-cleansing flower? Young Master Lin, you really live up to your reputation of craftiness, ruthlessness, and shamelessness. What an eye-opener. Lin Ming swiftly moved to attack Chen, but was blocked by Ming Yang's fan. Ming Yang said firmly, Lin Ming, Yi Chen only retained because of you did him wrong. Now, you two are even. So, why don't you stop fighting? May I remind you that you are on our family's territory. I am sure you do not want to start a fight with us. Lin Ming became quiet. Chen then proposed, why don't we do this? You return the orchid grass to me, and I will hand over the marrow-cleansing flower to you. Then, we will be even. After all, I am not a greedy person like you. It's a fair exchange, don't you think? Listening to that, Lin Ming threw the orchid grass on the ground. Chen handed him the blue flower. Ming Yang said, let's go. It's not far away now. As they turned to go deeper into the forest, Lin Ming thought, just you wait. I will make you all pay. I swear, I am going to kill every single last of you. Ming Yang said, we just have to follow this gully for a few hundred meters, and we'll be able to see the den of the bloody dire wolf. There will be dire wolves acting as sentries around the den. Please be careful and do not let them discover you. Qing Yun added, according to the plan, we are responsible for luring away the wolf pack and one wolf leader. The bloody dire wolves love meat, especially turkey, so we've prepared a lot of turkey meat to use as bait to lure the wolves away. Qing Yun held up a bottle and said, this is a juice made from the hemp plant. Later, when you enter the cave, sprinkle the juice around the wolf leader. That will further numb its senses and limit its movement. You can then use the opportunity to gather all the solar fertility herbs. But remember, you only have one chance. If you miss the opportunity, make a quick return. We can always gather the herbs another day, but you only have one life. Chen, holding the bottle, said, don't worry, I will definitely complete the mission. The wolves started sniffing the meat and gathered around it. 3 of them gathered around the meat, but Qing Yun, who was hiding behind a bush, attacked them one by one. He said, phew, we managed to kill 3 sentry wolves, to Ming Yang. The first part of the plan went smoothly. For the second part of the plan, we will scatter the wolf blood around the den to let the other wolves know that their companions have come to harm. That should lure the remaining wolves out of the cave. Ming Yang continued, as for you, Yi Chen, you will lie in wait outside the cave. Cover yourself with this wolf fur to hide your scent. As soon as you see the wolf leader leave, you will sneak inside. Remember, whether the plan succeeds or not, we will all be regrouping at the northern side of the slope in 2 hours' time. Following the plan, Chen hid under the wolf fur outside the cave. When he saw a lot of wolves leaving the cave, one wolf started sniffing. Chen held his breath and thought, has it discovered me? But the wolf turned around and started moving outside the cave. Chen thought, false alarm. Standing in front of the cave, he thought, Ming Yang told me that the wolf pack might leave behind some wolves to guard the pregnant wolf leader. I hope there won't be too many guards. It will be troublesome if the wolf leader discovers me. He walked inside and thought, it's easy enough to deal with a few dire wolves, but I don't think I can defeat a 5th-tier wolf leader, especially one who is pregnant and likely to go berserk at any moment. He saw 2 wolves in front of the cave. Chen said, it's a piece of cake. They only left 2 wolves behind to guard the den. Chen attacks the wolves, causing them to pass out. Then he entered the cave and saw that it was much larger than he had anticipated. He thought, I didn't think there would be such a huge space inside the cave. I couldn't tell from the outside. He spotted the female wolf leader and saw the solar fertility herbs around her tail. He thought, the solar fertility herbs are behind it. This will be difficult. He smeared mud on his face and thought, I have to approach with caution. He started crawling on all 4s, sneakingly, and thought, for the sake of suppressing the cold energy in Yao's body, for the sake of fully activating the unblind horse symbol and becoming stronger in the shortest time, for the sake of achieving a major coup at the clan tournament and breaking free from the oppression of the clan's nobility, no matter what danger I face, I must get my hands on the solar fertility herb. He opened the cap of the bottle and thought, now it's time to scatter the hemp juice. Just as he opened the bottle, he felt a presence behind him. The hair on the back of his neck stood up, and he knew the wolf behind him had awakened and was watching him. He thought, she's awake. His heart pounded in his chest, but he forced himself to remain calm. He closes eyes and thinks, it's over. It's all have to go for last-ditch attempt. The wolf eye was heavy with sleep. From behind, the wolf cannot figure out is it human or a wolf because Chen was wearing a wolf skin. The wolf leader starts licking the back of Chen. Chen becomes confused. What is happening? He closes his mouth and thinks, what's going on? Is she mistaking me for a dire wolf because of the wolf fur I am wearing? The wolf lick a lot and then turn away and sleep. Chen take a relieved breath and think that was super humiliating. I would have preferred to fight it head on. My whole body reeks of wolf saliva. Then he put the hemp juice on the floor which evaporated into the air as he pour it and think, but at least the plan is working. The hemp juice is effective against it. He then start plucking the herbs and collect it into the pouch. Collect it into the cloth and says, there are more than 40 stacks of solar fertility herb here. If one solar fertility herb is worth 3,000 taels of silver, it means I am carrying a fortune worth 120,000 taels of silver. It sure is an enormous fortune. Even an outer circle elder might be tempted by it. He came outside from the cave and says, I must not stay here as longer. I have to hurry to the northern side of the slope and regroup with the others. Walking towards the northern side, he heard a wolf returning towards the cave. He think, isn't it too early for the wolves to return? Mingyang and the others must be reaching the rendezvous point soon. An hour later, Chen was sitting on the stone and yawning and says, they are so slow. Lin Ming came from behind and says, I don't think you do be able to return safely with the solar fertility herbs. I admit I do underestimated you, but these herbs will be mine soon. Chen shouted, Lin Ming, what are you talking about? And why are you alone? Where are Mingyang and the others? Lin Ming says, should you really be worrying about others now? Do not worry. Yi Mingyang and the others are not dead, but they will soon be. And they only have their own stupidity to blame. When the wolves were returned to their cave, I used drugs to knock everyone out, but the dosage I used was a little high, so they might not wake up for a couple of days. When I left them, I accidentally sprinkled some wolf blood on their bodies. After some time, the wolf pack should be able to find these three by following the scent of blood. Listening to that, Chen shouted and says, this is murder. Are not you afraid that this will ignite a war between the Yes and the Lins? Lin Ming says, what a joke. Our families are already in a state of constant conflict. This death of a few disciples is really not a big deal. Besides, they were killed by wolves because they were unskilled. How is that my fault? He draws a sword towards Chen and says, but do not you worry, I am not going to leave any witness alive. Chen retorted, your plan is good, but there must be many people who knew about your trip to the mountain in our family's territory. You will become a suspect if all four of us die. Lin Ming chuckled, replying, you are wrong there. I was never here. I have already arranged for people to provide false testimonies and I also made sure to dress differently than usual to avoid arousing suspicion. Mingyang also never told anyone about working with me. As for you, I do not think the Yi family would give a damn if you died with such a strong alibi. Not even a god can prove that I am the one who killed you all. Alright, that's enough talking. At least you can now die without any unanswered question. Since you did work hard to collect all these herbs, I will give you a quick death. You won't suffer, I promise. Chen retorted defiantly, do you think I am scared of you? Lin Ming swiftly moved, his sword aimed at Chen and thought, looks like I was worrying for nothing. This kid is just a third-tier trash after all. Lin Ming hurled his sword towards Chen, confident in his superiority. But Chen dodged the sword and delivered a powerful punch to Lin Ming's lower and then chest, sending him crashing into a rock. Coughing, Lin Ming gasped, impossible. How did you manage to avoid my sword and hurt me? You are just a third-tier martial artist. It's one thing if you are a little stronger, but how are you so fast as well? You are not an outer circle disciple of the Yi family. You must be the inner circle disciple. A genius disciple. And Yi family has been giving their all to nurture. Chen declared firmly, don't you look down on Yi family. Chen stands up. Lin Ming says, I admit I underestimated you and let you get the better of me earlier, but the gap between the third and fourth tier is not so possible bridged. Chen moves towards him, but he swiftly moves and says, I wanted to give you a quick death, but now I am changing my mind. I am gonna cut you over and over and over again. You will die slowly and painfully. He starts moving here and there with swift motions. Chen could not concentrate where he was and think, damn it, his speed has increased by a huge margin, I cannot track his movement anymore. But then Lin Ming from behind pulls Chen towards him, but Chen dodges him and thinks, this is sword energy. Is this a combination of his vital energy and sword technique? I will nearly forgotten that he is 4th tier martial artist, who can control vital energy. Lin Ming says, you are not bad kiddo, but how many moves can you dodge while you are trapped inside a sword formation? Lin Ming starts hitting him again and Chen starts dodging it, but one hit strike on his back and on his foot and on his arm, he falls down. Lin Ming says, you only managed to last a few rounds, I thought you'd do better than this. Get a grasp on reality, you arrogant fool, the yes are trash. Chen thinks, no, Lin Ming's sword energy cannot inflict fatal wounds on me, but if I continue to fight a battle of attrition, I will definitely end alive, only I could unlock more of the symbol. Only one thing I can do now, Chen stand up and hold the pouch cloth which was full of herbs and start running. Seeing that, Lin Ming says, how dare you try to escape, you must think I am a slowpoke. Chen starts running very fast and start eating the herb on his way and thinks, since my symbol is low on energy, I will use an external source to temporarily raise the activation level of the unblighted horse symbol. I am sorry Lu Muyun, I have to do this again. The energy strikes him and he says, I can feel it. He vomits the blood from his mouth and thinks, 5/10 of the symbol has been activated, it's enough. I ate too many solar vitality herbs at once, the backlash is kinda strong. Then he go towards the tree and tear the tree apart and says, it's working, I can avoid his sword energy. Again he was trapped in the sword formation technique of Lin Ming and thinks, I can catch up to his speed now. Now Chen also starts running behind Lin Ming and figure out where he is. Lin Ming shouted, what? How is it possible that you can catch up to me? Are you not a 3rd tier martial artist? Chen says, the speed you are so proud of, it's just. And he clenched his fist and attacked Lin Ming, continue saying, something I can easily catch up to after talking some herbs. You son of Lin family. Chen delivered a powerful punch to Lin Ming's face with raging bull pierces the sky. Lin Ming fell far behind and dug inside the tree. Chen tied him with a rope and pointed a sword towards him. Lin Ming said, Yi Chen, you cannot kill me. Chen replied, oh, then you better give me a good reason for me not to kill you. Lin Ming countered, my father is an inner circle elder of the Lin family. Even our clan leader has to show my father some respect. Your family cannot afford to offend him. If you kill me, he will definitely be enraged and then he will kill you for sure. Chen retorted, how dare you threaten me? I will give you another chance to think of a reason. Chen stepped lightly on his neck and continued, also, you are in the wilderness, who can prove that I am your murderer? Obviously, you were killed by the wolf because you were weak and unskilled. What has that got to do with you? Lin Ming, with anger, said, you wait, how could I have forgotten about that? Yi Chen, I have in my possession a priceless treasure. If you put it up for sale on the black market, I will shock even the 5 big clans. I will give it to you as long as you are willing to let me go. Chen replied, oh, a priceless treasure? And what thing is worth as much as your disgusting life? Lin Ming promised, I will hand it over after you promise not to kill me. Chen agreed, alright, I hope your so-called priceless treasure doesn't disappoint me. I, Yi Chen, swear to spare Lin Ming's life in exchange for his treasure. If I break my vow, may the heavens strike me dead. Lin Ming said, a fair deal. When I came here, I left all my valuables at the foot of the mountain for safety reasons. I can only take you there if you release me. Chen remained skeptical, a person like you has zero credibility. If I untie you, who knows what you might do? Lin Ming pleaded, come on, I am already so badly beaten up. I cannot even run from you. Surely there is no need to tie me up. Chen dug the hole, and Lin Ming pointed out, it's here, the treasure is buried underneath. Chen held the paper and remarked, this is just a piece of paper. Who are you trying to fool? You call this a priceless treasure? Lin Ming explained, you ignorant fool, have you never seen a formation diagram before? By following the guidance of the formation diagram, a martial artist can use vital energy to outline formations of various mediums. The purpose of a formation diagram is as the most important reference material. Formations serve many functions. Some are used for attacking, some are used for confining enemies, some are used for defense, and I heard that some are so powerful that they can reduce the surroundings to ashes. Formations are divided into 9 levels. Even just a level 1 formation diagram can cost you over 100,000 taels of silver. You do not even want to know how much a level 9 diagram will cost you. Now, this diagram I bought from the black market has never been appraised before. But even if it's only level 1, it can sell for enough to clothe and feed a beggar like you for the rest of your life. Chen noticed a big hole in the diagram and questioned, "Hang on a moment, there is a big hole in the diagram. Are you sure it's still usable? Are you trying to trick me?" Lin Ming admitted, he sure is quick to notice. "You are right, this diagram is no longer complete, and you will need to get a professional formation master to fix it. I got this for cheap, I was going to use the money from selling my share of the solar vitality. Although it may cost me a few dozen or even 100,000 taels of silver to fix this, I can easily get over 100,000 taels if I resell this. This is one of those sure-win deals that are rarely seen in the black market. I did not think such a great bargain would go to you. Anyway, since your family is not as prosperous as mine, it's probably cheaper to hire a formation master from within your own family. So what do you think? Surely, you can release me now." Chen, looking at the paper, thought, let's put aside the issue of the repairing fee for now. The brush stroke and the line drawn on this diagram look really similar to the one that makes up the symbol in the secret space. Could it be that those symbols are actually formations? He put the paper inside and said, "All right, it's a deal. I will take this diagram." Lin Ming exclaimed, "I knew it, you are someone who knows the good stuff." Chen said, "I will release you, but let me warn you." Lin Ming bowed and said, "Relax, I will keep what happened today a secret, nor will I try to seek revenge for what happened. I do have a sense of shame, you know. After all, if this gets out, my family members will forever poke fun at me." He turned around and said, "All right, since our deal is done, I will be making move." Lin Ming starts walking and mutters, "Damn that bastard." He opens the bushes, revealing a hidden cage containing a white pigeon. He says, Yi Chen and his friends are all injured, it will take them at least half a day to leave the mountain. He starts writing something on a piece of paper, adding, "I will just have to ask my family to send a few skilled fighters over. None of the Yes will leave this place alive." He ties the letter to the feet of the pigeon and commands, "Quick, deliver this to my father." The pigeon starts flying but a stone hits it, causing it to fall down. Chen appears from behind and says, "I knew it, you are not really remorseful." Lin Ming shouts, "Yi Chen, what are you trying to do? You promised to let me go after I gave you my treasures." Chen replies, "You broke your end of the deal first, so now I am breaking mine." He hits Lin Ming on his back, causing him to faint. Lin Ming wakes up and groans, "Am I still alive? Where am I?" He opens his eyes and sees a wolf growling in front of him. He shouts, and Yi Chen, hearing the voice from far away as he heads towards his friends, says, "You had it coming." Chen rushes to his friends, who are tied with ropes, and starts untying them. Mingyang says, "It's a good thing you came when you did, otherwise, we would have been eaten by those wolves." Chen reassures, "I think the wolf might be a bit occupied at the moment." Qing Wu angrily exclaims, "That bastard Lin Ming, how dare he? I will kill him if I ever run into him again." Chen sits down and says, "I am afraid you won't be able to see him again." He tells them the whole story of what happened on the mountain slope. Qing Wu, astonished, says, "What, you defeated Lin Ming all by yourself and then knocked him out and fed him to the wolf?" Ming Yang warns, "Yi Chen, that fellow Lin Ming has powerful connections and enjoys some clout in the Lin family. You have to be careful from now on. You must never tell anyone what you did today, not even your sister, or you may invite trouble upon yourself. Of course, you do not have to worry even if the Lin family comes looking for trouble. We will all face this together. Our family is also a force to be reckoned with. We are in the right this time, so I doubt the leader of the Lin family will dare to go overboard." Yi Chen smiles and says, "Thanks, Ming Yang. Never mind, let's talk about something else. It's time to divide the herbs. He opens the pouch of cloth and says, I managed to gather 48 stalks of solar vitality herbs. It's just the right amount, everyone can get 12 stalks each. Seeing that, Qingwu bows and says, No, 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 Yi Chen, you were the one who gathered all the herbs and you even saved our lives. How could we take these herbs from you? Qingyun also bows and says, That's right, we cannot possibly take something that belongs to our savior. Chen insists, we are all from the same family, and now we are also brothers who have gone through a life and death crisis together. So please do not stand on ceremony with me. Besides, the clan tournament will be upon us soon. I am sure these herbs are more important to you all than they are to me. So if you really wish to thank me, please accept these herbs that I have gathered for all of you. Qingwu starts sobbing and says, Yi Chen, I do not know how I will be able to repay such a huge favor. I, Qingwu, swear from here on, I will fight anyone who dares to pick on my friend, Yi Chen. Mingyang, listening, laughs and says, Come on, aren't you embarrassed of yourself? Yi Chen is someone who managed to defeat Lin Ming by himself. If an early stage 4 tier like yourself tries to help him in a fight, you will only end up holding him back. Chen says, Alright, it's getting late. Let's head back to the city. All of us have sustained injuries, it's inadvisable for us to remain in the wilderness. On the way home, Chen felt dizzy. I feel so dizzy, he said before losing consciousness. He faintly heard voices calling his name, Yi Chen. Yi Chen, the next day, the rooster crowed, Cuckoo, cuckoo. Yi Chen opened his eyes, thinking about the rooster. He shouted and sat up in bed, Mingyang, are you all right? Lu Muyun, who was nearby, responded, You are finally awake. Chen, confused, asked, Lu Muyun, Miss Lu Muyun, what are you doing at my house? No, wait, what am I doing at my house? How did I get here? Lu Muyun explained, obviously, it was Mingyang and his friends who carried you home. You all looked like you were falling apart. What happened? The mission was just to gather some herbs from the wolf den. Chen, hesitant to reveal too much, said, Something happened, and the mission did not go smoothly. He thought to himself, I must not talk about what happened with Lin Ming. Lu pressed, Alright, tell me what kind of herb did you eat this time? How much did you eat? Chen admitted, I only ate 5 stalks of solar vitality herb. It shouldn't be a problem. Lu shouted, 5 stalks? Do you know 5 stalks can easily kill an ordinary 3rd-tier martial artist? I don't know what kind of body you have, but it's a miracle that you managed to survive. Your sister came to me in a panic, begging for help, and I hurried over to save you because she said you were dying. If it weren't for her, I would have buried you alive right away. I sent Yao to buy some tonic for you. Take them to help your body recover from the internal injuries you sustained. Remember, you have to take them on time. If there's a next time, don't expect me to help you again. Chen promised, there won't be. There won't be. A few days later, Chen lifted a 4,000 caddies stone and hurled it into the air. Clenching his fists, he thought, Alright, my strength has finally reached 4,000 caddies. I'm now as strong as someone at the peak of the 4th tier or maybe even someone in the realm of the 5th tier. Unfortunately, I am still unable to form an energy field. I'm still a late-stage 3rd-tier martial artist. A few days ago, after using some herbs from Yao's treatment, I took the 5 remaining stalks of solar vitality herbs and some marrow cleansing flour, raising my blood boil technique to the 3rd tier. He reflected further, but despite using so many spirit herbs, I only managed to activate 3/10 of the unblighted horse symbol. It feels like it's getting harder and harder to activate the symbol. Judging by the rate of progress so far, I will need at least 15 stalks of solar vitality herbs, 60,000 teals of silver, to finally fully activate the unblighted horse symbol. And that's on top of the herbs for Yao's treatment. The burden of life is once again weighing on me. So much pressure. Yao came running up, saying, Chen, take a look at this. Chen, still distracted, said, I'm trying to feel what it's like to have the burden of life weighing on me. Never mind. What do you want me to see? Yao showed him a paper and said, everyone in the city is passing around this notice. Look at what it says. In 3 days, the Inner Circle Elder will be holding a public lecture at the training arena, and he will be imparting advice about breaking through the barrier between the 3rd and 4th tier. Chen, you will be able to break through your bottleneck soon. At the training arena, a large crowd had gathered for the lecture. One person remarked, "What a huge crowd. It seems many disciples are still stuck in the later stage of the 3rd tier." Another responded, "The crowd will get bigger. I heard all the stronger outer circle disciples will be attending as well. Isn't that Mingyang? I heard he has already broken through to the 5th tier. Looks like he's been training hard for the tournament. And look at Yi Qing Yun and Yi Qing Wu. They have gotten significantly stronger as well. These elites will only get stronger after this lecture. Mortals like us will never be able to catch up. Is he that strong?" Nobody talked about how strong he was before, someone else noted. "That just shows how little you know. Yi Mingyang is renowned for his powerful talent. If we're making a list of disciples most qualified to compete for the top spot at this year's tournament, his name will definitely be on it," another answered. "Hey look, isn't that Yi Chen walking beside him? He hasn't been around much since he crippled Yi Rukin. I assume Yi Qingru must have broken him down to nothing. Well, he hooked up with Yi Mingyang all of a sudden. And it seems they are on good terms with each other. Maybe he was becoming Yi Mingyang's follower? Quick, look over there. That's Yi Xiujia," one exclaimed. Seeing Yi Xiujia, Chen thought, he is the top disciple of the outer circle. I heard this Yi Xiujia is a fanatic when it comes to training. He excludes himself at home and trains almost every day. He only leaves home when there's a major clan event. His blood energy is unexpectedly strong, like a raging river. If I'm not careful, I could get swept away. Mingyang said to Chen, "Yi Chen, if your strength can be compared to a mountain, then Yi Xiujia is like a mountain range. He is very strong, unimaginably strong." Suddenly, someone shouted, "Hey, get out of my way. You must be Yi Chen. You really did a number on my brother the other day, didn't you?" Chen, seeing the source of the voice, thought, Yi Yulong and Yi Yuhu. As the crowd at the training arena grew more restless, a bystander remarked, "Hey, I heard Yi Yulong just ended his seclusion training yesterday and has already broken through to the mid-stage of the 4th tier." Another bystander added, "Well, things just got interesting. Yi Yulong has just had a breakthrough, so his strength is at its peak right now. This Yi Chen is in deep trouble. It has been so many days already, I thought their grudge match had been cancelled. But it looks like Yi Yulong and Yi Yuhu are still holding on to their grudge. Everyone in the clan knows about what happened that day. Yi Yulong and Yi Yuhu will not want to continue to look bad in front of everybody." Tian Feng remarks, "Yi Yuhu is a vengeful man. He must have known that Yi Chen would be here today to listen to the lecture, so he came here to start something new. Considering Yi Yulong's current strength, it's impossible for the 3rd tier Yi Chen to put up any kind of fight." His companion nodded, "You are right. That Yi Chen is going to get beaten so bad. Yi Yulong is not a nice man. He is not going to hold back. It will be a miracle if Yi Chen can leave this place alive." Yi Chen faced Yi Yulong with a calm demeanor and said, "Yi Yulong, your brother lost to me in a match after failing to rob me of my herb. So, what do you want with me? Is everyone in your family this overbearing and unreasonable?" With anger and cracking his knuckles, Yi Yulong responded, "Why don't you stop talking nonsense? Do you think I knew nothing because I have been in seclusion training for the past few months? Everyone is saying that you and Yi Yuhu discovered the element tempering herb together, but you insisted on having it all to yourself. So, my brother had no choice but to fight you for it. You can stop your innocent act now. I will settle this score with you." Yi Yuhu chimed in, "Yeah, my brother is here now. You won't be able to get away with your crime this time." From behind, Qing Wu stepped forward and said, "Hey, stop talking nonsense. There is no way my buddy Yi Chen would do something like that." Yi Chen interjected, "It's alright, Qing Wu. I can handle this myself." Then he thought, "Looks like someone has been spreading rumors behind my back." He said aloud, "Fine, Yi Yulong. Since we cannot agree on who is in the right here, why don't we settle this with our fists in the family's arena?" Yi Yulong's eyes gleamed with anticipation. "This is exactly what I want, kid. I was afraid you'd run away. But I'm not the sort of person who bullies the weak." So, to be fair, I'm going to give you 3 free hits. That way, everyone will be able to see what true strength is. Yi-chan replied, 3 strikes? That's not enough time for me to get into my stance. Come on, you are one of the top 20 disciples in the outer circle. Surely you can be more magnanimous. Yi Yulong smirked, tell you what, I will give you 10 free strikes to show you just how strong I am. I won't fight back for the duration of the 10 strikes. The crowd, including Mingyang and Tian Feng, gasped in shock. As if unsure if they heard correctly, Tang Feng asked, is he serious? Yi Yulong's eyes blazed with rage. You are dead meat. I will make you regret underestimating me. Do not you dare regret what you just said. Fine, I will give you what you want. I'm going to crush you with all my strength. He started preparing for his attack, summoning the power of his technique. If I do not cripple you today, I will stop calling myself Yi Yulong. With the power of the 13 moves of the poisonous python, Yi Yulong launched his attack. Yi-chan crisscrossed his arms to protect himself from the hit. When Yi Yulong struck, Yi-chan controlled and guarded himself against the blow. Yi Yulong, shocked, thought, this kid is able to block a hit from me. Yi Yulong's expression hardened. Looks like I underestimated you. Now I am really going to use all my strength. Let's see how you block this. He began manipulating his energy. Seeing this, Qin Wu asked Mingyang, are you sure this is going to be alright? Yi Yulong doesn't seem to want to let Yi-chan live. Mingyang, with a steady gaze, replied, Yi-chan is not a bragger. If he says he can take on 10 strikes, it means he is fully confident of doing so. But I do not know if Yi-chan can deal with Yi Yulong, who has fully mastered the 13 moves of the poisonous python. The crowd around the training arena buzzed with excitement and disbelief as the smoke cleared. One person exclaimed, I saw someone flying out. It must be Yi-chan. Another person countered, no, it's Yi Yulong. How is that possible? Amidst the confusion, Yi-chan stepped out from the dissipating smoke and said, you have already used 7 strikes. How can you call yourself a 4th-tier martial artist when you are this weak? High above, Tian Feng watched in astonishment and shouted, what's going on here? It's impossible for a 3rd-tier martial artist to take on Yi Yulong's 3500 Caddy's punch. What if this Yi-chan breaks through to the 4th tier and forms an energy field? That would be terrible. He is progressing at an insane speed. If he advances to the inner circle, he will definitely become a huge threat to me. In the arena, Yi Yulong's mind raced. Damn it, what's going on? It doesn't make sense for him to be this strong. Did he have some fortuitous encounter or was he just born with supernatural strength? But a person cannot be blessed with both strength and speed. Since I cannot match his strength, I will overwhelm him with my speed. Determined to turn the tide, Yi Yulong moved towards Yi-chan with lightning speed. Yi Yulong punched, but Yi-chan dodged effortlessly and said, the 8th strike. Yi Yulong gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it. He struck again, only for Yi-chan to dodge once more and say, the 9th strike. How is he able to keep up with my speed? Yi Yulong thought. Determined, he decided to go all out and circled behind Yi-chan. Whatever, I'm gonna go full power and circle behind him. Seeing no reaction from Yi-chan, Yi Yulong prepared for a killing blow to the back of his neck. But as his strike connected, a powerful blow reverberated, leaving Yi-chan still standing in place. The crowd shielded their faces with their hands from the force, and Yi-chan's back sizzled. You couldn't beat me head-on, so you attacked my weak spot with lethal force. That was a dirty move, Yi-chan said, his voice steady. Yi Yulong, bewildered, asked, why are you unhurt? Yi-chan replied calmly, that was the 10th strike. I am going to start retaliating now. This is not possible, Yi Yulong thought. He easily blocked all the attacks I unleashed at full power. I've already given him 10 strikes, and I couldn't land a single hit. Why do I feel like I'm standing before a 5th-tier martial artist? Impossible. His frustration boiled over. How could I lose to an inexperienced brat like him? I will not allow it. He covered himself with vital energy, his eyes turning red. Mingyang, watching from the sidelines, shouted in shock, it looks like Yi Yulong is overusing his vital energy to increase the power of his martial art techniques. But doing so will decrease his lifespan. Yi Yuhu shouted, Yulong, your body won't be able to take the strain. Don't worry, Yulong retorted. I'll finish him in a few moves. His hands transformed into poison-scaled snake blades, and he struck at Yi Chen. Yi Chen thought, Yi Yulong's speed and explosive power have gone up again. The strike narrowly missed, cutting Yi Chen's hair. So what if your strength and speed have increased? You're still using the same 4th-tier martial art technique, Yi Yulong. I already have a good idea of what you can do. Facing Yi Chen, Yulong attacked with his blade. Yi Chen blocked by catching the blade with his hands and pressing it down towards his knee. With a swift motion, he broke the blade against his knee. What the? Yulong gasped in shock. With a bull-ringing piercing the sky technique, Yi Chen declared, take it, and punched Yi Yulong in the stomach, sending him flying far behind. As the smoke cleared, everyone saw Yi Chen standing victorious. It's over, Yi Chen stated. The crowd was in shock. Yi Yulong has been defeated? How is this possible? Yi Chen really pulled it off, one person exclaimed. Is it really possible for a 3rd-tier martial artist to do this? Another wondered. Yi Yulong quickly rushed to his brother, concerned for his condition. Tianfeng's companion remarked, Yi Chen actually did it. He just broke through to the 3rd tier a few months ago. I've never heard of this name before, but it looks like this coming clan tournament will be an exciting event. Yi Chen approached Yi Yuhu and asked, Hey, Yi Yuhu, did you spread a slanderous rumor about me after our last match? Yi Yuhu laughed nervously and said, It wasn't me. I overheard someone telling that story about you, so I simply repeated it to my brother and asked him to take revenge for me. I really wasn't the one who spread the rumors. Yi Chen thought, then the culprit must be. Qing Wu came from behind, placing his hand on Yi Chen's shoulder. He said, Hey, you're becoming stronger again. Qing Yun said, Yeah, I wasn't expecting you to beat Yi Yulong so easily. If we were competing in just unarmed combat techniques, you could beat both Qing Wu and me. Mingyang then shouted, all right, stop crowding around here. The victor has been decided. You can all disperse now. I need some of you to come and carry him to the clinic. The lecture will be taking place soon. The crowd buzzed, oh yeah, let's go. The lecture will be starting soon. Carry him carefully. Don't injure him further. Watching all this, Qing Rao bit her teeth in frustration. Damn it. Yi Yulong sucks. How could he lose to Yi Chen? Since when has Yi Chen gained all this power? She then said aloud, This is boring. Let's go home. Her maid asked, My lady, aren't you staying for the lecture? Qing Rao replied, My dad has gotten someone to teach me dozens of times what this old man has to teach. I'm fed up with it, and there's no way I'm going to learn it all again. A voice shouted, Silence. First Elder Yi Fei has arrived. The wind started blowing heavily, and suddenly Yi Fei appeared, surrounded by yellow energy. Yi Chen thought, what superb movement skill. Even though he was so close, I couldn't sense him at all. He just appeared on the platform all of a sudden. The crowd erupted, good heavens. The lecturer this time is First Elder Yi Fei. He's the number 2 figure in the Yi clan, just below our patriarch, Yi Wuyo. He also enjoys great renown throughout Black Jade City. Truly, he is a strong man among strong men. Yi Fei addressed the crowd, I have been feeling indisposed as of late. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. He manipulated his vital energy, causing some people to faint from the pressure. He's suppressing us with his vital energy. Is he testing us before the lecture begins? Yi Chen wondered. It seems some of you are still too weak, Yi Fei commented. With a lift gesture, large yellow hands appeared on the ground, lifting all the fainted people. Go back and get stronger, or you may get hurt just listening to my lecture, he continued. Yi Chen thought, what exquisite use of vital energy, as expected of the first elder. Yi Fei then addressed those who remained, listen up, all of you. Today's lecture will go on for a long time, but it will benefit you greatly. This is a lecture and also a test for all of you. I want you to try to withstand the suppression from my vital energy, but do not push yourself if you are unable to do so. Sometimes a resolute surrender is not necessarily a bad thing. Yi Fei started his lecture, and the audience sat cross-legged on the ground. As he manipulated his energy and explained advanced techniques, the people felt immense pressure. Chen thought, that was such a profound concept, yet he managed to explain it so thoroughly. Many of the questions I had have been answered. It feels like I have a deeper understanding of the fourth tier now. Yi Fei then said, now, let's proceed to the next chapter. As he continued, the pressure intensified, and people began to faint. Chen noticed, the pressure from the vital energy has increased. It's now equivalent to a force of 3,500 caddies. Observing Chen, Yi Fei thought, this child does not possess any vital energy, yet as a third-tier martial artist, he has managed to remain standing. A person whispered something to Yi Fei, who nodded. 2 hours later, the pressure increased again. Chen could barely handle it, thinking, why did he suddenly increase the pressure to 4,500 caddies? This is the power of the fifth tier. I have to hold on. This pressure only exceeds my strength by 500 caddies. This is a very important lecture. I must not fall. Someone remarked, hey, there are only about 20 people left standing, and 10 of them are the top disciples from the outer circle. They are really strong. Look at Yi Chen. Do you think he has already broken through to the fourth tier? Has he been hiding his true strength all along? I totally misjudged him. I should have tried to befriend him. That way, if he ever becomes successful, he might give me a leg up. Why is he such a genius? Life is so unfair. Yi Chen felt heavily pressured, but Yi Fei then said, all right, the lecture is over. It must have been difficult for you all to hold on till now. When you return home, please reflect on what you have learned today. I hope it will help you in your training. The 20 disciples stood up, bowed, and said, yes, First Elder. Thank you, First Elder. With a swift motion and a burst of yellow energy, Yi Fei disappeared from the stage. When Yi Chen looked up, he found Yi Fei standing in front of him. First Elder, he quickly bowed. Yi Fei said, you must be Yi Chen. I am greatly surprised by your performance today. I hope to see you in the inner circle after the clan tournament. He handed Chen a box containing a yellow ball and said, here, this vitality breakthrough pill is your reward for persevering till the very end. This should help you greatly in your training. Chen was shocked and thought, a vitality breakthrough pill. It can increase a martial artist's success rate of breaking through to the fourth tier by half again as much. It's extremely rare in the outer circle. Even though this pill is categorized among the lowest tier of first-grade pills, it can still fetch a price of 50,000 taels of silver in gold. He then said, thank you, First Elder. Tianfeng interrupted, First Elder, please reconsider your decision. This pill is a valuable item and should be given to a disciple who has made great contributions to the clan. What merit does Yi Chen have that makes him deserving of this pill? First Elder, please take back the vitality breakthrough pill. Tianfeng thought, pills are of great importance to martial artists. A good pill can bring about miraculous effects, such as instantaneous healing, significant reduction in training time, or increased success rates for breakthroughs, helping its user ascend to the next tier. The vitality breakthrough pill Yi Chen is holding can increase a martial artist's success rate of breaking through to the fourth tier by half again as much. Despite being among the lowest tier of first-grade pills, it is worth as much as 50,000 taels of silver, almost as valuable as a third-tier spirit herb. Yet, the First Elder just gave this valuable treasure to Chen without a second thought that I am not going to let that brat get his hands on it. Tianfeng stepped forward and said, First Elder, my parents told me before that the Patriarch's permission is needed before a pill can be awarded to a disciple. It's against the rule to do so without his permission. Yi Fei nodded, yes, I remember. It's indeed written in the rule. I know you. You are Yi Tianfeng, the son of the Outer Circle Elder. For the sake of the Outer Circle, you were brave enough to ignore the pressure I exude and speak frankly to me. That's very admirable of you. Tianfeng bowed and replied, thank you for your praise, First Elder. I was just doing my duty. Yi Fei smiled slightly, it's good to voice your opinions, but I have no intention of listening. I was pleased with Yi Chen's performance during today's lecture, so I rewarded him with a vitality breakthrough pill. That was the right thing to do. When talents are nurtured, the clan shall prosper. If you are able to surprise me with your performance, I will give you a reward as well. But rather than using your family background and borrowed authority, I prefer you to use your own ability and talent. He turned to Chen and said, Yi Chen, I made this pill myself, so you do not have to worry about breaking any rules. And should anyone be bold enough to take this pill from you, his life will be forfeit. Of course, my bestowal will not end here. Each of the top 10 winners of the upcoming clan tournament is supposed to receive a chance to visit and select a martial artist manual from the second level of the Dark Martial Pavilion. But now, the first place winner will also receive a second-grade pill from me. Everyone cheered, that's great, long live the first elder. Tianfeng bit his lip and muttered, damn it. Yi Chen smiled. Yi Chen quickly ascended the stairs of his home, smacked the door open, and saw Yao in front of him. Yao said, you are back. I left some dinner for you. Chen, running towards his room, replied, thanks, Yao. I will eat it in a moment. Yao called after him, Chen, why are you running? Chen quickly took a bath in a tub, changed clothes, and opened the box containing the vitality pill. He thought, oh wow, this is the precious vitality breakthrough pill. With this, perhaps I can break through to the 4th tier right now. There's no time to waste. I'll take it tonight. Sitting outside in silence, he crossed his legs and continued thinking, first, I'll circulate the blood energy in my body and fine-tune it to peak condition. Next, I'll do what First Elder Yi Fai taught us during today's lecture. He started manipulating the energy in his core. He opened his eyes and said, now is the time. He gulped the pill down. As he took the pill, he felt something forming inside his body and thought, there's something forming inside me. I can't control it. Energy started cracking from his body everywhere. He said, why is it so painful? Now I see, the vital energy inside the pill is forcing its way through my meridians and stimulating my body into forming an energy field. No wonder it hurts so much. Also, the raging bull symbol in my body is taking it and producing vital energy all day long. I don't have an energy field, so the vital energy it produces is absorbed by my body. The energy surge from the vitality breakthrough pill has completely activated the vital energy hidden within my body. This increases the success rate of my breakthrough and the pain level as well. No, I must not give up. If I fail this attempt, all the vital energy in my body will be used up. And if I wish to make another attempt, I'll have to start storing up vital energy again. By the time I'm ready again, the clan tournament will be over. The pill inside his body cracked open, shattering within him, and yellow energy surrounded him. He shouted, this overflowing power. Energy emitted from his body towards the sky, and he exclaimed, it's a success. Qingru looked out the window, her mind troubled. Tianfeng came up behind her, hugging her gently. Is something bothering you, Qingru? Why don't we head over to my palace and talk about it? She replied, under normal circumstances, would have welcomed the chat, but today was different. There's something troubling me right now. That Yi Chen has humiliated me on several occasions, so there's bad blood between us. And now he has obtained a fertility breakthrough pill. If he succeeds in ascending to the 4th tier, he will definitely seek revenge. She turned to face Tianfeng, her eyes filled with worry. I've been living in fear every day. If the source of my worries is not removed, I am afraid I shall not be good company. Tianfeng's expression hardened. Yi Chen again? Don't worry, Qingru. As long as I'm around, I shall not allow him to harm a hair on your head. Qingru continued, it's not just that. Yi Chen has been making waves lately, and his talent has been seen by all. If he is allowed to grow further, he will surely become a thorn in our side. If he enters the inner circle, they will nurture him well. Yi Chen's position might even rise above ours. Tianfeng nodded, his face darkening. Yes, I can see that happening. Damn it. Qingru, do you have a plan in mind? Qingru smiled slightly, there are some little ploys we can use against him. I just need to. She whispered her plan to Tianfeng, who listened intently. Tianfeng's eyes widened. Yes, we can ruin Yi Chen if we do that, but if something happens, we might. Qingru interrupted, don't worry, Tianfeng. I've already found some other helpers. Nothing will go wrong. If this plan goes well, I might even fall in love with you. Tianfeng sighed, alright, I'm in. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was experiencing the immense energy of his breakthrough. I have finally ascended to the 4th tier, he said to himself, feeling a surge of power. I could feel a bowl of vital energy gathering in my lower abdomen. It's kind of indistinct, though. Also, after solving the vitality breakthrough pill, the unblighted horse symbol is now 6/10 activated. That's great. With the raging bull symbol processing vital energy every moment of the day, I can quickly store up vital energy without needing to meditate. Even in the inner circle, I bet there is no one who can store up vital energy faster than I. Also, if an outer circle disciple breaks through to the 4th tier, they get a chance to select a martial arts skill from the first level of the Dark Martial Pavilion. Perhaps very soon I will become an inner circle disciple. My life will improve. He thought, I have to sleep soon. I'm going to the Dark Martial Pavilion tomorrow. In the middle of the night, someone knocked on the door. Yi Chen opened his eyes. Outside, Yao opened the door. Someone pushed her aside. Who are you people? She exclaimed. Out of my way, one of them shouted. Quick, follow him. Do not think about resisting. They all entered Yi Chen's room, drawing their swords. Yi Chen confronted them, who are you people? How dare you enter my home? One of the men, in uniform, said, surrender now. Are you Yi Chen? Yi Chen replied, yes, I am. We are the 3rd enforcement team under the jurisdiction of the Hall of Punishment. We have reason to believe you are connected to a murder. We will be escorting you to the Hall of Punishments. Do not resist, or we will slay you where you stand. Yao cried out, impossible. My brother is not a murderer. You must have made a mistake. One of them replied, the Hall of Punishments will be the judge of that. We are just doing our job. Yi Chen said calmly, all right, I will go with you. A righteous person fears no surrender. I, for one, would like to see who I am supposed to have killed. Do not worry, Yao. Stay home and wait for my return. I will definitely come back safe and sound. One of the guards scoffed, come back safe and sound? Civilians who get sent to the Hall of Punishments never come back safe again. Yao felt worried as she watched her brother being taken away. Outside the punishment hall, people were murmuring, someone's on trial again. Move forward. We get to see a show today. Inside the punishment hall, Yi Chen was kneeling. The judge addressed him. Is your name Yi Chen? He replied, yes, it is, she said, glad you are admitting it. Yi Chen, do you know your crime? Yi Chen thought, this is not good. She's Su Lingyu, the enforcement elder of the outer circle and Yi Qingrou's mother. Why is she here in person? The judge, Su Lingyu shouted and tapped the hammer on her table to ask him again. Yi Chen, do you know your crime? Yi Chen thought back to when Su Lingyu was a beauty in her youth. She had used her looks to hook up with her future husband, the elder in charge of spirit materials. She had become increasingly ruthless after becoming the law enforcement elder, ruling the outer circle like her fiefdom. This was bad. I am telling you, I have never murdered anyone before. Will you please stop slandering me? He said. One of the guards snarled, how dare you talk to Elder Su like that? He swung his spear and shouted, do you think this is a market where you can come and go as you please? He stabbed the spear at Yi Chen, but the spear flew away, broken into 2 pieces. Yi Chen stood up. Elder Su, is it the modus operandi of the Hall of Punishment to torture prisoners first and ask questions later? You really are overbearing beyond belief. What an eye-opening experience this is. Elder Su replied, you really have a smart mouth, don't you? Yi Feng, you may stand down. Turning her gaze back to Yi Chen, she continued, Yi Feng is an early-stage 4th tier, and he can exert a force of at least 3,000 caddies. Since you managed to block it so easily, I assume you have the physical strength of at least 4,000 caddies. Everyone knows that a person's cultivation level is closely linked to their physical strength. You are only a low-tier martial artist, and yet you possess such terrifying strength. Care to explain why? Yi Chen retorted, and so what if I am a little stronger? What are you getting at? Su Lingyu shouted, what I am trying to say is this, Yi Chen, after using some unknown means to raise your strength, you fought Yi Yulong and killed him by accident. I shall be the one to judge your case. Yi Chen was stunned. What? Yi Yulong is dead? He thought, impossible, didn't Yi Mingyang send Yi Yulong to the clinic after the match? He said aloud, the physician even said Yi Yulong's injuries were not serious. He said Yi Yulong would recover after a few months' rest. Why is he dead now? Also, I am just gifted with great strength, it's not something of unknown origin. And even if I did kill Yi Yulong during our match, that is not a crime according to our clan's law. Elder Su sneered, oh, stop your selfish sophistry. Summon the witness. Tianfeng and Yi Yuhu entered the Hall of Punishment and bowed before Elder Su. I pay my respects to Elder Su, Tianfeng said. I pay my respects to Elder Su, echoed Yi Yuhu seeing them bow. Yi Chen thought, Yi Tianfeng, what does he have to do with this? Yi Yuhu began, Elder Su, I beg you, please give my family justice. Last night, as I was meditating, I heard a loud cry from my brother's room. When I hurried over, I saw my brother rolling on the floor, clutching at his stomach with his hand, and suddenly his eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. Yi Chen interjected, Yi Yuhu, did you not confirm with the clan physician that your brother was all right before you took him home? So he must have been killed by someone else. Tianfeng stepped forward. Now, do not be too hasty, Yi Chen. I am not done with my testimony. He turned to Elder Su. Elder Su, I was taking a stroll last night when I saw a visibly frightened Yi Yuhu who ran out of his house. When I learned from him that his brother was in trouble, I hurried back to the house with him. Unfortunately, Yi Yulong was already dead when we arrived at the scene. Since I dabbled in medicine, I went ahead and examined the body. It was then that I learned Yi Yulong had been poisoned. When I removed his bandages, I discovered poison spots around the injuries Yi Chen had left on his body. So, we immediately summoned physicians and apothecaries from the Hall of Spirit Materials. According to them, the poison toxins did not belong to any known spirit herb. Yi Chen, has not your strength increased at an unnatural pace? Have you not been progressing too quickly? This is only possible if you have learned some evil art and used it to murder Yi Yulong. Yi Chen clenched his fists. Yi Tianfeng, you are making things up and defaming me. Elder Su's gaze was piercing. Yi Chen, is there anything you would like to explain? Tianfeng added, Yi Yulong was a mid-stage 4th-tier martial artist, and his body was as hard as iron. It would be difficult for a normal person to hurt him. That was why you used an evil martial art technique to poison Yi Yulong during your match against him. Yi Chen responded, someone else must have poisoned Yi Yulong and set me up to take the fall. Also, do you have any proof that I was practicing an evil art? No, you do not. You are just making a baseless accusation. Tianfeng continued, Yi Yulong was murdered right after his duel with you. That makes you the biggest suspect. Yi Yuhu shouted, I can attest to that. I stayed home all day yesterday to take care of my brother, so I know he did not come in contact with anyone else. At that moment, a guard entered and bowed. Elder Su, we have found the evidence. Elder Su commanded, quick, present it to me. The guard presented a book titled Thousand Poison Palm and said, following the testimony provided by Yi Tianfeng, we searched around the well behind Yi Chen's home and did indeed find this evil martial art manual buried there. His sister Yi Yao is currently missing. We do not know if she is involved in this case, but our men have already been dispatched to search for her. Tianfeng chimed in, Elder Su, Yi Chen has hidden these evil martial art manuals extremely well. None of his neighbors know this side of him. His abnormal performance at the first Elder's lecture triggered my suspicion, so I followed him home afterward. And when I got there, I saw him bury these evil books by the well. Elder Su declared, Yi Chen, I have heard the witness testimony and seen the evidence. I now pronounce you guilty of possessing evil works and practicing evil arts to harm others. Your sentence is death. What else do you have to say for yourself? If you admit your guilt now, I might allow you to live for a few more months in a dungeon. Yi Chen shouted, what kind of rubbish judgment is this? Su Lingyu, are you setting me up just because I have a grudge against your daughter? How could you pronounce me guilty just based on one person's testimony? Who knows, maybe Yi Tianfeng was the one who buried the manual behind my house. Elder Su's face flushed with anger. What insolence! How dare you raise your voice in court and slander an official clan disciple? Yi Tianfeng is the son of the deputy elder in charge of the outer disciples' department of money and grain. His family has given their all for the sake of the clan's livelihood. There is no way he would do such a despicable thing. And you are just a bastard from a branch family. How dare you raise your voice here? Do you have a death wish? Yi Chen was pushed down by a guard, and he coughed under the pressure from her vital energy, unable to move. She ordered, "Guard, hold him down and give him 180 smacks on his mouth with the iron paddle." The guards grabbed Yi Chen. "Yes, madam," they replied. Elder Su continued, "When you are done, throw him into the dungeon. He shall be executed at noon the next day." The crowd roared in agreement. Yeah, I have always known that there was something suspicious about his rapid rate of progress. How could he dabble in the dark arts? Scary. Long live Elder Su. Down with the evildoer. One guard grabbed Yi Chen by the head while another tried to smack him with the rod, but the rod broke and was blocked by an unseen energy. Yi Chen thought, what is that? He saw someone standing behind him, protecting him. Elder Su demanded, "Who are you? How dare you meddle in my business? You must have a death wish. Guards, seize the intruder." Lu Muyun stepped forward, her voice calm but firm. "I thought I heard someone talking rubbish in here. Su Lingyu, is this how you conduct a trial? Even a street vendor knows the law better than you." Tianfeng yelled, "You evil wench. How dare you insult Elder Su? You must have a death wish." Elder Su bowed slightly, her tone suddenly respectful. "Your presence here has overwhelmed me with awe. Miss Muyun, I beg your forgiveness if I have caused you offense. Please let bygones be bygones." Yi Chen and Tianfeng were both shocked. Yi Chen thought, what kind of background does she have? She is so awesome. Lu Muyun declared, Yi Chen is not a criminal and should be released at once. Elder Su hesitated. "Miss Muyun, Yi Chen is still under heavy suspicion of murder. I am afraid the people will raise a fuss if I release him now. So why don't we postpone this case for a few days?" Lu Muyun retorted, "Su Lingyu, the Hall of Punishment is not your private fiefdom. I don't think Yi Chen will be able to survive his stay here. Forget it. You two, bring Yi Yulong's corpse to me. I will examine it myself." The guards hesitated. "But Elder Su." Elder Su shouted, "What are you waiting for? Just as she says." They both run outside and says, "Yes, ma'am." They returned with the body of Yi Yulong. Lu examined it, uncovering his face. Elder Su said, "Miss Lu, we are already consulted several coroners. All of them agreed that someone must have poisoned Yi Yulong to death." Lu inspected the body closely, but it looks like someone else was also involved. She noticed a mark around his neck. These marks were made by a poison-red striped wasp. It's a highly venomous bug and its toxin attacks the heart and lungs. That's why the spot on the body overlaps with the injuries left by Yi Chen. These wasps live on desolate mountain tops and cannot be found around our clan groups. So someone must have murdered Yi Yulong, and this murderer is trying to frame Yi Chen for the crime. Elder Su, with a stern expression, says, "But Ms. Lu, this still doesn't completely rule out Yi Chen as a suspect." She gestures towards the incriminating manuals. Also, he was in possession of these evil manuals. Muyun, deep in thought, asks, "Yi Tianfeng, at what time did you see Yi Chen bury these manuals?" Yi Tianfeng, clenching his fist with determination, replies, "Ms. Lu, it was in the evening after the first elder lecture. If you do not believe me, I can summon my attendants to give their testimony." Muyun, with eyes narrowed in suspicion, asks, "Are you really telling the truth?" Tianfeng, looking confused, responds, "Of course, Ms. Lu." Muyun raises her hand, summoning a man behind her. The man steps forward, bowing. Yi Yensan of the 1st Squad of the City Defense Force pays his respects to Ms. Lu. Muyun queries, "Did you find out what I asked you to?" Yi Yensan answers, "Yes, ma'am." The 3rd Squad member who were on duty yesterday did not see Yi Tianfeng exit the city gate. Tianfeng, startled, gasps. Muyun, with a piercing gaze, says, "Yi Tianfeng, if you did not leave the city yesterday, how were you able to witness Yi Chen burying the evil manuals?" His home is located outside the city at the foot of the western mountain. Tianfeng clenches his teeth in confusion, as if his lies were caught. He tries to say, but sweat beads on his forehead from the pressure. Muyun continues, and yet you could tell the guard exactly where to find the manuals. Tell me, did you arrange for them to be buried in an attempt to frame Yichen? Tianfeng screams, this is an unfounded accusation. I made a lucky guess, that's all. You are slandering me. Muyun smiles coldly, you are right, I have no evidence to back me up, and it would be too time-consuming to investigate each and every one of your men. However, I can tell you are under suspicion of lying to frame Yichen, so I can start investigating other matters. She raises her hand and announces, you all may not be familiar with the poison red-striped wasp. According to the hunting annals, they are difficult to catch because they hide themselves well in the wild. To lure them out, you need their favorite fruit, the nectar of the silken fragrant flower, which has a very strong scent that is hard to wash off. Turning to a guard, she commands, you there, go to the backyard and get me one of your petrol dogs. The servant, trembling, replies, oh, all right. Muyun then holds the leash of the dog and explains, our professional petrol dog has a very keen sense of smell, it can detect even the faintest hint of scent left behind by a bug. Tianfeng starts shaking with fear. Muyun continues, if I let it sniff the wounds on Yi Yulong's corpse, it may be able to find the person who has the same flower scent on his body. The dog sniffs the bite on Yi Yulong's neck, where the wasp had bitten him, and immediately heads towards Tianfeng, barking and howling. Tianfeng, panicked, shouts, what are you doing, you dumb mutt? He starts running and yelling, it wasn't me. This stupid mutt must have made a mistake. Muyun points at Tianfeng and declares, Yi Tianfeng, so you are indeed the murderer. Tell me, where did you get the poison red-striped wasp and the evil art manuals? Even if you are the son of a deputy elder, you should not have been able to get your hands on these forbidden tomes. Tianfeng, running in fear, shouts, I am innocent. This manual was, he is about to finish his sentence when a small knife hit his chest. Tianfeng stumbles and falls. The crowd panics, shouting, murder! Murder! Even Muyun looks shocked. The guards draw their swords, yelling, quick, protect Elder Su. The rest of you, go look for the murderer. You guys search over there. Muyun approaches Tianfeng's body and thinks, I can detect some vital energy in the dagger, the killer must be at least a fourth tier. The timing was too perfect, the killer must have been waiting out there all along. Elder Su declares, Miss Lu, since the evidence points to Ye Tianfeng as the murderer of Yi Yulong, Yi Chen shall be acquitted of all charges and released immediately. She then bows and says, unfortunately, the suspect was killed right after the truth was revealed. I will pursue this matter to the very end, but for now, please forgive me for asking you both to leave. This incident was masterminded by villains who were out to hoodwink us. I hereby offer my deepest apology on behalf of everyone in the Hall of Punishment. Yi Chen humbly responds, I am sure an outer circle disciple like myself is too lowly to accept an apology from an influential elder like yourself. Muyun and Yi Chen exit the punishment hall, their footsteps echoing softly in the corridor. Yi Chen, with a troubled expression, says, now that Yi Tianfeng has been silenced, I am never going to find out who else besides Su Lingyu me dead. Muyun responds, who else is there but Su Lingyu? Don't forget that Su Lingyu's husband is the elder in charge of the Hall of Spirit Materials. The poison red-striped wasp is a very rare bug, but it's easy enough for the Hall of Spirit Materials to get their hands on a specimen or two. I wonder what kind of grudge Su Lingyu has against you. She really wants you dead. Yi Chen, deep in thought, suddenly clenches his fists and teeth. It must be Yi Qingrou's fault. She used the clan's resources to set me up just because we had a little dispute. Elder Su, furious, slapped Yi Qingru and shouted, what exactly is going on here? Didn't you say Yi Chen was just an ordinary outer circle disciple without a single backer? How did he hook up with Lu Muyun? Do you know you nearly got me killed? She turned away from Yi Qingru. Yi Qingru, shocked, retorted, Mother, you actually hit me because of her? What's the big deal about her anyways? Elder Su responded sternly, although the Yi clan is one of the 4 most powerful clans in Black Jade City, we are actually the least of the 4. And above the 4 clans, we have the City Lord's Manor, a power without rival. This Lu Muyun hails from the City Lord's Manor. They say a genius like her only shows up once in a century. Considering our family's mediocre influence, we are not fit to even be her servants. You will stop opposing Yi Chen from now on. The grudge you have against him is petty. If possible, try to gain his affection. If we can build a connection with the City Lord's Manor, our family may rise to even greater heights. Listening to that, Yi Qingru clenched her teeth and thought about her next move. In the inner city of Black Jade City, Yi Muyun said, "You'd better follow me to my home in the inner city and take your sister home." She rushed into my home this morning with her face full of tears. When I heard that you two were framed for murder, I hurried over to where you were. I bet your sister is still waiting anxiously for your return at my home. Yi Chen scratched his head and said, "Miss Muyun, if you had not helped me today, I would not have been able to get away so easily. It seems that my family has been troubling you a lot lately. If you ever need my help in the future, I will do everything in my power to aid you." Walking forward, Yi Muyun waved at him and said, "It was no bother at all. Do not worry about it. Yi Yao and I have already become sworn sisters, and I have also met you a couple of times, so don't be a stranger. You are younger than me by 2 years, so if you do not mind, you can think of me as a big sister." Yi Chen, feeling a bit anxious, replied, "Ah, big sister." Yi Muyun looked at him and teased, Why are you blushing? You are a man, stop acting as if I am taking advantage of you." Yi Chen explained, "I have always been the eldest in my family, so this is my first time calling someone a big sister." Muyun remarked, "This doesn't really mean anything, but just how many people did you piss off? Why do I get the feeling that you have enemies everywhere in the clan?" Yi Chen clenched his fists in rage and said, "This has nothing to do with me. They are just jealous of me. When they saw a lowly commander like me demonstrating such great talent, they could not help but want to kill me. These bastards just do not want to see the poor ordinary folks rise up in the world." Muyun, with a thoughtful expression, said, "Ah, so you can see through to the essence of things. You better stay on your toes in the outer circle. It's hard to defend against attacks coming from behind. You know I was able to help you this time, but I may not be able to do so the next time. To prevent others from harming you again, I shall give you a gift." She raised her hand, revealing a yellow ball with an electrical charge. "The faster you progress, the fewer enemies you will have to face. Am I right?" She then pushed the ball directly towards Yi Chen's chest. Yi Chen, shocked, could not say anything. Not bad at all. Although you have just broken through to the 14th tier, you possess much more vital energy than your peers. It seems I have underestimated you. If I am not wrong, you must have had a fortuitous encounter that led you to learn a physique-building martial arts skill. That's why you could make such rapid progress in a short amount of time. But I can also sense another power within your body. It's kind of hazy and feels like the wind of thunder. Are you perhaps learning another martial art?" Yi Chen brushed the back of his head and said, "Yes, Miss Muyun. I am indeed learning 2 different martial arts skills. One is for building my physique and the other for increasing my speed." He thought to himself, actually they are just the power of the symbols. Muyun continued, "I can sense how profound these 2 skills are, but your progress is kind of slow. You have only attained minor proficiency." Listening to that, Yi Chen's eyes widened in shock. He thought, I have already mastered the Raging Bull Fist, and the Blood Boil technique has already reached the 3rd tier with just a little effort. I do attain proficiency in the Bull Demon Mountain shaking formula. So how is my progress slow? Then he asked aloud, "Why do you think my progress is slow?" Muyun explained, "You should know this martial art proficiency can be divided into 4 stages: minor proficiency, greater proficiency, peak proficiency, and complete mastery. If you have only learned some key points from the manual, you can only be said to have attained minor proficiency. Only when you have achieved complete mastery over all the techniques can you unleash the full power of the martial art. This may hurt your confidence, but you have only managed to unleash 1/10 of the power of the 2 martial arts you are learning." Yi Chen, startled with shock, said, "Only 1/10? He thought, she's right, considering the mysterious origin of the 12 symbols, the martial arts they give must be really profound. There is no way I can fully master them in just a few days. I was too arrogant. Muyun then put her hand down from his chest and said, I can also sense the two martial arts are really profound. However, your foundation is weak. That's why you could only grasp their basics and not their essence. Fortunately, I found this out early. If you continue to train as you have been doing, your growth will only be further restricted. You may even cause harm to your body. Yi Chen, shocked, asked, what a serious coincidence, Miss Muyun, what can I do to salvage the situation? Muyun, smiling at him, said, well, then let's talk about the gift I am about to give you. It's not a physical gift, but a suggestion of great importance to you. I remember there is a manual for a skill called the Primordial Chaos Formula in the Yi clan's Dark Martial Pavilion. I think this skill is suited to your needs. If you work hard at it, you will be able to make up for the deficiency in your foundation. You are in a very unique situation. Most people do not get to make such rapid progress as you do. So this manual is still relatively unknown. If I had not taken a look at the result of your training, it's likely that nobody would have given you this suggestion. Listening to that, Yi Chen says, alright, I am going to the Dark Martial Pavilion right now, and starts running. But Muyun pulls him back and says, hang on, the manual is not going to run away. It's late now, so why don't you go tomorrow? Besides, Yao is still waiting for you. You cannot leave her alone like that. Also, in case anyone at the Dark Martial Pavilion tries to make things difficult for you, this is a note I wrote myself. Hand this over to the pavilion elder and tell him you have my permission to borrow the manual. She gives him the paper. Holding the paper, Yi Chen becomes embarrassed and says, thank you, Muyun. Oh yeah, I nearly forgot about Yao. Let's head to your place. As they walk towards Muyun's place, she says, why don't you two stay for dinner later? I bet they did not offer you any food at the Hall of Punishment. We rarely have guests over, and I have great faith in the skill of our chef. When they reach the house, Yao starts crying and says, are you alright, Chen? Did they bully you? Are you hurt anywhere? Yi Chen laughs and says, don't worry, Yao. Everything is fine now. It's all thanks to Miao Ying. Yao says, you two seem closer than before. At the dinner table, Yao was sitting relaxingly and said, wow, the food is so delicious. I am stuffed. Yi Chen said, you are not a shy eater, are you? Yao replied, Muyun and I are tight. I did not have to stand on ceremony. Yi Chen then said, oh yeah, Muyun, I have something to ask you. This is something I obtained by chance. Yi Cheb opened a scroll and showed it to Muyun. Muyun examined it and said, this is a formation diagram. How did you get your hands on that? She held the formation diagram. This is a level 2 formation diagram, and it's a rarely seen trap formation. It could be very valuable. It's a shame that it's so badly damaged. It's going to be difficult to repair. Yi Chen asked, really? Well then, do you know someone in Black Jade City who might know how to fix it? She raised her finger to stop Yi Chen and said, a level 2 formation master might just barely be able to fix it. After all, what you have is a high-level diagram. In all 7 cities in the region, including Black Jade City, there is probably only one person who can fix this. The person is extremely talented and unfortunately powerful, but she is only a few years older than you. Also, I heard that she's as beautiful as a fairy. Her beauty is said to be brighter than even the sun and moon. Yi Chen's eyes opened wide and he said, well, do you know where I can find her? Muyun drank a cup of tea and said, you sure are dense, huh? That person is obviously yours truly. Yi Chen was startled and shocked, stuttering, you. Muyun, sipping the tea relaxingly, said, I am the only level 2 formation master for hundreds of miles around here. Obviously, I am the only person who can fix this diagram. Well, do you believe me now? Yi Chen quickly bowed and said, in that case, I have troubled you to help me fix this formation diagram. Miao Ying got annoyed by his thanks and said, it's not going to be an easy task. A level 1 formation is made up of 20 different formation patterns, and a level 2 formation is made up of at least 100 different patterns. The interlocking patterns are very complex. There is a lot of information to sift through. Fixing a diagram is not easy. According to my calculations, it will take me at least 3 months to fix this formation diagram. I am also going to need plenty of energy stones and other materials. There is a lot of work involved. But repairing a level 2 diagram is also a challenge. Perhaps I can use this opportunity to break through to become a level 3 formation master. In that case, I will cover the repair fees for you first. I will be expecting you to pay me back, so don't you dare try to run away. Yi-chin showed a thumbs up and said, "Don't worry, I am not going to let you work for free." Muyun said, "By the way, since the clan tournament is coming soon, you had better prepare yourself thoroughly. It would be best if you could go into the cloud-surging mountain range and train yourself up. Only by combining your martial art techniques with real-life combat experience will you be able to keep progressing and get the chance to join the inner circle." Yi-chin said, "Thank you for your suggestion. I shall remember everything you have done for me so far." The next day at the Dark Martial Pavilion, Yi-chin arrived and looked up at the massive building. Thinking to himself, he mused, "I heard the Dark Martial Pavilion is a vital center for martial art development. It contains all the martial art manuals that have been passed down through the Yi clan for the past 100 years. These are made available for perusal to meritorious disciples. Now that I am here in person, I can really feel the ancient and solemn atmosphere of this place." Yi-chin entered the pavilion and walked through the huge shelves filled with manuals. As he searched for his manual, he said, "There are thousands of manuals just on this floor alone. I don't know if I can find what I want. 7-star praying mantis fist, snow diverging blade, streaming cloud swordplay, Yunchuan palm." He read all the titles of the manuals in the hope of finding his manual. Climbing a ladder to look at the upper part of the shelves, he searched all around. An elder, observing his search, approached Yi-chin and overheard him saying, "Why can't I find it?" The elder said, "Kiddo, you have been walking back and forth for a while now and yet you haven't picked a single manual. Did you come here just to fool around?" Yi-chin brushed the back of his head and said, "No, elder, you misunderstand. I am not here to fool around. I am looking for a skill called the Primordial Chaos Formula. Do you know where I can find the manual?" The elder laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, you won't find the Primordial Chaos Formula on the first floor. Not even if you search for decades. You may not know this, but the Dark Martial Pavilion is divided into upper, middle, and lower sections. The yellow-grade martial art manuals are kept on the first 3 floors, and all outer circle disciples may borrow them freely. The black-grade manuals are kept on the 4th to 6th floors, and only inner circle disciples may borrow them. As for the last 3 floors, they hold the manuals for the most formidable skills of the Yi clan. Each manual contains a skill that could move the heavens and shake the earth. The Primordial Chaos Formula you are looking for is actually a gift from the City Lord himself. It's highly treasured and is considered a symbol of honor for major clans. Do you really think such an important treasure would be placed in the lower section?" Yi-chin was shocked and said, "Wow, I did not expect the Primordial Chaos Formula to have such an important significance to our clan." He thought to himself, "No wonder Lu Muyun thought I might run into some trouble trying to borrow it. This skill does not have high requirements for practitioners, but it has its place among the top-ranking skills of Black Jade City." Yi-chin then said, "Pavilion Elder, could you tell me if I could use this note to borrow the manual?" He took out the note and handed it to the elder. The elder said, "It doesn't matter who wrote the note. This manual is our clan's treasure." He took the note from Yi-chen's hand, and when he saw it, his eyes widened. "What?" he thought. "Why does this note have the City Lord's personal seal on it?" In the note, it was written, "The outer circle disciple Yi-chen wishes to borrow the Primordial Chaos Formula. I hereby ask for the Pavilion Elder to be understanding. The seal of the City Lord of Black Jade City." The elder asked, "Kiddo, tell me, who gave you this note?" Yi-chin replied, "Oh, it was Lu Muyun." The elder turned around and started moving towards the upper floor, saying, "All right, you wait here for me. I will go get the manual for you." Yi-chin said, "Thank you, elder." When the elder returned, he was holding a box with the Primordial Chaos Formula manual inside. He said, "Here, take it." Yi-chin held the box and, looking at the manual, said, "Oh, so this is the Primordial Chaos Formula." The elder, brushing his beard, said, "This Primordial Chaos Formula is a high-tier black-grade martial art. Its profundity rivals even that of a king-grade martial art. Although it doesn't have high requirements for practitioners, it is very difficult to practice. Many talented inner circle disciples have tried their hands at it, and not one of them has succeeded. If you find it difficult, you should give up right away. I can open a back door for you and let you pick another manual. Yi-Chun brushed the back of his head and said, "Thank you, elder. I understand. I will work hard." The elder thought to himself, since this kid has earned Lu Muyun's approval, it must mean that he is also talented. But this primordial chaos formula has been kept here for over a decade. Although many have tried to master it, none have succeeded. According to legends, it's a simplified version of a king-grade martial art. Not only is it complex and hard to understand, but one also needs to fulfill a special condition before one can practice it. Many talents fail to make the cut because of this condition. Even the greatest talent of our time, Yi Tsangtian, failed to make the cut because of this special condition. I wonder if this kid can give me a pleasant surprise. 3 days later, Yi-Chun was practicing hard, climbing mountains. He thought, now I understand why the pavilion elder said this skill is very difficult to practice. Martial arts skills can usually be divided into 2 categories, internal and external. Only by practicing both types of skills can a martial artist bring out their full potential. But the primordial chaos formula is different. It trains both the internal and external at the same time. By calculating both the blood and the vital energies, the martial arts meridian and energy field are stimulated, achieving a profound balance between the internal and external. This skill places high requirements on the physical strength of the practitioner. A normal 4th-tier martial artist has a strength level of 3,000 caddies, but a strength level of 5,000 caddies is required to practice the primordial chaos formula. Fortunately, my recent training has helped me attain that level of strength. This skill must be tailor-made for me. Even if I searched through Black Jade City, I wouldn't find another person who meets this requirement. 5 more days later, practicing combat on top of the mountain, Yi-Chun thought, after training hard day and night, I have finally figured out the knack to master the primordial chaos formula. With the boost from my terrifying physique, I can say I have attained minor proficiency in this skill. The Bull Demon Mountain Shaking Formula is a top-tier body tempering skill. With its aid, my blood energy is already as abundant as that of a 6th-tier martial artist, and the Raging Bull symbol is processing vital energy every moment of the day, so my energy field is always at full capacity. With the aid of these 2 skills, my training is progressing rapidly. Also, after practicing the primordial chaos formula, I now have a deeper understanding of the Bull Demon Mountain Shaking Formula. I no longer solely depend on my muscles whenever I use my strength. Now, my vital energy also gives me a boost, and the result is that the power I unleash is more powerful and rounded. Another 7 days later, Yi-Chun was sitting in a cross-legged position, thinking, after another 7 days of training, I have finally reached the mid-stage of the 4th tier and attained complete mastery of the Raging Bull Fist. When I close my eyes, I can feel the abundance and strength of my blood and vital energies. I have never felt anything like this before, it's so real and fulfilling. The primordial chaos formula lives up to its name indeed. Not only has it corrected my deficiencies, but it has also greatly increased my cultivation level. This manual may have significantly changed my life. Miss Lu Muyun, how shall I repay you for this great favor? There are still 8 days left until the clan tournament. Judging by my current condition, should have no problem getting into the top 10. However, my chances of becoming the champion are very slim. While eating, Yi-Chun started thinking again. Yi Xiujia of the outer circle has a very strong foundation and is close to breaking through to the 6th tier. He is my greatest obstacle to becoming the champion. Besides practicing the primordial chaos formula, the only other thing I can do to become stronger in a short amount of time is to raise my blood boil technique to the 4th tier. It looks like I will have to attain complete mastery of the Bull Demon Mountain Shaking Formula or I will have little hope of becoming the champion. I guess I will be making a trip to the cloud-soaring mountain to train. Since I will be gone for many days, I will have to make arrangements for Yao and our home. Yi-Chun picked up the plates from the table and said to Yao, "Yao, I will be going to cloud-soaring mountain range tomorrow for my training. I don't think it's safe for you to be home alone, so why don't you?" Yao interrupted with a bright smile, Chen, you're finally going to cloud-soaring mountain range. That's great. I already promised Muyun that when you leave, I'll head to her place to stay. Yi Chen patted her head and said, I see, you little brat. So, both of you were waiting for me to leave. Yao giggled, and Yi Chen continued, all right, when you go over to her place, remember to bring enough clothes and the medicine for your cold disease. Don't cause her any trouble, you hear? Yao nodded, yeah, I know. Don't you worry about a thing. The next morning, Yi Chen left his house with a cloth backpack. As he crossed the market heading towards the soaring mountain range, a man noticed him and said, Number 3, that fellow brought some supplies in the city and then headed northwest after exiting the gates. Judging by the amount of supplies he brought, I guess he must be heading to cloud-soaring mountain range for some training before the start of the clan tournament. The man laughed and said, this must be a heaven-sent opportunity. If we kill him in the wilderness, nobody will know we did it. So, go tell number 1 that the fish is about to bite the bait. As Yi Chen was running towards the mountain, a wolf tried to grab him but Yi Chen ignored him and ran forward. Then, a huge pig with sharp teeth encountered him. Seeing it, Yi Chen thought, even a 4th-tier martial artist would have a hard time fighting against this beast. The book says this thing has a strength of 3,000 caddies. When it is charging, it can even break through a wall. Yi Chen moved towards the beast and stopped it through its horns. Grabbing its big teeth, Yi Chen said, now let me test my strength on you. Holding one of its teeth, he collected power in his punch and hit right above the nose of the huge pig. The pig flew back and fell far away. Looking at his fist, Yi Chen thought, good, after practicing the primordial chaos formula, I can increase my strength by about 7,000 caddies. If I unleash both my blood and vital energies at the same time and use the Raging Bull Fist, my power output can reach 6,000 caddies. After this real-time combat training, I am sure I will become more and more proficient at using this newfound strength. Yi Chen saw all the beasts around him with red eyes looking at him through the dark and dense forest. He said, they must have come after hearing all that noise. As all the beasts tried to capture Yi Chen, he leaped towards them and said, come on, let's continue. Yi Chen defeated all the beasts at last. The huge bull was also defeated and fell on the ground. Yi Chen, relieved, thought, finally, that thing is dead. Although I accumulated many injuries, my combat experience has also increased rapidly. Overall, it was a worthwhile deal for me. Someone clapped and said, normally, it takes 2 5th-tier martial artists to take down a camel mountain bull. I didn't think a 4th-tier kid like you would be able to wear it down to death. It's no wonder someone was willing to pay us 50,000 taels to kill you. Yi Chen turned towards him and asked, you're here for a fight? Who are you? A man sitting on the camel mountain bull body replied, my name is not important. You just have to know that I am here to take your life. Yi Chen was about to say something, but quickly 6 arrows came towards him. He jumped backward and dodged them. Another man appeared from behind and tried to hit Yi Chen with his sword, but Yi Chen jumped and dodged it. Yi Chen thought, no wonder the gray-robed guy is not doing anything. He has already arranged for a ranged and melee fighter to take me out. The fighter lunged at Yi Chen, and another arrow came towards him, but Yi Chen dodged it. The man on the camel mountain bull remarked, this is odd. Why haven't numbers 2 and 3 taken him out yet? They are both in the early stage of the 5th tier. Yi Chen thought, I haven't fully recovered from fighting those beasts. They'll exhaust me to death if I let this continue. One of the arrows grazed Yi Chen's arm. The fighter with his sword leaped towards Yi Chen, saying, number 3 has finally landed a shot. Now die. Yi Chen pulled the arrow from his hand and threw it at the fighter's face. The fighter closed his eyes and shouted, damn it. Yi Chen dodged his sword and said, take this. With a fist, he manipulated the Raging Bull technique and landed a punch on the fighter, who fell to the ground, vomiting blood. The archer, seeing this, exclaimed, what? He took number 2 out with one punch, and he fell as a 5th tier. He shouted, number 2, how? How is this possible? The man on the bull shouted, oh no. Number 3, you've exposed your position. Quick, run. Yi Chen, moving towards the number 2, thought, in that moment between life and death, I felt the power of my punch surpass that of the perfect form of the raging bull fist. But I'm about to run out of stamina. I have to take out the archer first before I fight their boss. The archer shot an arrows, yelling, "God damn. Go to hell. I'm going all out. Do you think you can beat my crossbow with punches and kicks?" Yichen climbed a tree to reach number 2, who was sitting above it. Number 2 was shocked to see him. Yichen shouted, "Die," and punched him in the abdomen. Number 2 hit the tree so hard that it cracked, and he got cemented on it. The boss, who had caught up with Yichen, standing on a tree branch, said, "You brat. You are surprisingly strong for a 4th tier. But it's over for you now. I'm not a weakling like those two." He took off his headgear and shouted, "The blood price for my subordinates' deaths will be paid for with your life." Chapter 36. The man unleashed his energy to strike Yichen, but the blast merely shattered tree trunks as Yichen blocked it by crisscrossing his hands. Yichen coughed and asked, "Who sent you to kill me? Was it Yi Qingru?" The man laughed, replying, "So what if it was her? And so what if it wasn't?" Gathering his vital energy into a spear, he added, "A dead man has no need for answers." He launched his energy at Yichen again, but Yichen dodged it. Holding the spear, the man said, "You're fast, I'll give you that." While running through the trees, Yichen thought, he actually forged his vital energy into a spear. He must be at least a 6th tier to have such fine control. There's no way I can beat him in a face-to-face fight. The man pointed his spear at Yichen and said, "Run all you want. I'd like to see how long you can last." Yichen, glancing back, saw the bolt of vital energy coming toward him and thought, "I have to fight my way out. There's no other way. I need to venture deeper into the mountain to find a chance to escape." Yichen left behind all the bolt of energy, but the man followed with incredible speed, laughing, "You can't escape me." As Yichen ran deeper into the mountains, he threw small stones, hitting wolves, snakes, and other beasts. They awoke, but Yichen moved forward while the beasts surrounded the man. The man scoffed, "What the? This is just a childish trick. You think you can stop me with just a few beasts?" He defeated the beasts with his vital energy, saying, "Dive deeper into the forest." Inside a cave, a beast's eyes opened, and it roared. Hearing the roar, the man said, "Oh no, it's the sound of the great beast." Clenching his teeth, he thought, "I ventured too deep into the mountain while chasing the kid." Yichen, hiding behind a tree, observed as the scorpion-tailed demon wolf emerged from the cave, howling. The man, hiding behind a stone, thought, "That's a scorpion-tailed demon wolf. I have to get out of here. That kid is not gonna survive anyway." The wolf began focusing, sensing the vital energies around. The man started running, thinking, "I have to hide my vital energy and go invisible. With my 6th tier movement speed, I can definitely get away." But the wolf could sense vital energy. The wolf leaped towards him, and within seconds, it faced the man. He shouted, "Whoa," and, frightened, fell to the ground, yelling, "No, don't come any closer." The man, standing in front of the beast, struck a bolt of vital energy with his spear towards the wolf, shouting, "Take this, you dumb beast." The energy struck the wolf, making its head jerk back, but it quickly recovered, its purple eyes glowing with rage. The man began to run, but the wolf shook its head, pursued him, and with a powerful leap, tackled him to the ground. Pinning him down with its giant paws, the wolf roared, baring its teeth, desperately. The man tried to fend off the wolf with his spear, but the beast's strength was overwhelming. The spear cracked with a sharp sound. Hearing this, Yichen, who was running, thought, the 6th tier killer was instantly targeted by the demon wolf because he couldn't conceal his abundant vital energy. "I have to get further away, or I will become its next target." Yichen realized the scorpion-tailed demon wolf was already a spirit beast, with highly sharpened senses and refined vital energy. The pressure and killing intent from its mere glance were immense. He thought, "I can hide myself among the rock pillars." Yichen reached a series of huge rock pillars and moved quickly towards them, but the beast was right behind him. The wolf leaped and landed on the ground, causing it to shake violently. Yichen stumbled, almost falling. He muttered, it's here, that sharp scorpion-like tail of the wolf." As the wolf sniffed around the rock pillars, Yichen fell to the ground. Suddenly, a roar echoed from within the pillars. Ichen thought, is there another beast in front of me? The scorpion-tailed demon wolf growled, and from inside the rock pillars, fire burst out, hitting the ground with tremendous force. Yi Chen's heart pounded as he realized he was trapped between the ferocious wolf and whatever new threat emerged from the pillars. He needed a plan, and fast, to survive this deadly encounter. The rock-covering fire came from inside the rock pillars, and the scorpion-tailed demon wolf swung its tail, clearing the rock away. From inside emerged the great demon beast, Scarlet Flame Giant Ape, holding a fire-covered stone, its entire body ablaze. Seeing this, Yi Chen startled and muttered, "Here comes another great demon beast." So that cannon was its attack. The ape leaped towards the scorpion wolf, holding the fireball in both hands. The wolf dodged the attack, and Yi Chen seized the moment to run, thinking, they are fighting each other. Thank goodness they are not coming after me. The ape covered the wolf's mouth, but the scorpion wolf countered by releasing poison from its tail. While running, Yi Chen noticed a dead rat and covered his mouth, thinking, oh no. This is poison from the scorpion-tailed demon wolf. I need to find a place to hide. Yi Chen rushed into a cave, thinking, I can hear the wind, feel the air movement. Fate is smiling upon me. This must be a passageway that leads somewhere. Walking deeper into the cave, Yi Chen held a stick with fire and observed, this passageway is so long. He finally reached the end of the passage, where rocks blocked his way. He tried to move the rocks and, when he succeeded, was shocked by what he saw. This is, he gasped. In front of him were floating islands. He exclaimed, to think the abode of someone who lived long ago is hidden in this place. Yi Chen moved toward the hidden place, the water splashing around. He shouted, is anybody home? Sir, my name is Yi Chen. I did not mean to intrude. I beg your forgiveness for doing so. Yi Chen closed his eyes and thought, a powerful master must have carved out this place to use as his training ground. These types of people tend to be unsociable. They do nothing but train all day. I could get killed if I offend such a person. As he walked further, Yi Chen reached a door. Seeing it, he opened the door and found everything falling apart inside. Vases were broken on the ground. He knelt down and began picking up the debris and items. There are cloth fragments and scratched bones. The owner of this abode must have been training when his energy went berserk and burned himself to death, he mused. Among the ashes, something shiny caught his eye. He carefully extracted it and realized it was a ring. Is this a storage ring? He wondered, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I heard a storage ring can open up a space and condense it inside itself. If I own one, I can save myself the trouble of having to carry all my valuables around. The Yi clan may be one of the 4 biggest clans in Black Jade City, but less than 10 people in the clan own a storage ring. This is a super valuable item. Yi Chen put the ring on his finger and began inputting his vital energy to activate it. Yellow energy emerged from the ring, forming a space around the room. He entered the space, exclaiming, wow, this space is so huge. It must be at least 30 cubic feet big and is bright as day even though there's no light source. It's wondrous. Looking around, he thought, but it's such a waste to keep only a few items in this huge space. What a waste of a storage ring. He moved toward a huge pot of jade-like stone and climbed a ladder to reach the top. Holding one of the white stones inside, he said, I hope my guess is correct. I'll try to activate it with my vital energy. As he activated the stone, a surge of energy flowed through his body. Wow, the vital energy is flowing through my medullary lines. I was right. This is an energy stone, he marveled. Seeing the numerous stones, he laughed, whoa, there must be 1,000 energy stones in this pot. With this many stones, I could get a few dozen million taels of silver if I sold them all. This is such a huge fortune that even the city lord would be jealous. Yi Chen thought, but energy stones are hard currency and the only accepted currency when it comes to purchasing treasures. There's no way I'm going to sell them all for silver. I've already broken through to the 4th tier. From here on, I can use energy stones to aid me in my training, and with the help of these treasures, my progress should become much faster. While on the ladder, he noticed another table with books on it. Yi-Chen said, "Since I managed to find such a priceless treasure trove over here, perhaps these books are also of equal value." He went to the table, picked up the books, and began to read. The Life and Death Energy Concealment Technique and 8 Wildernesses Heaven Confining Finger. He opens the book Life and Death and says while examining it, the book says the Life and Death Energy Concealing Technique is a low-tier blade grade martial skill. Once learned, a martial artist can use this skill to disguise his cultivation level. Minor proficiency allows me to appear 1 tier higher or lower. With greater proficiency, the range is up to 2 tiers, and complete mastery allows a range of up to 3 tiers. Closing the book, he said, "This Life and Death Energy Concealment Technique is an interesting skill indeed. With this, I can conceal my cultivation level and put up a false show of strength. If I use this in conjunction with a disguise technique, I will be able to utterly confuse my enemies." He then looked at the second manual, the 8 Wildernesses Heaven Confining Finger. This is a high-tier blade-grade martial arts skill. A martial artist has to reach the 7th tier before practicing this skill. If one does not meet the requirements and tries to practice it, the backlash will shatter all meridian lines, and not even the gods can save him. Yi-Chen sighed, "This skill seems powerful, but the requirement is too high. I can only leave it here for now. Apart from the stones and books, I can't see anything else. Alright, I will go out and continue exploring." Yi-Chen left the hidden space and re-entered the room. As he did, a piece of cloth flew toward him. Startled, he raised his hand to block it, moving backward and saying, "Who goes there? Take this." He pushed the cloth away and said, "What was that? It gave me quite a scare." Sitting on the ground and holding the cloth, Yi-Chen realized, "When I entered, my attention was focused only on the owner's remains. I did not notice this at all. I did not use my full strength earlier, but that was still 5,000 caddies of force. How could this piece of cloth remain completely undamaged?" Looking closely, he saw lines of silver and gold twinkling together. This is a really intricate vital energy circuit. This must be a high-tier spirit treasure, and the other pieces of cloth over there must be treasures as well. Holding the cloth, Yi-Chen felt something. "I can feel this cloth subtly absorbing the cold air in this room. Although this is not a rare attribute, I am sure it will help alleviate Yao's condition." Yi-Chen thought, "I did not think I'd be able to find 2 more spirit treasures after finding the storage ring. The owner of this abode must have been an extraordinary person." Spirit treasures are categorized strictly into different types, and defense-type treasures are the most valued. A strong defense-type treasure that's also so courageous-looking is especially valued. If I put it up for auction, many martial artists will go crazy over it. He smiled and said, "But I think I will give this cloth with strong defense to Muyun. That way, I can repay her for helping me fix the formation diagram." Yi-Chen dug the ground and placed the remains in the hole. With the help of a shovel, he covered the grave with soil. He placed a stone on the grave which read that his energy went berserk during training and caused death. Years later, the remains were found, and this grave was made to serve as a warning to future generations. Standing in front of the grave with a shovel, Yi-Chen said, "Well, I took your thing, so I owed you one. Now I will pay my debt by making a home for your remains. After burning yourself to death during training, being buried in your own abode is perhaps the best possible ending for you." Just then, Yi-Chen heard the rumble of a beast. He remarked, "It seems the 2 demon beasts outside are still fighting." He sat on the ground, lit a fire, and began cooking mushrooms. He thought, "Finally, I can take a break. I haven't had a meal in nearly a day. There's nothing to do but wait for them to tire themselves out." While sitting beside the river, a huge fish swimming. Suddenly, the fish leaped out, splashing water everywhere. As Yi-Chen watched, he tried to run away saying, "What is this thing? This fish is too huge. This place is not nice at all. It's just as dangerous as the outside." The fish lunged at him, biting a piece of his cloth and swinging him up to swallow him. Yi-Chen exclaimed, "Damn it! Don't you dare look down on me, you dumb fish." As the fish opened its wide mouth, Yi-Chen, using the speed of the raging bull, charged inside the fish's mouth and landed in its stomach. He punched the fish from the inside, shouting, take this, and this, and this. Finally, Yechen tore open the fish's stomach and emerged, killing the fish. He sighed in relief, it's finally dead. That was a very tenacious fish monster, nearly as strong as a camel mountain bull. Damn it, my food. Looking at the mushrooms, he decided to eat the fish meat instead. Yechen cooked the huge piece of fish meat on fire. Upon eating it he marveled at the taste. What's this? As soon as I take a bite, a sweet juice fills my mouth. When it slides down my throat into my stomach, I feel a warm sensation throughout my body. The fatigue in my body goes away, and I feel more energetic. It's as if I have an inexhaustible supply of strength. The meat of a normal beast doesn't have special properties. Only a spirit beast's meat can nourish the body in energy field. This fish monster isn't a spirit beast, so why does its meat have such miraculous properties? Could it be the river water? After his hearty meal, Yechen went to the river and dipped his hand in the water. Just as I thought, the river contains a mysterious energy that can temper and nourish the body. That's why the fish monster grew to be such a tenacious giant. This river is like a natural medicinal bath, inexhaustible. Yechen removed his clothes and jumped into the river, thinking, if I use this miraculous river to practice the blood boil technique, I'll surely break through to the 4th tier. There is no time to waste. I will start practicing now, Yechen declared as he floated on the river. Half a day later, he opened his eyes and thought, finally, my blood boil technique has reached the 4th tier. I have achieved complete mastery. Since the blood boil technique and the raging bull fist share the same lineage, I might as well continue. Yechen splashed the water and said, I'll stick around and make use of this miraculous river to practice my raging bull fist. One by one, Yechen killed all the huge fish in the river. After another half a day, Yechen clenched his fist, looking at his body and muscles, and said, the raging bull fist and the blood boil technique have fused into one. Finally, I have achieved complete mastery of the bull demon mountain shaking formula. I can feel that my body has grown stronger, and after being nourished by the river water for such a long time, I have also unknowingly broken through to the later stage of the 4th tier. Right now, I can exert a force of up to 6,500 kartais. This means I am even stronger than a 6th tier martial artist. He clenched his fist harder and continued, my body defense capability is excellent as well. Even the camel mountain bull, known for its hardness, is probably no match for me now. The fight between the ape and the wolf is still raging on. They clash fiercely, surrounded by the lower-level beasts that lay dead on the ground. Yechen, hiding behind a rock, watches them battle and thinks, it's been 3 days already, and the 2 demon beasts are still fighting. These lower-level beasts were drawn here by the blood and vital energy of the 2 demons, only to meet their end. If I try to escape now, I'll end up just like them. Although the true essence of these great beasts far surpasses vital energy, they are still flesh and blood. They can't keep fighting without rest. I just have to wait for them to stop. While waiting, Yechen continues to absorb the vital energy from the river and the energy stones. He sits down, surrounding himself with energy stones, and begins to unlock the horse symbol fully. When he opens his eyes, he notices the unbrightened horse symbol is now fully activated, releasing a surge of energy like a lightning strike. Yechen exclaims, that's great, as smoke rises from his body. Do I have to get struck by lightning every time I activate a symbol? He wonders aloud. He then notices 2 books in front of him. What's this? He asks, picking up the books. One is titled Celestial Horse Wave Riding Formula, and the other is Solar Energy Technique. Holding the manual, Yechen says, these are the martial art manuals that are given upon full activation of a symbol. He continues, the Celestial Horse Wave Riding Formula is divided into the Solar Energy Technique and the Wave Riding Footwork. The Solar Energy Technique focuses on internal cultivation and is divided into 4 tiers. This technique nourishes and expands the capacity of one's energy field. The Wave Riding Footwork is a movement skill that combines evasive maneuvers and speed running. Upon complete mastery, it will allow one to travel briefly through the air. How marvelous! The Bull Demon Mountain Shaking Formula focuses on body tempering, while the Blood Boil Technique cultivates the body internally and externally, even tempering one's internal organs. The Celestial Horse Wave Riding Formula focuses on the cultivation of vital energy, aligning with the 3 tiers of the energy cultivation stage. Yichen continues, the next symbol should correspond to the 7th to 9th tier of martial arts, the spirit tempering stage. This means I can only activate the next symbol after reaching the 7th tier. Standing up, Yichen closes his eyes and tries to focus all his energy between his hands, thinking, I'm going to try injecting vital energy into the 3rd symbol. Despite his efforts, it proves impossible. I got zilch, he shouts, exhausted. Yichen starts thinking, the 12 symbols are divided into groups of 3s, each group corresponding to one of the 4 major stages. After the way of martial arts is the way of truth, and after the way of truth is the way of sensitivity. But I have never heard of a realm beyond the way of sensitivity. Am I too arrogant? Perhaps I am not qualified to access such knowledge. The martial arts skills provided by the symbols are not graded, but they are supremely effective. Some ancient martial arts skills are so powerful that they are beyond grades. Could it be that the bull demon mountain shaking formula and the celestial horse wave riding formula are martial arts from ancient times? Shaking his head, Yichen says, forget it. It's pointless to speculate about ancient mysteries. My time is better spent practicing these newly acquired martial arts skills. They will be of great use to me in the clan tournament. Yichen practices the solar energy technique and the wave riding footwork, eventually managing to walk on water. 4 days later, he finally is able to collect the energy between his hands. I have mastered the 1st tier of the solar energy technique, he says, I can almost see my energy field expanding with my naked eyes. My vital energy has increased by an astonishing 3/10. My progress in wave riding footwork is also satisfactory. I have managed to achieve minor proficiency, allowing me to produce multiple images of myself and make it hard for anyone to see me. It's much better than the following cloud steps those assassins were using. As for the life and death energy concealment technique, I've only scratched the surface, but I'm confident that with a few more days of practice, I'll achieve minor proficiency. The results of these few days have far exceeded my expectations. This place has been surprisingly helpful to my training. The commotion in the valley quiets down, prompting Yichen to take a look. He is shocked to see the 2 demon beasts are still fighting, surrounded by thousands of lesser beasts. The situation has turned far worse, he thinks. These lesser beasts are waiting for the 2 demon beasts to die so they can consume their flesh and grow stronger. One lesser beast turns and howls, causing Yichen to quickly hide behind a rock. Oh no, the cave entrance is too close to the beasts. It will be hard to hide my scent from them. Damn it, he thinks, biting his teeth. From what I can see, the 2 demon beasts will likely die in a few days. However, there are only 2 days left before the clan tournament begins. If I can't make it home in time, I'll have to wait 2 years for the next one. Running through the passage, Yichen says, even if the 2 demon beasts aren't dead in 2 days, and even if I have to face those lesser beasts, I will leave this valley and make it back home in time for the clan tournament. Yichen resumes his practice, focusing on expanding the vital energy within his energy field and infusing it into his core. As power courses through his entire body, it stirs up the energy field. Yichen breaks through the core of power, feeling the energy strike him. Clenching his fists, he exclaims, I've become a 5th-tier martial artist. At my current level, I can easily defeat a regular 5th-tier martial artist with just my physical strength alone. He then tries to advance further. Taking a deep breath, Yichen builds the core of energy between his chest and aims to progress from the 5th tier to the 4th tier. Yichen was successful in his efforts. He then exclaimed, this is great. I have mastered the life and death energy concealment technique. I have successfully contracted the energy in my body. The disguise is perfect. He then absorbed the energy, thinking, okay, now I am gonna try doing it in reverse. With focused concentration, Yichen began to manipulate his energy, moving from the 4th tier to the 5th tier, and finally to the 6th tier. As he felt the energy surge within him, he thought, this is the 6th tier. One withers and one thrives. One advances and one retreats. What a marvelous skill. Yichen exits the cave and is stunned by the scene outside. What's this? There are so many beasts out there, thousands, at least 3 times more than before. The ape and the wolf are dead, and all the lower-level beasts are surrounding them, he says, perplexed. What should I do now? At the Yi clan's tournament square in Black Jade City, the crowd buzzes with excitement. Yao asks anxiously, Muyun, why isn't my brother here yet? The tournament is about to start. Muyun replies, perhaps he was delayed on his way from the training ground. Your brother is earnest, he must have been training until the last moment. Let's be patient and wait. Muyun thinks, what's going on with Yi Chen? I haven't heard from him since he went to train in the mountains. I told him to train in the outer region. Given his ability, he should be fine. A man approaches and bows, my lady, what can I do for you? Muyun instructs, take 10 men and search the outer region of the cloud-soaring mountain range for Yi Chen. If you don't find anything within 6 hours, report back to me immediately. Meanwhile, Yao starts crying, Yi Chen, please be safe, at the seating area for Inner Circle disciples. The third-ranked Inner Circle disciple Yi Yen while Sping Ti commented, it looks like your lover is waiting for someone. I heard she's close to an Outer Circle disciple named Yi Chen. Why haven't you done anything about it? Yi Tsangtian, the first-ranked Inner Circle disciple, slams his fist on the table, saying, Yi Yen, if you say another word, today will be your last day alive. Yi Yen suppressed the vital energy and laughs, don't be so serious, please calm down. I was just joking. Second-ranked Inner Circle disciple Yi Maoan thinks to himself, unfortunately, I still haven't managed to learn that move. If I had, I could have been the second-ranked disciple instead of Yi Tsangtian. Oh well, I'll just endure a little longer. In the arena, the elder from the Dark Pavilion announces, attention everyone, I am Yi Ding, the guardian elder of the Dark Martial Pavilion. I will now explain the rules of this tournament. He thinks, looking at the crowd, why isn't Yi Chen here? I was really looking forward to his performance. Qingru laughs, reflecting, Yi Chen hasn't shown up yet. It seems Shadow Slayer and the others have succeeded, but why haven't they come to me for their reward money? It's been so many days. Perhaps both sides ended up killing each other. If that's the case, I won't have to fork out the 50,000 pieces of silver. Things have been going my way lately. If I can maintain this streak of good luck, I might just become the tournament champion. At the soaring mountain range, the feast is in full swing as the lesser beasts devour the corpses of the two demon beasts. Yi Chen observes that the core of life essence from both beasts lies at the center of the horde. He contemplates whether to risk it or not, but the cores are high-quality items that he cannot afford to miss. Yi Chen decides to go for it. He leaps towards the cores and lands on top of the ape's body. With a surge of energy, he punches through the ape's corpse and retrieves the spirit core. Holding it, he marvels at the immense energy contained within. He then jumps to the wolf and collects its spirit core as well. Holding both cores in his hands, Yi Chen thinks, they are both mine now. Time to go. As he attempts to leave, one of the beasts notices him and tries to catch him. Yi Chen, seeing this, exclaims, looks like the beast has spotted me. You must have a death wish. He then uses his Raging Bullstorm technique to strike the beast. He quickly lands and starts moving away, thinking, with their speed, they won't be able to catch up. Their attention is focused on the feast. They won't pursue me aggressively. Yi Chen eventually reaches the valley and thinks, finally, I'm out of the valley. With the celestial horse wave riding formula, I can reach the Yi clan in half a day. As he runs through the forest, he suddenly encounters a pack of phantom foxes, which are known for their speed and are on par with 6th-tier martial artists. They are notoriously difficult to deal with and vindictive. Yi Chen realizes that if the phantom foxes target him, it would take days to shake them off. He knows that these foxes are cautious and typically avoid danger. He activates the life and death energy consignment technique, managing to disguise himself as a 6th-tier martial artist. With his energy and disguise, he can intimidate the foxes. The foxes retreat, avoiding a confrontation with Yi Chen. Relieved, Yi Chen hurries back. 2 hours later, he arrives at the west gate of the Yi Chen grounds in Black Jade City. As Yi Chen heads towards the arena, he overhears people discussing the Yi clan tournament. One person says, I heard the Yi clan tournament is about to end. Many talents were discovered this time, and the event was particularly action-packed. Another adds, yes, the elimination round is already over. They should be preparing for the top 10 ranking matches now. I didn't expect Yi Qingru to make it into the top 10. That was a surprise. Yi Chen thinks to himself, damn it, I might miss it. Just then, An Yi Ding announces to the crowd, everyone, after a day of intense competition, the elimination round is finally over. The winners atop the tournament arena are all outstanding disciples from our clan's outer circle. The next event will be the ranking match for the top 10 disciples. Now, let the top 10 ranking matches commence. Yi Chen shouted, hang on a moment. He was out of breath, thinking I made it. I just in the time for the next round. As Yi Chen approaches the arena, he hears people murmuring, Yi Chen, why did he arrive so late? He even interrupted the elder's speech. Clearly, he's no ordinary disciple. But now that the elimination round is over, there's no point in him being here. Yao sees Yi Chen and exclaims, you're finally here, Chen. Do you know how worried I was? Mu Yun adds, it's good to see you back. Yi Yan taunts Yi Tsangtian, look, your beloved has arrived. Yi Tsangtian clenches his teeth and thinks, that bastard, he actually made it. Could he have killed those useless fools? Yi Chen reaches the Yi Ding, bows, and kneels, apologizing, Elder, I apologize for my late arrival. May I still participate in the clan tournament? The elder, looking embarrassed, glances at the elder's seating area where Elder Su responds, the elimination round is over. You've lost your right to compete. Please return in 2 years. Rules are in place for a reason. If every outer circle disciple who missed the tournament came asking for another chance, it would lead to chaos. Elder Su privately thinks, Brett, you deserve this. Elder Su husband also say, I agree with Elder Su. The clan tournament is such an important event. If you could even forget about it, that means you care nothing for the Yi clan. Not only should we take away his right to compete, but I think we should also punish him as an example to others. Yi Chen clenches his teeth, but Yi Ding speaks up, everyone, listen to me. I know Yi Chen well, he wouldn't forget about the tournament. He's covered in injuries, which means he must have faced danger. Why not give him a chance? He think in his head, my standing among the elders is low, but Lu Muyun has recognized his abilities. He's not an ordinary person. One day, he will surely astonish us all. A talent like Yi Chen shouldn't be left in the outer circle. He reminds me of my younger self, and I feel compelled to fight for his right to compete. Qingru raises her hand and objects, Yi Chen's injuries are his own concern and have nothing to do with the clan. From what I know, he's treacherous and cunning. He might have inflicted those injuries himself to gain sympathy. Don't be deceived. Lu Muyun counters, do you have evidence for your claim? I am friends with Yi Chen and can attest to his righteousness. While his late arrival was indeed a mistake, isn't the purpose of the tournament to find talent? Refusing him a chance might lead to regret. The crowd murmurs in surprise, with some questioning Lu Muyun's intentions and others recognizing her as the Ice Queen Lu Muyun. Tsangtian sneers, what talent could come from the outer circle? Muyun, I understand you're looking for talent, but this is a clan matter. Don't meddle or be swayed by anyone. The crowd acknowledges Tsangtian's authority, and Yi Chen shouts, Tsangtian, why defame me? We've never met before. Why are you so hostile? Tsangtian points his finger at Yi Chen and says, know your place, brat. How dare you ask to compete when you arrived late? Step down from the arena. A late-stage 4th-tier martial artist like you is nothing compared to the others. Yi Chen clenches his teeth, wondering why Kangtan is so hostile despite their lack of personal history. He thinks this life and death energy consignment technique is extraordinary. Even he can't detect my true levels. Elder Yi Fei steps onto the arena and addresses the crowd, please remain calm. I believe Yi Chen is a child with great potential. Not only did he display exceptional talent during my previous lecture, but he also showed diligence and humility. When his sister was ill, he delayed his training to search for medical herbs, which is a rare quality. I hope the family will help give him a chance. Tsangtian clenches his fist in anger, thinking, why is Elder Yi Fei speaking up for that nobody? The head of the Yi clan, Yi Byuku, says, since Elder Yi Fei has spoken, I will give Yi Chen a chance to compete. We will restart the elimination round. Kangtan, anxious, responds, family head, this matter should not be taken lightly. Restarting the elimination round will require significant manpower and resources. Mishandling this could lead to criticism from outsiders and make us a laughingstock among other families. Elder Yi Fei dismisses the concern. How troublesome can it be to restart the elimination round? Although there are thousands of outer circle disciples, those reaching the 4th tier are in the minority. Let's adjust the rules to allow all competitors, except the top 10, to challenge Yi Chen. If Yi Chen loses, the top 10 remain and we continue the ranking matches. If he wins, he will get a chance to challenge the top 10. Should he win, he joins the top 10, if he loses, he leaves immediately. To encourage participation, any outer circle disciple who defeats Yi Chen will receive a mid-grade pill. Yi Chen bows and says, "Thank you, Elder, for recognizing my worth. It was my fault for arriving late, and the clan has shown me great kindness by giving me another chance. I accept these rules without complaint." Elder Buka laughs, "Good. He is a straightforward kid. Not bad at all. Your injuries are severe, so I will allow you an hour to rest. The elimination round will begin in an hour." Yi Chen replies, "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir." Zhangtian watches Yi Chen, thinking, one person against thousands of outer circle disciples. The first elder certainly has a high opinion of Yi Chen. Lu Muyun opened a bottle and placed a pill in her hand, saying, "Come, Yi Chen, have some of these." She handed the pills to Yi Chen, explaining, "These are vitality pills. They can restore your vital energy. The restorative effect isn't extraordinary, but it should be sufficient for a 4th-tier martial artist like you. These pills are among the few allowed by tournament rules." Yi Chen gratefully accepted the pills. "Thanks, Muyun." As he took them, he asked, "By the way, do you know why Yi Kangtan is so hostile towards me?" Muyun replied, "Oh, him. He wanted to climb the social ladder and propose to me 3 times, but I rejected him every time. He must have gotten jealous when he saw an outer circle disciple like you getting closer to me." Yi Chen laughed nervously and said, "So that's why." Muyun came closer and placed her hand on his shoulder, saying, "Even so, he is a very talented martial artist. You'd better be careful from now on." Yi Chen replied, "I will, thanks." Seeing Yi Chen, Muyun, and Yao talking to each other, Zhangtian became angry and said, "Damn it! Damn it! What has that poor bastard done to deserve her regards?" He then called out, "Yi Dou." His servant replied, "Here." Zhangtian said, "Pass on my message. Anyone who can beat Yi Chen shall receive 2 black martial art manuals, and I will also personally guide them through the whole course. I won't go back on my words." Yi Dou responded, "Yes, sir." An hour later, one of the guards rang the bell. The elder Yi Ding came to the arena and announced, "Time's up. The battle royale will start now. It will last for a total of 6 hours. As long as Yi Chen remains unbeaten or if there are no more challengers when the 6 hours are up, he will have the opportunity to challenge the top 10 rankers. The moment Yi Chen loses, he will have to leave the arena, and his challenger will receive the reward." 5 minutes later, Yi Chen stood in the arena, thinking, "These covetous crowds are all just waiting for me to become exhausted before making their moves." Crowd start mumbling, 6 hours is a long time, certainly long enough to wear him down. Even if he could last that long, he do be ultimately exhausted then. Certainly, it'd be impossible for him to challenge the top 10 rankers. That fellow has completely angered Kangtan. Just the 2 play-grade martial art manuals are enough to drive everyone crazy. They will not stop challenging him. One of the men wearing the armor came into the arena, tapped on the floor, and said, "I, Yi Zhen, have come to challenge you. You despicable person, I shall ultra-defeat you today so that Ms. Muyun can see how weak you really are." Yi Chen closed his eyes and thought, "This moron." The clan rules only prohibited the wearing of spirit treasures and said nothing about the use of armor. But this was really too much. Yi Zhen leaped towards Yi Chen, saying, "Take this." He pushed his fist towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen dodged it effortlessly. He tried to punch him back to back, but every time Yi Chen dodged his attacks. Yi Chen started gathering his energy, sinking it into his energy field. Yi Chen roared and screamed. When Yi Zhen touched Yi Chen, he also screamed with a surge of energy and fell down. The crowd, seeing that, said, "Who is this person? He is really weak for someone who talked so big before. It looks like Yi Chen is somewhat capable." The referee announced, "The winner is Yi Chen." Elder Buka remarked, "There's something odd about Yi Chen's blood energy. But if it's just that, it's still not enough for him to surpass all the outer circle disciples. After all, apart from the top 10 rankers, there is still Yi Zhen. He is a troublesome opponent." Elder Yi Fei responded, "What you said is correct, but I still believe in Yi Chen." One of the persons in the arena said, "You are indeed skilled, kiddo. I, Yi Wen, am here to exchange pointers with you." Everyone from the crowd shouted, "Yi Wen, hurry. Yi Wen is up. Yi Wen, you can do it." Yi Wen went into the arena. He launches his fist towards Yi Chen, but Yi Chen caught his fist and threw him far away. The referee shouted, "The winner is Yi Chen." Opponents started coming one by one, and Yi Chen effortlessly hit someone in the face, and another in the back. Everyone started falling to the ground. The crowd was shocked. 9 wins, 10 wins, 11 wins, 12 wins. How is this possible? He beat everyone with just one move. And that Yi Ruhua was an early-stage 4th-tier martial artist, but even he was kicked off the arena with a single kick. Could it be that this Yi Chen has been practicing some perverse and evil skill? If this continues, then it may well be that only those among the top 10 rankers can put up a fight against him.
The murmurs in the crowd started to grow louder. Some were whispering that if Yi Chen had actually been exerting himself during those 8 rounds, it would be nearly unbelievable. That would mean he was using finger strength, and proving just how useful the tag team round really was. But others argued that he hadn't moved at all, hadn't exerted anything. At this pace, his injuries would likely heal completely before anyone even managed to touch him. Still, a few skeptical voices remained. They insisted that no matter what shady or dark technique Yi Chen was using, his yuan energy couldn't be endless. Eventually, his sea of yuan would run dry. When that moment came, they'd strike. Far away at the Intersect Observatory, a girl named Yi Shuichin, ranked 5th in the Intersect, stood watching the battles unfold with interest. Her eyes followed Yi Chen's every move, and she spoke softly to herself, impressed by what she saw. She admitted she hadn't expected such a strong spirit, energy, and strength from him. It made sense now why he dared to take on all the Outer Circle disciples. He had clearly come prepared. Judging by his performance, she estimated that his physical strength had likely reached around 5,000 pounds. Seated just behind her in a chair was Sun Tian. His face twisted with frustration as he let out a sharp breath. He snapped back with anger in his voice, saying it didn't matter. He reminded her that even Yi Tiexin, who wasn't in the top 10, had a spirit energy level of 5,000 pounds. On top of that, Yi Tiexin practiced multiple powerful techniques. From what he could see in Yi Chen's current performance, he believed Yi Chen didn't stand a chance against him. From the crowd below, a burly man with a wild chest burst forward, aggressively shoving people aside as he shouted for them to move. His voice boomed through the arena as he pointed at Yi Chen and called out, questioning how someone at the early stage of the 4th tier could have left so many fighters in such a miserable state. He introduced himself as Yi Leguan and said he was truly intrigued. He declared that he would test Yi Chen for himself. Standing confidently in front of Yi Chen, Yi Leguan admitted that Yi Chen was impressive, but said it was only because his spirit energy and strength were slightly above average. He warned that now that he was facing a true opponent, Yi Chen's winning streak was about to end. Yi Chen calmly observed the man in front of him and thought to himself that the phase concealing technique had proven to be incredibly useful. So many of them had fallen for his trap simply because they underestimated him based on his lowered level. Meanwhile, Lu Muyan stood with Yao, both watching the new challenger enter the field. As soon as she recognized the incoming fighter, her expression changed and she muttered that they were in trouble. She explained that while Yi Leguang's spirit energy was average, he had trained in a powerful body technique. Not only that, he was remarkably fast and specialized in targeting opponents' weak spots. Before the tournament had even started, he was considered a strong contender for the top 10. Yao looked at her with concern and asked if that meant he was really that good, and whether Chen stood a real chance of winning. Muyan smiled softly and told Zhao not to worry. She pointed out Yi Chen's calm demeanor and said it was clear he was still holding back some of his strength. Deep down, she believed that Yi Chen had improved far more than he was letting on. From the crowd, someone suddenly shouted, pointing excitedly toward the arena. They exclaimed that Yi Leguang was making his move. The crowd gasped as they realized they couldn't even follow his movements. He was already sprinting toward Yi Chen, darting in all directions like a phantom. Leguang was incredibly fast, circling Yi Chen at blinding speed, trying to disorient him. In a flash, he landed a punch straight to Yi Chen's face, but Yi Chen bent backward just in time to avoid the full impact. Leguang quickly followed with a sweeping leg attack, but again, Yi Chen dodged cleanly. The strikes kept coming. Leguang moved his hands in rapid succession, trying to land blow after blow, but Yi Chen slipped away from each one with razor-sharp precision. He didn't flinch, didn't fumble. His every movement was smooth and controlled. Eventually, all the exertion began to take a toll on Leguang. He was panting heavily, his body drenched in sweat, fatigue beginning to show on his face. Still, he pushed forward, hoping for one clean hit. Inside his mind, Leguang was reeling. He couldn't believe it. Yi Chen had dodged every single one of his full-powered attacks. His flash step technique was already at the second phase, a level so advanced that even most late-stage fourth-tier martial artists couldn't avoid it. And yet Yi Chen had evaded it all. Yi Chen smirked and teased him, asking if he really wanted to compete with him in terms of speed. Leguang snapped back that he'd show him what true speed, power, and technique looked like. But despite his words, it was clear, Yi Chen's speed was on an entirely different level. As Yi Chen stood calmly, in the blink of an eye, he completely vanished from sight. Leguang's eyes shot wide open as he yelled in disbelief, wondering what technique Yi Chen had just used. He frantically turned his head left and right, trying to catch even a glimpse, but Yi Chen was nowhere to be found. Then suddenly, Leguang's senses flared. He felt a presence behind him. Yi Chen was right there, almost touching the air around him. In that moment, Yi Chen let out a sharp shout directly into Leguang's ear, using a sonic technique. The sound burst hit like a wave, disorienting his energy flow, and Leguang instantly collapsed, fainting on the ground. The referee rushed over and loudly announced that Yi Leguang had fainted, declaring Yi Chen the winner once again. The crowd erupted into gasps and murmurs. Many clenched their teeth, unable to process what they had just witnessed. Everything was happening too fast, too shockingly. Elder Byaku watched from above, the corners of his lips curling into a smirk. He wasn't surprised. He remarked that beyond Yi Chen's spirit energy and strength, his speed was astonishing. Not only that, but his body technique was completely erratic and light. It clearly wasn't from their clan's techniques. Curious, he turned to Elder Yifei and asked if he recognized it. Elder Yifei chuckled, visibly impressed. He acknowledged the clan leader's sharp insight and admitted that he didn't believe it was a problem. He said it wasn't unusual for people to gain lucky opportunities, and as long as Yi Chen remained loyal to the clan, it didn't matter. But even he couldn't identify the exact technique. What he did sense, though, was a blend of mixed yuan technique in that final sonic attack. Elder Yuding approached Elder Yifei and confirmed his thoughts, saying that it was indeed the mixed yuan technique that Yi Chen was practicing. But not everyone was so composed. From his seat, Sengtian burst out furiously, pointing at the arena and shouting that it was outrageous for a mere outer disciple to be practicing a technique from the Grand Legacy Hall's upper section. He claimed it was a direct violation of clan rules. Before anyone else could respond, Lu Muyun's voice rang out loud and sharp from below. She snapped at Sengtian to stop screaming his lungs out and declared that she was the one who had given Yi Chen access to the mixed yuan technique. She reminded everyone that it was a gift to the Yi family from the city master himself, and that she represented the city master's authority in this matter. What she chose to do was not Sengtian's concern. She gave him a firm look and added with a roll of her eyes that they were not close, and from now on, he should address her by her full name, lest others get the wrong idea. Her words struck Sengtian like a heavy blow, and he fell into a stunned silence. Elder Byaku couldn't help but laugh, clearly enjoying the scene. He clapped and announced that it did appear Yi Chen was indeed practicing the mixed yuan technique, and based on his performance, he had likely already reached its initial phase. He continued, saying that the manual had sat untouched in the Grand Legacy Hall's upper section for over a decade without a single person comprehending it until now. At last, it had found someone worthy. With a wide grin, he wondered aloud who among them would still dare to challenge Yi Chen now. Just then, a bold voice rose from the crowd. "My turn!" All heads turned as Yi Tianxin stepped forward. As Yi Chen and Yi Taixin stood face to face in the arena, the crowd began to buzz with excitement and speculation. Whispers rippled through the audience. 4 hours had passed, and finally, Yi Taixin was stepping in. He was known to be at the mid-level of Stage 5, his spirit energy formidable and his techniques sharp. Many believed that if he hadn't been matched against the likes of Yi Xiujia and Yi Qingru, he could have easily secured a spot within the top 5, perhaps even 4th place. Yi Taixin looked at Yi Qin and declared that since his cultivation and age were both superior, and considering Yi Qin had already lasted 4 hours in combat, he would refrain from using his main weapon and rely solely on his fists. Yi Qin simply replied with a calm confidence, telling him to go all out from the start and treat it as a fair fight. The crowd gasped at Yi Qin's boldness. Murmurs of disbelief and irritation echoed from every corner. How dare he be so arrogant? He won't be smug for long. What a blowhard. Does he actually think he can take on Yi Taixin? The air was thick with tension as everyone awaited the clash between these two powerhouses. Above the arena, Yi Qingru observed the fight with sharp eyes from the participants' rest area. Beside her stood Yi Xiujia, who murmured with a touch of tension, Yi Taixin is a force to be reckoned with. Yi Chen underestimated him. Down below, the match had already begun. Yi Taixin closed his eyes and calmly said, "Hopefully, you'll have the ability to justify your confidence." Without waiting, he unsheathed his sword and charged forward, eyes still closed. His movements were rapid and precise, slashing at Yi Chen from every angle like a whirlwind. Yi Chen barely managed to dodge, stepping aside just in time. Despite having his eyes closed, Taixin's strikes were relentless, and almost invisible to the onlookers. Yi Chen gritted his teeth, thinking he's so fast, like a tornado. Trying to counter, Yi Chen aimed a kick at Taixin's leg, but Taixin leaped into the air and shouted, sword raised. From above, he descended like a hawk. Yi Chen blocked the strike with his bare hand just in time, the force sliding him backward. As the dust settled, the two stood apart once more, their gazes locked. From the stands, Yi Xiuqin's eyes widened in surprise as she whispered, Yi Chen's body technique is incredible. He's actually holding his own against Yi Taixin's advanced Huang rank wind body technique. Yi Taixin's expression darkened as he said, "All right, I have truly underestimated you, Yi Chen. I blocked all of your escape routes with my sword, and yet you shattered through with your bare fist. It seems your spirit, energy, and strength far surpass what one would expect from someone at stage 4. You're definitely talented." Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and responded, "You flattered me, now it's time for my retaliation." Without wasting a breath, Yi Chen charged forward. He had another plan, another technique in mind. With precise timing, he weaved through Taixin's wind slashes and drove a powerful punch directly into Taixin's sword. The impact was so heavy that Taixin's sword flew from his hand, spinning through the air before it hit the ground, and the shock left his hand trembling. He clenched his teeth in frustration, realizing he actually wounded my hand. Up in the viewing area, Yi Yo nearly shot up from his seat, eyes wide as he exclaimed, "How could Yi Chen be this strong? That punch, that has to be at least 5,000 pounds of force." But Yi Taixin was far from done. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he declared, "You should know I'm no slouch when it comes to fists either." With that, he summoned the force of his tiger roaring punch, a technique that roared like a beast through the air as he lunged at Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't back down. He met Taixin's move with his bull fist technique, and as Taixin's punch came crashing toward him, Yi Chen sidestepped, shouted oxen uppercut, and struck with a sharp upward blow. Their fists collided midair, unleashing a thunderous burst of power. But when the dust settled, the crowd gasped. Yi Chen had managed not only to endure the full strength of the impact but was now gripping Taixin's fist tightly in his hand, unmoving. Yi Taixin's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, "What?" But before he could react, Yi Chen slid his foot into a firmer stance and, using his free hand, twisted and pinned Yi Taixin hard onto the ground. With calm composure, Yi Chen leaned slightly and said, "Pardon me?" Taixin lay there stunned for a moment before letting out a deep breath. "I lost," he admitted. "You've truly impressed me." He pushed himself up to his feet, wiping the dust from his clothes, then added with a firm smile, "But next time, I'll definitely defeat you. I'll be waiting for your challenge." As Taixin walked off the arena, Yi Chen stood still, watching him with quiet respect. In his thoughts, he said, as a stage 5 warrior, Yi Taixin's mastery of techniques and his solid cultivation make him a formidable force. With such character and strength, he's bound to achieve great things. Then Yi Chen turned back to the crowd and shouted, "So, does anyone else still want to challenge me?" The murmurs, once loud and confident, fell into an eerie silence. No one dared say a word. Just then, Elder Yiding stepped forward with a serious tone and declared, "All right. Since no one is stepping up, I hereby announce that Yi Chen has earned the right to challenge the top 10. Yi Chen, go ahead and pick your opponent." Yi Chen nodded and without hesitation pointed his finger forward straight at the calm and composed figure above. His voice rang loud and clear. "Frankly, I have long decided on the one I'm challenging. The current number 2 of the outer sect, Yi Qingru." Yi Qingru gave a knowing smile and said, "I knew you'd pick me." As she raised her hand, swirling crystal fragments began to form in the air around her, shimmering with a chilling glow. She stepped forward, but rather than touching the ground, she walked atop blooming golden ice lotuses forming beneath her with each graceful step. Her technique was elegant yet intimidating, leaving the ground sparkling in frosted patterns. She said calmly, "You may have stood a chance against others, but now that you've chosen me, this will be the regret you carry for life." The crowd gasped in awe. Someone shouted, "Look at that! What kind of technique is this?" Miss Yi Qingru transformed her yuan energy into crystal ice. Drawing her sword with deliberate poise, she pointed it straight at Yi Chen and said, "This is your death wish." But Yi Chen remained composed, meeting her icy glare with a confident smirk. "I don't think so." Up in the Elder's observatory, Elder Su, the mother of Yi Qingru, watched with interest. My. Had I known Yi Chen was stronger than he appeared, I might have kept Qingru in check. With her beauty, she could have had him wrapped around her little finger. Sitting beside her, Yi Jinfeng, Qingrou's father, gave a short grunt. Stronger than he looked, sure, but he's going to be crumpled after this fight. Elder Su raised a brow. "What do you mean?" "Qingru may have improved tremendously lately, but this won't be a walk in the park." Yi Jinfeng paused before responding. "Just rest assured. Our daughter still has a trump card." The referee raised his voice, announcing the start of the match. Yi Chen and Yi Qingru dashed toward each other at full speed. Yi Chen launched the first punch, aiming directly at her, but she gracefully stepped back and deflected the blow with her sword. Unfazed, Yi Chen followed up with a series of fast punches, each more aggressive than the last. Qingru remained composed, blocking every strike with precise movements, her eyes steady and cold. She thought to herself, "Don't think that just because you've made some rapid progress, you deserve to stand on equal footing with me. I've carefully studied every one of your previous matches. Sure, your performance exceeded that of a typical stage 4 cultivator, but you're still beneath me. I've figured out your abilities and your habits. Defeating you will be easy." With a confident flick of her wrist, she raised her sword and channeled her ice technique. "Take this," she shouted, releasing a surge of icy energy that froze Yi Chen's shoulder instantly. His body tensed, and he gritted his teeth, enduring the cold that gnawed into his arm. But Qingru didn't stop there. She followed up with a clean slash, her sword slicing through the shoulder pad of Yi Chen's robe, leaving a sharp trace. Yi Chen gritted his teeth as he stood surrounded by the frozen barrier. He thought, "What sort of technique is this? How bizarre!" Without wasting a second, he turned and dashed in the opposite direction, trying to reposition himself. Behind him, Yi Qingru sneered, thinking he was trying to flee. She pointed her sword toward the sky as it absorbed the swirling yin energy around her, and she shouted with power in her voice, "Chill Soul Blade." With a single slash to the ground, her blade unleashed 3 streaks of ice that darted forward like hunting serpents, racing across the arena floor. In mere moments, they surrounded Yi Chen and converged into a towering frozen peak that locked him in from all sides. He shouted in disbelief, "What the hell is this?" The ice encased him completely, trapping him in a prison of frigid force. In the Elder's observatory, one elder leaned forward, impressed, saying, "Chill Soul Blade, such a rare low-level Xian rank sword technique. It's not just difficult to learn, it's nearly impossible to master without years of yin control. Yi Qingru has truly surpassed expectations. What a remarkable young lady." Another elder nodded slowly, commenting, "Yi Chen is certainly talented, but he got too comfortable too early. It seems this is the end of the road for him. What a shame." But just as those words settled, a loud crackling echoed across the arena. Everyone looked up. Within the glimmering ice peak, fractures began to form. Then, with a thunderous sound, the frozen prison shattered into thousands of glittering shards. Ice flew in all directions. Standing at the center was Yi Chen, his breath heavy but his posture proud, shouting back with fiery defiance, "Who says so? Yichigru clenched her teeth in disbelief, shouting, "That's impossible!" Her eyes widened as she tried to make sense of what just happened. That technique should have sealed the match, should have sealed him. But there Yichin stood, surrounded by shattered ice and an aura pulsing with power. Up in the Elder's observatory, Elder Yifei leaned forward, his eyes shining with admiration. He smirked, then exclaimed, "Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! Mild as a cloud yet stormy as a thunderbolt, explosive despite his stability. What a shocker! This Yichin is truly something else." He shook his head and continued, "I noticed his potential during the last training session, but I merely admitted him without much thought. And now, just 3 weeks later, he's mastered the mixed yuan technique to this degree?" He chuckled, a rare sound from the usually composed elder. "Even a grand elder like me is genuinely floored. With this kind of spirit, energy, strength and mastery over such brilliant techniques, and with that down-to-earth attitude, I have no doubt this kid will carve out a name for himself that echoes far beyond this clan." Yi Qingru was furious. Yichin thought the Xian-ranked Chill Soul Blade was indeed aggressive. The more it was used, the colder it became. Like a blizzard, its power and speed couldn't be underestimated. She kept striking him, and he kept dodging. He thought, even with all that, it still can't overcome my speed step. She shouted in frustration, "What is that strange technique? You're too fast." Then she yelled, "Freeze him!" and extended her sword, trying once again to trap him in rising ice peaks. But Yichin leapt above them, thinking, "My understanding of the speed step has deepened. I'm getting even better at using it." Turns out, she's a great spontaneous sparring partner. An hour passed as they fought fiercely, exchanging blows and dodging nonstop. Yichingru gritted her teeth, thinking, "Why can't I land a single hit? Is this for real?" Despite all her efforts, he continued to dodge every strike. Lifting her hand, she rose into the air and unleashed the Chill Soul Frost technique. Ice swirled around her blade as she pointed it toward Yichin, launching a sharp barrage of icy energy. Yichin focused, sensing that her power had grown even stronger. He tightened his fist and aimed it directly at her sword. He thought, "I can still handle this." The pointed ice peak collided with Yichin's fist, causing a massive explosion. As a result, her sword was knocked out of her hand, leaving her in a vulnerable position. She was stunned, thinking he blocked it. Chill Soul Frost is the technique I used to defeat every elite in this competition. It's what secured my position as second in the outer sect. Even someone as strong as Yi Tiexing fell to this. But Yi Chen, he blocked my strongest technique, effortlessly at that. Am I really about to lose to him? Yi Chen emerged from nowhere, gained Elder Yifei's recognition, won Lu Muyan's support, saw through that conspiracy, survived a contract hit, made it to this competition, and has continued to shock everyone. How? How does he always rise to the top? Ever since his duel with Yi Yuhu, everything has changed for me. No, I'm not losing like this. I still have a trump card. She covered her mouth with her hand and bit down on a pill, the burst forth yuan energy pill. Instantly, her body surged with immense power. She let out a fierce roar, and the ground around her began to quake as giant ice peaks erupted outward. Yichin clenched his teeth and raised his arm to shield his face, thinking her yuan energy has suddenly become overwhelming. She screamed, "Get ready to die," and summoned countless ice peaks from every direction. Her sword transformed into a massive, pointed shard of ice as she activated her frigid force technique. The entire arena was engulfed in towering ice, making it impossible to see anything. The crowd murmured, "So cold, this is Ms. Ye's real strength, how impressive." Yichin said, "Yi Qingru, do you still not see the difference in our abilities? Stop being foolish." He was now enveloped in a red blaze-like energy. She gritted her teeth and screamed, "Just die." Yichin took his stance, his yun energy surging. As he inhaled, Lu Mayun observed, "That seemingly casual punch carries a near world-shattering aura. It's as if the world itself has acknowledged him." Yichin gathered all the surrounding yuan energy into his fist. When he launched the punch and struck her incoming ice spheres, a tremendous explosion erupted. He struck the incoming ice spears with an immensely powerful punch, shattering them instantly. The force of the impact surged forward, reaching Yi Qingru and causing her sword to break apart like fragile ice. She screamed, stunned, asking what just happened as pain surged through her body and her bones began to fracture. Yichin then delivered his final move, a decisive kick that sent her crashing to the ground. The entire arena fell silent in shock. All eyes were fixed on the lone figure standing tall, Yi Chen. Kan Tian clenched his teeth. Muyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Elder Fei stepped forward from the gallery, his voice filled with excitement as he declared, "Great Yi Chen! By defeating Yi Qingru, the challenge is a success. According to the rules, he shall now claim Yi Qingru's rank as number 2 in the outer sect and earn the right to proceed to the ranked match." Yi Chen thought to himself, "I only used 5,500 pounds of force with that punch, equivalent to the strength of a stage 6 cultivator. But why do I faintly sense her Sea of Yuan shattering? It shouldn't be this fragile, especially since she's at mid-level stage 5. Something isn't right." Yi Qingru lay on the ground, bruised all over. Her parents rushed toward her in panic, shouting, "Qingru! Physician! Call the physician!" With tears in her eyes, she whispered, "Mother, father, I can't sense my Yuan energy anymore, my Sea of Yuan, it's gone." But her mother, Elder Su, shouted, "Yi Chen! It was just a sparring match, and yet you went so far as to shatter my daughter's Sea of Yuan. Just like that, you're nothing but ruthless and cruel. Are you even still a disciple of the Yi family?" From above, Tsungtian also shouted, "That's right, Elder. Yi Chen's techniques are undoubtedly not from our family. I suspect he is conspiring with the other clans to destroy us. Clan leader, you should imprison him and conduct a proper interrogation." Yi Chen, anger flashing in his eyes, retorted, "Shut up. Keep your mouth shut, Yi Tsungtian. Don't think you can falsely accuse me just because you come from the inner sect. Without the Yi family's protection, you're nothing but a piece of trash." Tsungtian's face reddened with fury. "How dare you!" But Elder Ji Feng, Qingru's father, could no longer control his rage. He shouted, "Enough! There's no point in your explanations, Yi Chen. Qingru will never be able to practice martial arts again. With her Sea of Yuan shattered, she has become an ordinary person. Not only have you injured her, but you've crushed her bones and destroyed her Sea of Yuan. I swear on my name that I will end you today, you maniac." His body radiated with blue energy, and his eyes burned with a fierce red glow. Yi Chen stood his ground, a calm defiance in his voice as he said, "Quit slandering me." Everyone had seen that punch just now. There was no possible way that such strength could have shattered her Sea of Yuan. But Qingru's father, Elder Ji Feng, wouldn't listen. He charged forward, shouting, "Die!" However, before he could reach Yi Chen, Lu Muyan stepped in, forming a barrier between them. The punch landed against the wall she had created. Lu Muyan turned towards Elder Ji Feng and said, "Elder Ji Feng, how could you attack him without any proof? That's completely out of line. And as long as I'm here, you can forget about touching him." Elder Ji Feng's face twisted with fury. "Lu Muyan," he shouted, "even if you're sent by the city master, you don't have the right to interfere. This is a private matter of our family." Lu Muyan remained calm, her eyes unwavering. "Sorry, but Yi Chen is my friend, which makes his problem mine as well. This is no longer just your family's matter." Elder Ji Feng's anger flared. "In that case, don't blame me for what happens next." Just then, Elder Byuku's voice rang out, commanding everyone to stop. Along with Elder Yi Fei, he descended from the gallery and walked toward the scene. Before Elder Byuku could intervene, Elder Ji Feng, the father of Qingru, quickly kneeled before them, his voice filled with desperation. "Clan Elder Yi Chen is ruthless. He used some sort of dark art to wound my daughter and even shattered her Sea of Yuan. This is a capital offense. Please seek justice for us." Qingru's mother also shouted, "That's right. He doesn't even respect Yi Tsungtian anymore. If he rises in rank, he could very well harm our family. Clan leader, please think this through." Elder Yi Fei stood up, his voice steady but firm. "Of course, I will uphold justice," he began, "but before that, there's something I would like to verify." He stepped closer to Qingru and bent down, his fingers gently checking her pulse. Qingru's mother, Elder Su, immediately shouted, "What are you doing?" But Elder Yi Fei ignored her, his eyes focused on his task. As he examined her pulse, something caught his attention. Sure enough, he noticed traces of powder near Qingru's cuff. He looked more closely and, after a moment of inspection, confirmed that there were remnants of something. He straightened up, his face now grim. "You should be more than aware of who the ruthless one is," he said, his voice carrying a weight of authority. He turned toward the others, speaking clearly. "During the fight, Yi Qingru consumed a potent pill that stimulated her Sea of Yuan, causing her energy to surge beyond her limits. As I've just confirmed, it was indeed the banned drug, the Yuan surging pill. A murmur of surprise rippled through the onlookers. Elder Yifei continued she used it in a desperate attempt to turn the tables. However, she forgot that her chill soul blade had already caused severe damage to her Sea of Yuan. With the pill's stimulation, the damage only worsened. Even if it weren't Yichin who had fought her, any early-stage level 4 fighter could have shattered her Sea of Yuan in that state. The crowd begins murmuring in disbelief, voices rising with comments like, "Seriously? At her level, Qingru still needed Yuan-surging pills?" Whispers turn sharp as they agree Elder Jin Fang is finished. Such drugs are strictly forbidden by the clan. Watching intently, Yichin clenches his fists, realization striking as he thinks it all makes sense now. No wonder just one punch shattered her Sea of Yuan. Jin Fang protests loudly, warning Yifei not to make baseless accusations against Qingru, claiming someone must have spiked her to frame her. But Yifei dismisses the argument, ordering a search of Jin Fang's home for anything suspicious. Outraged, Jin Fang shouts back that this has nothing to do with his family, demanding how an outer elder like him could be subject to such an unjust search, but guards step in and restrain him before he can move forward. An hour passes, and the head guard returns, addressing the clan leader and grand elder as he announces that several private ledgers were found at Jin Fang's house, along with bottles reeking of strong medicinal scents, Yuan-surging pills among them. The guards step forward, laying out the evidence in full view, and Yifei picks up one of the ledgers, flipping it open and pointing out its damning contents. The records expose under-the-table dealings, material substitutions, and manipulative accounting, all revealing the family's shady practices. Both Jin Fang and his wife are horrified, falling to their knees before Yifang as he coldly asks what more they have to say. Desperation in his voice, Jin Fang begs for mercy, claiming he and his wife were momentarily blinded by greed, pleading for leniency based on their past contributions to the clan. But before he can finish, Yifei raises his hand, cutting him off and stating that pardoning them would only mislead the rest of the disciples. Without hesitation, he commands the guards to drag the couple out, destroy their cultivation, and banish them from clan lands. Jin Fang trembles, terrified of what lies ahead, when Kangtan steps forward, bowing respectfully and suggesting the punishment is too harsh. He argues that exiling members for a single mistake is too cruel and proposes they be stripped of their positions and reassigned to guard the territory instead, where they can still serve the clan. But Yifei rejects the idea outright, asking whether it's wise to trust two disgraced serpents with the clan's security, warning they might turn traitor and invite disaster. Another elder finally speaks with a weary sigh, agreeing to Kenton's suggestion for the time being, noting that with the storm brewing in Mario's city, now is not the moment for internal conflict. He declares the matter settled, forbidding anyone from bringing it up again. At that, Jin Feng and his wife rise with visible relief, repeatedly expressing their gratitude and promising to repay the clan's mercy. Yet the elder adds that punishment is still necessary. Their assets are to be confiscated, their illicit items destroyed, and both of them detained and reassigned as clan guards, starting from the lowest rank. As things begin to settle, Yichen turns to leave, remarking that it no longer concerns him. From the side, Yifeng glares at him with venomous eyes, but Kenton steps directly in front of him, stopping him cold and declaring, with icy irritation, that Yichen has officially infuriated him. From this point forward, he warns, as long as he's around, Yichen should forget about having any peace in the inner sector. A nearby girl quietly advises Yichen to remain alert when he enters the inner sector, warning that whether Kangton's skill and talent are overestimated or genuine, his narrow-mindedness is real. Yichen replies calmly that he knows what he's doing, already thinking ahead to the upcoming ranked matches. By the rules, each of the top 10 disciples will have 2 chances to challenge their opponents in order to improve their standings. Just then, Mingyang approaches and places a hand on his shoulder, grinning and expressing admiration, saying she knew he would blow everyone's minds, though she never expected him to defeat even Yi Qingrao. She admits that Qingrao had played tricks on her during their own knockout bout, which left her bitter, but now seeing Yichen not only beat her but also expose her, is deeply satisfying. Yichen chuckles, rubbing the back of his head and brushing off the praise with a laugh, saying he was just lucky. But Mingyang grows serious again, warning that offending Kangton comes with consequences. He is the clan leader's deeply favored adopted son, practically pampered, and holds considerable sway in clan affairs. Yichen listens silently, his thoughts settling on the revelation. It makes sense now, the reason he had dared to speak so boldly even in front of the Grand Elder. On a large board displayed near the arena, the names and rankings of top disciples are listed, starting from the current number 1 and onward. With the ranking matches officially underway, the atmosphere grows electric. None of the outer sect's top 10 are weak, each one holds at least a late-stage level 4 cultivation, coupled with extensive combat experience and mastery over multiple techniques. Now free from the pressure of elimination, everyone fights with full spirit, aiming not only to rise in rank but also to win the admiration of the watching crowd. Among them, Mingyang, presently ranked 6th, wastes no time and challenges the outer disciple holding rank 4 during his turn. Their exchange begins with a flurry of blows, and thanks to his stronger cultivation, Yeming eventually seizes an opening and delivers a decisive counter, clinching the victory and advancing his rank to number 4. Meanwhile, Yichen sits silently in his chair, observing the matches while deep in thought, noting that despite several rounds passing, no one has dared to challenge him yet. He figures his earlier performance must have left a lasting impression. The same pattern holds true for Yisuji, no one is bold enough to challenge him either. The next match is announced, Yi Ying vs. Mingyang. Once again, Mingyang emerges victorious. As the audience buzzes, Mingyang steps forward confidently, announcing his challenge rank number 2, Yichen. Though he admits their strength is likely worlds apart, he wants to understand just how vast the difference truly is. Yichen's eyes widen slightly in surprise as the crowd erupts with excitement, marveling that someone finally stepped up to face him. Despite having secured a strong ranking through 2 wins already, Mingyang still chooses to face Yichen, impressing many with his spirit. Rising from his seat, Yichen calmly walks up the stairs to the arena, replying that he'll give his all in return. The two take their stances, then touch wrists in mutual respect before the duel begins. The fight ignites with a burst of motion. Yichen's speed blurs past Mingyang's senses, his movements appearing as flickering streaks of light. There's no clear pattern, yet an invisible rhythm binds his strikes. Mingyang can barely track him before Yichen unleashes his oxen slam, a powerful blow that strikes squarely into Mingyang's chest, sending him flying out of the ring and crashing hard onto the ground. Still, Mingyang pushes himself upright and concedes the match with a nod, quietly thinking Yichen definitely pulled his punch. If he hadn't, he would have been carried out by a group of outer sect disciples instead of standing here on his own feet. Despite already knowing there was a gap, he hadn't expected it to be this overwhelming. Yichen steps forward with calm confidence, declaring it his honor, and as he makes his way down toward the arena, the crowd begins murmuring with excitement and disbelief. They whisper among themselves, wondering who would still dare to challenge Yichen after witnessing him defeat Mingyang with a single punch. One person comments that no one in their right mind would waste such a valuable opportunity challenging an opponent they know they can't possibly beat, and others quickly agree. An hour later, 2 men stand before the ranking board, noting that only Yichen and Xiujia have yet to issue a challenge. Without hesitation, Yichen announces he wishes to use his final chance to challenge Xiujia. In response, Xiujia simply lets out a quiet him. The crowd erupts in speculation, many noting how bold Yichen is, first defeating Yiqing Rao, then Mingyang, and while he's undeniably the biggest dark horse of this year's clan martial arts competition, facing Xiujia is an entirely different matter. Another voice argues that Xiujia has never been defeated since claiming rank number 1, and that he's already reached stage 6 cultivation, putting him on par with elite intersect beasts. Most of the spectators agree, saying they wouldn't bet on Yichen either. Yet not everyone is convinced. Someone reminds them that even Miss Lu Muyan believes in Yichen, and who knows, he might actually pull off a victory this time. A girl turns to Muyan and asks whether she truly believes Yichen can beat Xiujia, given how formidable he looks. Muyan closes her eyes and answers calmly that under normal circumstances, defeating Xiujia would be extremely difficult. But she still believes Yichen can hold on to his winning streak and become the champion of this era's competition. The murmur among the crowd rises again, now buzzing with intrigue as they exchange suspicions about Yichen's mysterious background. One whispers that he must have some deep connection, just look at how confident Muyan is in him. Another agrees, admitting they never even heard of Yichen before this competition. Down in the arena, Xiujia smirks, accepting the challenge with a confident nod and declaring that he's eager to see whether Yichen truly has what it takes. Yichen bows politely, beginning to respond that he looks forward to the match. But before he can even finish, Xiujia has already leapt onto the arena, moving so quickly Yichen can barely track him. He's stunned by the speed. Xiujia didn't just move fast, it was as though he vanished. Now both stand on the stage, and without waiting for a formal start or a bow, Shiojia shouts for the match to begin and bolts forward. His strike comes with terrifying force, but Ichin barely manages to dodge, startled by how even Shiojia's hand movements are nearly impossible to follow. Among the crowd, a girl speaks up, identifying Shiojia's technique as a Zwanrank body art called Shadow Step, a lower-level technique but one ranked third among their clan's body skills. She notes it's unmistakable in form and extremely difficult to master, yet Shiojia has clearly pushed it to the advanced phase, showing the extent of his dedication. With both Ichin and Shiojia battling at such a level, it's clear that even the intersect rankings might see upheaval soon. Watching tensely, Tsingtian appears visibly irritated from the sidelines. On the stage, Shiojia launches another punch, shouting that he's surprised Ichin made it this far and that he hopes they both gain something from this clash, something that will guide them toward the pinnacle of martial arts. Gritting his teeth, Ichin thinks to himself that this man is a complete cultivation fanatic, someone who's trained relentlessly every single day and mastered numerous techniques. What's even more terrifying is how effortlessly he weaves those techniques into Fermo's skill, creating power that far exceeds what outer disciples are normally capable of. Gathering his strength, Ichin throws a fierce punch at Shiojia, who counters by catching it with his palm. An explosive burst erupts from the impact, forcing both fighters to slide back from the shockwave. Twisting his wrist with ease, Shiojia admits Ichin's spirit energy is impressive, but adds with a grin that this is exactly why he'll still end up losing. As Shiojia begins twisting his knuckles, shaping his hands into tight, rounded movements, the clan elder's expression shifts with surprise. Watching closely, he mutters in awe that what Shiojia is using is inch fist, a technique not seen mastered in generations. The elder explains that it's a Zwanrank, mid-level godly technique, one perfected for borrowing and redirecting force through softness. Paired with Shadow Step, it makes for an overwhelming combination, and he remarks that odds now heavily tilt against Ichin. In the arena, Shiojia's body suddenly appears in 3 different positions at once, or perhaps he is simply moving so swiftly that Ichin can't track his real location. Taking a firm stance, Ichin thinks he moves so fast it's as if he's creating clones, and braces himself, knowing this is the moment of the decisive punch. Shiojia dashes forward, calmly stating that while Inch Fist may not be strong in raw power, its true strength lies in its ability to borrow energy. The stronger Yichen's force, the stronger his counter-strike will become. Shiojia's fist lashes out, catching Yichen's block and pushing him back. Yichen tries his best to deflect the blows, but he's steadily driven into retreat, his footing unstable under the flurry of precise attacks. Eventually, one clean strike knocks him off balance, sending him crashing to the ground. Shiojia steps forward, declaring that Yichen's advantages have been fully neutralized and that if the fight continues, he'll only suffer more damage. It's best, he says, to end it here. But Yichen, lying on the arena floor, smirks and replies, says who? He admits that Inch Fist truly disrupts his strength, but also points out that through Shiojia's recent moves, he's discovered its greatest weakness. Scoffing, Shiojia demands to know what flaw he's talking about, dismissing it as nonsense. Yichen responds by launching himself to his feet in an instant and tightening his stance with his ox technique. He pulls back his fist, declaring that if Shiojia wants to know, he should take this punch and find out. Shiojia narrows his eyes, mocking him, pointing out that Yichen could barely block Inch Fist with both hands. What hope does one hand have? Fine, he snaps, let's end this sparring session once and for all. Their blows collide, Yichen's fist crashing into Shiojia's open palm, and the impact is immense. Shiojia's confidence wavers the moment the force travels through his hand and seeps into his meridians. His thoughts race. What is this? Could Yichen be trying to make that energy explode from within? That punch crashes into Shiojia with crushing force, rattling his very core. The shock reverberates through his body as blood bursts from his lips, and he's flung back like a broken arrow, slamming into the ground with a dull, brutal thud. His limbs tremble as he wipes the blood from his chin, eyes wide with disbelief. Gasping, he stares up at Yichen, struggling to form the words, How did you beat me? His voice cracks with confusion and frustration. He wonders aloud whether Yichen saw through some hidden layer of his Inch Fist, or if it was the sheer might of the Oxen Punch's aura that obliterated his technique. He can't comprehend it. His Inch Fist had long surpassed perfection, pushing into realms even he believed unreachable by ordinary cultivators. A technique refined to such an extent should never have crumbled under brute strength. What Xiujia fails to realize, however, is that Yi Chen's victory didn't come merely from force or insight into the technique's mechanics. It came from perception. From hours of watching, learning, and predicting. Yi Chen noticed the micro-habits in Xiujia's stance, the subtle shift in his breathing right before a strike, and used that knowledge to land a clean, precise blow. It was a strike not at the inch fist itself, but at the person wielding it. Yet Yi Chen knows Xiujia too well. He won't accept it. He'll twist the truth in his mind, call it luck, and convince himself he still has a chance next time. Standing firm, Yi Chen speaks with a steady voice, acknowledging the greatness of Xiujia's technique. He admits inch fist is extraordinary, designed specifically to nullify raw strength with pinpoint timing and compact power. But the flaw isn't in the martial art. It lies in its user. At that, Xiujia clenches his fists, biting down his frustration as Yi Chen's words dig into the core of his pride. Yi Chen steps forward, slowly gathering energy between his palms, his expression sharpening. His tone shifts, no longer casual, but earnest, almost teacher-like. He reminds Xiujia that true mastery in martial arts comes from comprehension, not just repetition. Every technique their ancestors left behind wasn't just muscle and momentum. It was forged in blood, sweat, and sacrifice, each move layered with meaning and mystery. Xiujia has talent and drive, no doubt, but he scatters his attention, dabbling in too many arts without grasping the soul of any. As he finishes, the oxen punch surges to life once more. The air thickens, trembling with power. It's no longer just energy. Behind Yi Chen, a vague shape begins to form, like a massive ox rising from the dust, breathing ancient strength into the space around him. Xiujia's breath catches. He takes an unconscious step back, then lets out a breathless, almost embarrassed laugh. His arrogance fades as he finally sees it. This, perhaps, is the real essence of martial arts. Yi Chen lowers into stance, letting out a quiet chuckle of his own. The tension breaks, and Xiujia gives a solemn nod. He speaks clearly now, his pride tempered. He accepts his loss without excuse. In his eyes, Yi Chen is the one true champion of this generation. He says he hopes for a rematch someday, not as a rival, but as someone chasing the same peak. In the blink of an eye, he vanishes into the wind, leaving only a faint gust and a long shadow behind him. Yi Chen watches his departure with a slight smile, murmuring to himself that Xiujia really is a cultivation maniac, stubborn and relentless to the core. But before he can reflect further, a wave of flame bursts behind him. Grand Elder Yi Fei's voice echoes grandly across the arena, officially declaring the end of this era's clan martial arts competition. The crowd stirs as Yi Chen bows deeply, showing reverence and respect. Yi Fei smiles, looking down at him with rare warmth. He muses aloud, remembering the boy who once stood trembling before the elders, forced to swallow that humiliating face-breaking pill. Now, that same boy stands tall. A man steps forward and opens a small ornate box before Yi Chen. He blinks and asks what it is. Yi Fei steps in with a nod, his voice filled with pride. He declares it to be the Triple Mystic Pill, a reward worthy of a cultivator who's surpassed expectations and carved his own legend. It contains an enormous reservoir of yuan energy that releases instantly when consumed, making it a rare and powerful restorative treasure. Yi Chen bows deeply once more, filled with gratitude, and says it is truly his honor to have received such generous support. As Yi Chen descends from the arena, his sister rushes up and clings to him, eyes wide with joy, exclaiming that he rocked the match and she still can't believe he actually won. Even Xiujia couldn't stand against him. She calls him amazing, her voice full of admiration. Muyan steps forward with a graceful smile, congratulating him as well, saying that her judgment of people proves flawless once again. She notes how impressive his growth has been over just a month. He laughs, teasing that she's only a few years older than him, so she shouldn't act like some wise elder, and adds with mock suspicion that it sounds like she's just praising herself. She responds innocently that she doesn't think so. With a grin, he changes the subject, pulling something from his robes and announcing that he has a gift for both of them. Muyan's eyes brighten as she asks if it's really for her. He hands them the small package, saying it's just a token of appreciation for their help in restoring his yuan formation diagram and supporting him through this latest ordeal. His sister gasps in delight as she peers inside, marveling at how the items sparkle. Muyan carefully unwraps her gift to reveal a beautifully woven cloth, elegant and rich with subtle energy. She immediately notices that it's not just aesthetically pleasing but also infused with yuan energy, identifying it as a spirit treasure. She observes that the cloth is able to subtly absorb ambient cold air, making it even more valuable. His sister chimes in that it may actually help improve her condition. Yichin nods, then turns back to Mian and asks if he can trouble her once again. He wants the cloth tailored into garments, but admits he knows nothing about making clothes, and it would be a waste to let such precious materials sit unused. Muyan chuckles, calling his gifting method truly unique, but smiles and agrees to help, saying she'll accept the task in honor of his rare show of thoughtfulness. He thanks her warmly. Up above the arena, laughter echoes from the viewing room as someone praises the cloth, noting that a defensive garment laced with yuan energy loops is no ordinary item. It's a rare mid-level spirit treasure. Yifei watches with a quiet smile, thinking to himself that their clan's most prized treasure is only upper level at best, and when it comes to defense-type spirit treasures, their rarity and value are even higher than those focused solely on offense. He nods with approval, murmuring that the younger generation is truly something else. An hour later, Yi Chan and his group arrive home, only to find a group of guards already gathered outside. His sister points out that among them is the chief steward, the man in charge of the outer sex operations, and wonders aloud what he's doing there. The steward approaches Yi Chan directly, confirming his identity and reaching out to shake his hand, smiling as he announces that Yi Chan's victory in the martial arts competition has officially earned him the right to enter the inner sect. Starting today, he'll be relocating to a brand new residence within the inner sector. Yi Chan blinks in surprise, asking if it really has to happen tonight. It feels a bit sudden. But the steward insists it's only fitting, saying someone who carries the clan's hopes shouldn't stay in such a modest place any longer. Turning to the workers, he barks an order, telling them to get moving and help Yi Chan pack. Anyone who doesn't finish by tonight can forget about dinner. Immediately, the workers spring into action, hauling out furniture and belongings, transporting everything to Yi Chan's new home. Not long after, at a certain house within the inner sect, his sister opens the gate and gasps with wonder. The home before her is massive, more than 10 times the size of their old place, and it even comes with a beautiful garden. Her voice bursts with excitement as she asks if this really is their new home from now on, clearly overjoyed by the change. The house feels like a dream, far grander than anything they've ever experienced. From the expansive study lined with polished wood and scroll-filled shelves, to the enormous bath chamber where warm mist clings to the air above a deep, stone-carved tub, every corner speaks of wealth and elegance. Outside, the garden stretches wide, carefully manicured and alive with color, centered around a tranquil lake that mirrors the sky. After their quiet dinner, Muyun joins them, her tone casual as she brings up Qing Rao. She remarks that, ironically, the woman's failed assassination attempt turned out to be a hidden stroke of luck. If not for that moment, Yi Chan would never have stumbled upon the ancient estate of legends, nor uncovered the powerful treasures within it, artifacts that made defeating Xiujia possible. His sister responds with a sharp edge, agreeing that Qing Rao's downfall was well earned after how often she targeted Yi Chan. Her bitterness deepens as she mutters that Qing Rao's parents were no better, saying they should have been thrown behind bars long ago. Shifting his focus, Yi Chan turns to Muyun, his voice steady as he asks if there's any new information about the remedy she once spoke of, the one that could help Yao with her cold condition. Muyun pauses, then offers a faint smile, saying she'll get to that, but first, there are a few questions she wants to ask. He nods, saying she can ask whatever she wants. Her first question is whether he and his sister are blood-related. He replies no, they aren't. When he was 4 years old, he found her abandoned at the outskirts and brought her home. He doesn't know who her real parents are. Muyun then asks if her chilliness began as a baby. He confirms that when he found her, she was already icy cold, her entire body purple, though her episodes were rare back then and only started becoming frequent in recent years. She asks if there were any other strange signs. He pauses, then recalls that once during one of her episodes, red markings appeared on her forehead. Muyun leans forward, asking sharply if they looked like flower petals. He says maybe, not exactly petals, but they did form some kind of shape. To demonstrate, he bends down and begins tracing the pattern in the dirt using a thin twig. Her eyes widen when she sees it, and she exclaims that this is exactly what she thought. It's not an illness at all. Her chill is actually a gift, an extremely rare and valuable one. So excited she grabs Yi Chen's hand, she explains that on this vast land known as the Doors area, cities like Mori are mere specks in the grand scheme. Yet even here, there are people with incredibly rare gifts, magic powers far beyond ordinary capabilities, though often overlooked because they don't manifest in traditional ways. Yao's icy episodes, she reveals, are actually her latent magical power awakening. That's also the reason Miyun came to this city. Yichun turns to his sister, troubled, and asks why she hasn't been able to control this power if it's truly something special. He reminds Miyun that he once sought help from their clan, but they found no cultivation potential in her. He then asks what exactly she meant by her earlier remark. His thoughts weigh heavy as he looks at his sister. After all, she's spent most of her life bedridden, suffering. If this is truly some kind of power, how could it have felt like nothing but agony? Muyun begins to explain calmly. First, those born with innate magic power are often destined for greatness. They're cultivation geniuses, possessing immense potential. However, that same power makes infancy incredibly dangerous for them. Without careful nurturing and ample resources, most don't survive. Second, she points out that their city is just a small border town. There's no way the Yi family's basic assessment methods could have detected such a rare constitution. And lastly, an elder once told her she would find a lucky encounter in this city. She now believes that person was Yao. At this, Yao lights up with excitement, asking if that means she can cultivate too, and be amazing at it. Muyun nods, assuring her that anyone born with such magic is destined to stand above others. Yao throws her hands up in the air, beaming and shouting that she'll be awesome, so awesome that Yiqing won't need to protect her anymore. She might even be the one protecting him. He chuckles warmly, his chest swelling with quiet relief and joy at her sudden spark of confidence. Muyun then shares that she's already contacted her master about Yao's condition. In 3 months, her master will arrive in the city to assess Yao's constitution personally. And if things go well, Yao might even be taken in as her true disciple. Yao gasps in awe, asking if her master is really that strong. Muyun smiles and explains that if her own strength could be compared to breaking a 10,000-pound boulder, then her master could split a mountain in half. The difference between them is vast. Yao's eyes widen with wonder, then she grins and says she'll do her absolute best to become that master's disciple. She looks over at her brother with determination and silently promises herself she'll no longer be a burden. She'll stand on her own. Late at night, while Yao snores softly inside, Yechen and Muyun sit outside beneath the quiet sky. She reaches into her robe and hands him a scroll, explaining that though it took time, she has fully restored the Yuan formation diagram. Thanks to it, she's found the key to her breakthrough. She's confident she'll advance to a rank 3 Yuan formation master within 2 weeks. He thanks her sincerely and opens the scroll, eyes widening with excitement. A spiral-shaped pattern spreads across the paper, and as he stares, his vision blurs and he begins to sway. She grabs his shoulders just in time, scolding him for his recklessness. The Yuan formation diagram holds the laws of the world. It can only be interpreted by trained formation masters. Trying to read it without preparation is dangerous, she says, calling him an idiot with a half-smile as they find themselves too close for comfort. Both quickly pull away, flustered. She then explains the scroll contains a rank 2 trap-type formation, something that could easily fetch 2 million taels at auction. Still, she advises against selling it. Trading it for something more practical would yield greater long-term benefit. He nods, thinking how true it is that currency becomes meaningless as one climbs the path of strength. Warriors with rare treasures often exchange them for cultivation resources. But gripping the scroll tightly, he declares he won't trade it, he wants to keep it. Looking into her eyes, he says he's decided to become a Yuan formation master. She doesn't look surprised. She agrees to teach him, but warns him plainly, talent is essential. Without it, even 100 years of training might lead nowhere. And even with some talent, bottlenecks might halt progress forever. Can he accept that? He nods firmly, saying he won't give up, not while there's even a sliver of hope. Inside, he thinks of the 12 mysterious totems in his body. They likely correspond to 12 extraordinary Yuan formations. If he can awaken them, his power could reach unimaginable heights. No matter what, he must seize this chance. Standing up, she holds her hand in the air, and energy begins to swirl. She says that patterns are the foundation of Yuan formations. Like pieces of a puzzle, each must be arranged precisely. As she forms a pattern in midair and activates it, a gust of energy bursts forth, slamming toward him. He braces himself, stunned by the force of the wind. She tells him that was just a small one. A rank 1 formation requires 10 patterns, Rank 2, 100, and Rank 3, 500. The higher the rank, the more complex and powerful the formation. Some ancient formations were said to cause natural disasters. She continues, explaining that besides patterns, diagrams are just as vital. Without a diagram, the formation remains incomplete. Then she hands him a thin manual containing the basics of yuan formation construction and challenges him to try forming one himself. The first test of a yuan formation master is whether they can draw a pattern at all. If he fails, then he simply lacks the talent. Without hesitation, he sits cross-legged on the grill, flips open the book, and says with quiet resolve, "Understood. I'll give it my all." She says with a soft smile, "Well then, I'll leave it to you." As she steps away, she glances back at him, lost in thought. "This really takes me back," she muses, "to when I first tried drawing a pattern myself. Good luck." The next morning, Yechen sits cross-legged on the ground, eyes shut in deep focus. Muyun approaches quietly from behind, observing him. Looks like he's still struggling, she thinks. The standard assessment time is 6 hours. If someone can draw even one pattern within that time, they qualify as a yuan formation master. 2 means decent, 3 signals strong potential, and 4 or more marks someone as truly exceptional. She recalls how she once drew 5 entire patterns in her 6-hour trial. No wonder she's on track to become a rank 3 formation master at such a young age. An hour later, she speaks gently, saying yuan formation masters are rare not just because the art is hard to grasp but because the requirements are extremely demanding. She reassures him that his martial arts skills alone promise a bright future, even if he never becomes a formation master. He finally opens his eyes, calm and steady, and says he appreciates the encouragement but asks if he can borrow the scroll a little longer. He wants to keep trying. She waves her hand with a smile, telling him to keep it as long as he needs but not to forget his martial training. As she walks away, her expression dims slightly. The time's up, she thinks. He couldn't even draw one pattern. Most likely, he'll never achieve it, no matter how long he tries. Yuan formation is a rare gift. If it doesn't manifest early, it often never will. Meanwhile, Yechen remains seated, flipping slowly through the pages of the book. Then, with quiet resolve, he lifts his hand and begins to draw. A single pattern forms. Then another. And another. The third flows naturally into a fourth. And to his own shock, the fifth emerges clearly in the air before him. His eyes widen in disbelief, realizing he's just succeeded where even Muyun assumed he'd fail. Chen's whole body is drenched in sweat as he mutters that Mayun can draw 5 patterns with ease while he's nearly collapsing after just 10, let alone forming a proper yuan formation. Maybe he's not cut out to be a yuan master after all. But he shakes off the thought, refusing to quit, swearing to keep trying for a day or even 3 if that's what it takes. 1 hour later, he's completely drained, and even after 3 more hours, he's still hanging on. After countless attempts, he finally pulls it off, but slumps in his seat, frustrated that though he can't even manage 10 patterns yet, the formation still fails. Still, his yuan formation prophecy seems to be developing fast. While gulping down food later, his sister asks if he needs a break after training all day, and Mayun, seated nearby, agrees, saying health matters more than forcefully chasing mastery. Yuan formation isn't something that can be forced. Chin grins and replies that it's surprisingly engaging, and he's making decent progress, confident success is near. Mayun, hearing that, scoffs inwardly, thinking he couldn't even draw a single pattern in 8 hours, doubting he has what it takes. She recalls how it took her 3 months of daily beatings from Master just to complete one formation, then changes the subject and asks if he got his reward from the clan martial arts competition. Jin snaps his fingers, remembering that he now has access to the middle section of the ground legacy hall and can choose a manual, then asks for her recommendation. She smacks his head and calls him an imp, reminding him she already broke the rules once by giving him a mixed yuan technique and warns him not to take shortcuts this time. Soon after, he arrives at the hall. The man greets him with a grin, saying it's about time he showed up, and Chen bows respectfully, thanking the elder for his help during the competition. The elder waves it off, claiming Chen's the one who deserves thanks. Puzzled, Chen watches as the elder turns and explains that his promotion to senior elder came thanks to Chen's performance, which proved his judgment right in the eyes of the clan leader. He introduces himself as Yaming and casually tells him to just use his name. Chen agrees, calling him Ming, and follows as the elder leads him upstairs, confirming he's here to select something from the middle section. As they walk, Chen glances around at the surroundings while Ming mentions that everyone present is Yuan rank, then asks why he isn't browsing. Chen admits he's too inexperienced to know what fits him and suggests that since Ming is the guardian elder, he should choose something on his behalf. Amused but firm, Ming heads to a shelf, pulling out a manual while warning him that if the clan leader overhears that kind of talk, he'll get dragged out and whipped 50 times. He hands over 3 books, pointing out that while Chen's strength and speed are already impressive, his defense is lacking, and advises him to work on that to complete his constitution. Holding the manuals, Chen reflects that he already possesses the mountain-moving technique for strength and the speed-force technique for agility, both of which surpass typical Yuan rank body techniques. Chen considers that defense is his only weakness and notes that dominating body art, though powerful, is an aggressive technique. He begins reading through the manuals. Dominating body art focuses on overpowering opponents. Guarding shield forms a protective barrier with Yuan energy, making one nearly invulnerable, while 5-element protection synchronizes the Sea of Yuan to its fullest, ensuring endless energy and scaling defense with the strength of the Yuan Sea. He asks which technique suits him best, and the elder replies that since he's already mastered a mixed Yuan technique that grants both lasting energy and a powerful Yuan Sea, 5-element protection would amplify that strength. Chen selects the manual, and Ming explains it has 5 phases. Though the first 2 aren't too impactful, by the 3rd phase, it allows one to effortlessly endure and counter attacks with sheer power. Curious, Chen asks about reaching the 50th phase, and the elder answers that at full mastery, the technique enables the user to create an instinctive barrier capable of withstanding even a Stage 8 elite's assault, with the added ability to reflect the blowback, causing internal damage to the attacker. Excited, Chen beams at the idea of wounding enemies through reflection, calling it an incredible ability. Ming then shifts tone, warning that although Chen is talented, he must avoid confronting Yi Kangton until he reaches Stage 7, leaving Chen visibly confused by the sudden caution. Chen is taken aback and demands what that means, and the elder explains that Yi Kangton is the clan's top genius, blessed with unmatched talent and resources, and had just broken through his bottleneck the night before to reach Stage 7. He adds that the 9 martial stages are split into 3 phases, and Stage 7 marks the beginning of soul refining, granting a warrior heightened perception, strong enough to sense threats before an attack is even launched, even capable of reading intent. Kangton now has access to the Grand Legacy Hall's undersection, a place reserved for upper Yuan rank techniques and even some rare King rank manuals, guarded with the highest security and reserved for the most honored members of the clan. Chen reflects that while even elite family members are restricted, Kangton can now walk in freely. The elder continues, saying Kangton is a 1 in a million talent with such influence that even elders treat him with deference, and now that he's reached Stage 7, the clan plans to groom him as the next leader. Chen responds with quiet thanks, admitting he understands now, Kangton is dangerous, and after their confrontation during the competition, he'll surely bear a grudge. If he truly becomes the next clan head, Chen realizes his future could be bleak. Just then, footsteps echo up the stairs, and to his dismay, Kangton appears and directly addresses him, asking why he's here. As Chen turns to answer, the elder steps between them, calmly stating that Chen, referred to as Yu Chun, is the winner of this year's competition and is simply here to select his reward from the middle section. Chen quickly covers, saying he was just showing him around, but Kangton's mood shifts and he snaps, prompting Chen, referred to as Yu Chen, to retort that if Kangton has a grudge, he should take it out on him directly and not drag others into it. Kangton scoffs, calling him a Stage 4 piece of trash and mocking the idea of any grudge, demanding to know who he thinks he is, then storms up to the upper floor without waiting for a response. Yi Chen, though momentarily furious, regains composure and silently laughs at the arrogance, convinced that once he awakens all 10 totems within him, he'll be far beyond Kangton's reach. Later that evening at home, Yi Chen sits cross-legged, his body radiating a steady pulse of Yuan energy as he reflects on the 5-element protection technique. Unlike dominating body art, which emphasizes brute aggression, this one thrives on cultivating continuous defense, directly amplifying with the strength of his Yuan energy. It complements the mixed Yuan technique perfectly, enhancing his aura through a balanced cycle of build-up and reinforcement. To maximize results, he plans to practice both techniques in tandem, using Yuan stones to fuel the dual cultivation. With thousands of Yuan stones backing his training and the passive support of 2 awakened totems, his Sea of Yuan is already many times larger than typical warriors at his stage, and his training pace continues to accelerate. 3 days later, Yuchen remains in a cross-legged posture, focusing on refining control over his aura. He reflects that he has fully mastered 5-element protection and now holds a solid orb within his Sea of Yuan. The first phase compresses and stabilizes his entire being, allowing him to endure external force with ease. Combined with mountain-moving power, his constitution has become so fortified that even if a savage bull slammed into him, he'd escape unharmed, perhaps only feeling his spirit energy stir. With that success, he decides to push onward toward the second phase. 7 days pass, and though the second phase proves far more demanding, his solid physical foundation helps him break through within the week. However, he learns that after training 5-element protection, speed significantly drops, making further breakthroughs harder. Still, he accepts the trade-off. It's already a feat to progress this far so fast, and reaching the third phase would make him virtually untouchable by any Stage 6 warrior. Stepping outside into the open yard, he flips open a manual, ready to try constructing a Yuan formation again. As he begins aligning patterns, he focuses on the rank 1 Thunder formation recorded in the scroll, which, once completed, can summon a lightning strike rivaling a full-power Stage 7 elite. He reminds himself that precise alignment of pattern points is critical. Any minor error leads to total failure. Concentrating deeply, he completes the formation, and the surrounding stones lift into the air. His eyes widen in shock as he exclaims inwardly that he succeeded. With his fist clenched, he realizes he has now reached the mid-level of Stage 7, acknowledging that the past 2 weeks of intense training were grueling but completely worthwhile. His capabilities across the board have skyrocketed. No matter how hard Yukangton tries, he could never catch up to this pace. Just then, a knock echoes from the main gate. A voice calls out asking if Yuchen is there. Walking over, he opens the door slightly and sees a girl standing before him, immediately recognizing her, Ms. Yishuichin. She asks if he had a breakthrough, and he confirms it, crediting some recent insight, then asks if she needs something. She informs him that the clan has summoned all intersect disciples for an important meeting. He's surprised to hear it's for all inner disciples, but she clarifies that it's specifically for the outstanding ones, adding that the clan leader has held him in high esteem ever since his performance in the competition, and urges him not to keep them waiting. He nods in reply. Later, in the main hall, the clan elder sits on his throne as disciples line up in rows. As Yuchen enters, he immediately notices unfamiliar figures and realizes they're from the Lin family, wondering if the issue with Lin Ming has been exposed. As he steps forward, Lin Wu, the Lin family's guard elder and father of Lin Ming, sneers and points him out, asking if this is the so-called genius disciple they'd been promoting, mocking that he's only at mid-level Stage 4 and questioning if the Yi clan's standards have dropped so low. Yi Fai sharply warns Lin Wu to watch his words or he might bring ruin upon his own son. But Lin Wu fires back, shouting that the Yi clan is all bark and no bite, and that the entire Muriel city knows how weak they've become. He scoffs that if not for Yi Kantin, the clan would have been expelled from the 4 great castles long ago. Yuchen steps forward, challenging the Lin clan's martial arts champions to a duel, saying if his cultivation stage is so laughable, they shouldn't mind proving it. Lin Wu remains silent, but a man steps out from the Lin side, introducing himself as Lin Fai, the reigning champion of their clan's martial arts competition and currently at the early stage of level 6. With a smug grin, he commends Yuchen's courage and adds that he'll show a bit of mercy to help him preserve some dignity. Yuchen smirks, returning the sentiment. Both step into the center of the hall. As Lin Fai charges in, shouting, Yuchen dodges with lightning speed, instantly reappearing behind him before Lin Fai even registers the move. Grinding his teeth, Lin Fai acknowledges the unexpected speed, then stomps the floor to shatter the ground and trigger a combo assault aimed at disrupting Yuchen's footing. But Yuchen easily sees through it, thinking Lin Fai completely underestimated his step technique. As Lin Fai swings relentlessly, Yuchen glides around like wind, his movements too fast and elusive to track. Frustrated, Lin Fai yells out, demanding why Yuchen keeps dodging and accusing him of being unmanly, claiming that's probably how he cheated his way to winning the clan championship. Murmurs rise from the crowd, some agreeing and questioning if Yuchen even has real strength. Lin Fai calls him out again, daring him to take a direct punch. Yuchen shrugs and replies with a mocking calm that since he asked so nicely, he'll reluctantly accept. Lin Fai and Yuchen's fists collide in a violent clash, but the result is immediate. Lin Fai is sent flying backward, slamming into the wall with enough force to rattle the hall. He's visibly shocked, struggling to recover as Yuchen bows slightly, calmly stating it was a pleasure. Lin Fai's supporters seethe with frustration, but before they can react further, a smirk forms on the lips of another man emerging from behind. Lin Wuching steps forward, declaring there's nothing impressive about sending Lin Fai flying and offering to test Yuchen himself. Instantly, Yuchen senses Lin Wuching's speed and notes his twin daggers and elite-level body technique. The tension rises as both prepare to strike, but suddenly a silver-haired man appears between them, blocking Yuchen and asking if the Lin family is so inferior that they need to resort to tag-team tactics. Recognizing him, Yuchen calls out his name, Yi Maoan. Lin Wuching smirks, mocking that it's been a year since he trampled Maoan in the arena and wonders if he's back to reclaim lost pride. Maoan, visibly irritated, replies coldly that he's here to take Wuching's instead. With a snarl, Wuching charges forward, unleashing a swirling attack of icy wind and poison dagger strikes. His speed is overwhelming. Maoan can't even see his body, only a spiraling blur of light encircling him. He mutters to himself, trying to track him, and after a few seconds, he finally catches Wuching's movement. Spinning swiftly, Maoan slams his palm forward, launching an ice palm technique that blasts Wuching back. The cold is brutal. Wuching gasps in disbelief, yelling that it's impossible Maoan could track him. He tries to regain composure and retreat, but Maoan moves faster, appearing behind him with a quiet threat. There's no escape. With a final burst of icy air, Maoan strikes Wuching from behind, sending him crashing into the wall again. Lin clan men rush forward, trying to cover Wuching as the hall fills with stunned silence. Wuching, clutching his chest, is asked if he's alright, but it's clear he's not. Struggling to stay upright, he mutters that Maoan's technique is strange. Meanwhile, Yuchen, observing the entire fight, reflects that during the clash, he sensed a brief surge in Maoan's yuan energy, just for a moment, which likely means Maoan has mastered something akin to a face-concealing technique, deliberately hiding his true cultivation. A man steps forward, ordering others to quickly take Wuching for treatment, then turns to the elders and says, "Elder Lin Wu, that's enough." Lin Wu responds that it's natural for young ones to spar, but agrees there's no need to stir up further conflict, suggesting they move on to discuss the northern mines. The conversation shifts as another Lin family member explains that the northern mines have long been jointly managed by both clans. A few days ago, the collapse of a mountain, triggered by a fin beast, revealed a hidden yuan vein. He believes more veins may exist beneath the surface and proposes a joint effort to extract them, warning that if they delay, other clans might make a move. Yuchen silently questions the Lin family's sudden generosity, doubting their intentions. The Lin clan representative continues, stating that since the previous treaty grants their family 70% ownership of the mines, the newly discovered yuan veins should naturally be split the same way, 70-30. He asks the Yi clan leader for confirmation. Just then, Kantin storms into the hall, his voice sharp with irritation, demanding why the Lin family should receive the lion's share of the extraction profits. He argues that if they were capable of handling it alone, they wouldn't have come begging for help, and insists the Yi family deserves 70% instead. The elder quickly scolds Kantin for his outburst but admits that 30% does seem unbalanced. He counters with a 50-50 proposal, warning that if the split goes any lower, the Yi clan will opt out entirely, reminding them that aside from rival clans, the city master's manor will also have a say in the matter. After a brief pause, the Lin representative concedes, agreeing to the 50-50 division. He adds that the feigned beasts are still causing chaos in the mines and suggests that both clans send their top disciples, not only to handle the threat but also to train and gain real combat experience. The elder seems momentarily unsure, but before he can speak, Kantin steps forward again, loudly agreeing, saying it's a great idea. He affirms that, as Elder Lin proposed, both clans will dispatch their best disciples to the mines so they can learn and grow together. Elder finally warned that something felt off about Lin Wu's sudden proposal, suspecting they might have planned a trap after their genius vanished, and scolded Kenton for agreeing too quickly. Yafai added that the mine's terrain was treacherous, and if there were an ambush, they would face serious losses. Kenton responded that if they were being set up, they could strike back, and vowed to make the Lin family pay. He then glanced to his side, locking eyes with Yechuan. Later at home, Yechuan confronted Maiyun, saying he expected to be sent to the mines. Maiyun confirmed it, explaining Kenton's actions were likely deliberate and aimed at him. Yechuan replied that avoiding it would only invite criticism and believed going would sharpen his skills and progress his martial path, seeing it as a necessary step. Ma Yun urged caution, warning him to retreat if danger arose, and told both Yechuan and Yao to prioritize safety. Yechuan reflected privately that he could only manage a basic rank 1 yuan formation and decided not to tell her until he had fully mastered it. Later, he resumed training, sitting cross-legged and reviewing his progress. His mountain-moving power had reached perfection, Sun Essence skill was in the second phase, Speed Step had just reached initial stage, and 5 Elements Protection had advanced to the third phase, so he chose to dedicate the next 3 days to mastering Thunder Formation. At the northern mines, Yifei explained that 5 faint beasts regularly roam the area, making it quite dangerous, and warned the disciples not to risk their lives for yuan veins no matter how valuable they might seem. Just then, a group approached from the front, and someone pointed out the Lin family's team, asking about the person walking behind Lin Wu. The old man identified him as Lin Zhong, the clan's top genius disciple who had already reached the peak of stage 6 and was considered a candidate for their next clan leader, also being Lin Wu's son. A whisper among the crowd noted he was likely Lin Ming's older brother. Kenton scoffed, mocking Lin Zhong's strength, saying that despite stage 6 and 7 being adjacent, their gap in power was immense, and only those with superior battle instincts could dominate. Lin Wu addressed Kenton, who bluntly confirmed his identity and dismissed Lin Wu's right to speak further. The crowd grew agitated, calling Kenton arrogant and predicting a tragic end for his attitude, while Lin Wu calmly stated Kenton wouldn't live long anyway. Yi Fei then addressed everyone, reminding them of the meeting's purpose and ordered the miners to be cleared out, asking for a detailed map of the mines to be left behind. As the elder confirmed, Yi Fei laid out 3 objectives for the training mission. First, to locate and map the yuan veins. Second, to eliminate faint beasts for combat growth. And third, to resolve any personal grudges, though unprovoked fighting would not be tolerated, then told them to form their teams and begin. A man stepped forward and invited Yichen to join their team, to which he agreed without hesitation, then asked why, despite the Yi family sending 30 elite inner disciples, Yi Maoan was nowhere to be seen. The man explained that Yi Muvan had not joined this time as he was on the verge of a breakthrough and had entered secluded cultivation. Another added that Yi Maoan had already reached the peak of martial Dao stage 6 and was likely aiming to reach stage 7, questioning how his progress had become so rapid. A girl answered that a few months ago, Yi Maoan had obtained a mysterious martial arts manual from a 40GS counter, which greatly boosted his cultivation, and that he had since been training intensely to break through and defeat Yichen at the upcoming Genius Summit. Yichen asked what the Genius Summit was, and was told it was Mayo City's top event where the strongest youth competed to determine the Genius rankings, which also affected each family's overall standing. A boy noted that the Yi family previously only had 5 disciples on the rankings, placing them last among the 4 major families, but this time they had stronger candidates and aimed for a better result. Yichen asked which family held the previous top genius, and someone replied it was the Wan family, currently at the top of the 4, known for their abundant resources and with a stage 7 genius named Wan Lin Gayan. They also mentioned the Lai family, famed for their martial prowess and love for sparring, earning praise even from the city lord. Yichen remarked that he wanted to see it all for himself. Just then, Elder Fai arrived and announced that the 3-day training period was about to begin, and with that, all the disciples moved inside the gate as he watched and expressed hope that both families would gain something from the training. Fully prepared for the Genius Summit, Yichen's group received encouragement from behind as the men assured Elder Ye's wishes would be fulfilled. They began attacking monsters and climbing trees until they reached a cave entrance. One of them unfolded a map and pointed out that this area once held yuan veins, suggesting they follow the clues deeper into the mine. A girl warned that mining a yuan vein wasn't easy. If it was too large, the raw yuan energy alone could cause their bodies to explode. He replied that careful steps should keep them safe, and the fierce beast guarding the veins would provide valuable combat experience. Yichen instructed the group to move slowly and retreat if anything seemed off, assigning Yi Yan to lead with him, while Yi Mingyang and Yi Zaiqin guarded the rear. Yi Yan agreed, stating that entering the mine was necessary to claim the yuan veins. Meanwhile, a group watching from a cliff observed all Yi family teams entering the mine and following a preset path leading them deeper into the beast area. One man noted that Yi Kangton had entered alone, likely to seize the yuan vein for himself, and asked if they should alert the Lin family team to retreat early. But the team leader refused, declaring that deceiving the enemy required first deceiving allies, and that sacrificing some disciples was their duty for the Lin family's rise. He shouted for the plan to proceed without error, and his intense aura left his team grim. They realized Lin Zhong's presence was no weaker than Yi Kangtian's, and Lin Zhong revealed he had kept his true strength hidden, having already reached stage 7, and today he would capture all the Yi family's elite disciples in one decisive move. Inside the mine, Yichen's team advances swiftly, eyes scanning every crevice. He notes they've reached the central region according to the map, yet there's no sign of the Yuan vein. Unease lingers in his gut, and he voices it, pointing out how unnatural the beast encounters have been. Each wave of attacks, he explains, came at nearly equal intervals, and their strength and numbers show a clear pattern, like they're being guided deeper. The first wave had 2 stage 3 beasts, the second had 5 of the same rank. Then the third dropped to 2, but they had reached stage 4. The fourth brought 6 more, also stage 4, and the fifth, which just passed, included 4 beasts with stage 5 power and obvious coordination. One of his teammates scoffs at the thought, suggesting Yichen is overanalyzing things. He argues that beasts are low in intelligence and follow natural hierarchy. The deeper the mine, the stronger the threat. Maybe it's just the pressure of the surroundings making him nervous. Yichen mutters that he hopes that's all it is. Just then, that same man suddenly stops, a sharp sound echoing in his ears, faint yet distinct, like a whisper laced with something not quite human. He suddenly says he hears fighting up ahead, and the team rushes toward the source. As they reach the scene, one points out it's the Lin family clashing with a black iron tiger. Yichen quickly explains that the creature is a stage 6 beast with tough defense and fierce power. Its only weakness is speed, which isn't much help in narrow tunnels like these. He adds that black iron tigers typically roam forests or mountains, so its presence here is suspicious. Another man, eyes lighting up, spots a soft white glow behind the tiger, and declares that the emergence of Yuan veins must be drawing beasts from all over. Without hesitation, the team races toward the area, only to be blocked by a beast. One of them strikes with a thunder palm, shouting for it to die, only to be halted by members of another team yelling that the beast is their target. Irritated, the attacker retorts that anyone unable to handle a few black iron tigers doesn't deserve to boss them around, warning they've got 2 choices, fight or leave. As his aura flares, the opposing man steps back, realizing he's facing a mid-stage level 6 cultivator. With a scowl, he concedes defeat, and his group withdraws. Yichen's team presses ahead, scoffing that at least the Lin family knows when to step aside. As they move in, someone up front shouts in awe. The white glow confirms it's a yuan vein, about 5 meters long. He estimates it could yield 50 yuan crystals, worth nearly 500,000 taels of silver. One of them remarks the family will surely reward them well for this, maybe even with a precious pill. Before them lies a massive root of ice with crystals embedded on both ends, and Yichen suddenly senses the oxen totem inside him trembling. Startled by the movement, he wonders if there was some kind of resonance just now. A teammate warns him not to approach the yuan vein too closely, explaining that the yuan energy within is highly unstable and filled with impurities. It usually requires nurturing and purification before it can be refined into usable yuan stones for training. Yichen questions why furious beasts can approach it then, and the man explains that those beasts possess beast cores capable of withstanding and even purifying the violent yuan energy, which is also why beast cores are often used in the purification process. Yichen recalls the spirit core of the flaming giant ape in his storage ring, and wonders aloud if it could be used in this way. The man responds with folded arms, saying the spirit core is the very essence of a spirit beast, filled with its life force and power, and is typically used for forging weapons or in alchemy, not for purifying yuan veins. A girl adds that she once heard a spirit core sold at a MOU city auction for over 9 million taels of silver, and asks if he has actually seen one. Yichen laughs it off, claiming he's just asking out of curiosity, and has obviously never laid eyes on something that valuable. Over the past 2 days, various teams explored different areas of the mine, with one group excitedly claiming they had finally found a 3-meter yuan vein, short but still valuable, and quickly recorded the location before heading deeper, hopeful for more. Meanwhile, Yichen's group stood at a cliff, where one member laughed, remarking they had already found 5 yuan veins totaling 23 meters, which could yield 231 yuan stones. Yichen, sensing something off, thought the ease of these finds felt unnatural and voiced his concern, suggesting they exit the mines since training ends tomorrow. One teammate, frustrated, argued that turning back now was like abandoning a mountain of riches and refused to accept such a loss. Another supported Yichen, warning that the deeper parts of the mine held stronger fierce beasts, and they had already gained enough. The girl also sided with Yichin, saying it was wiser to quit while ahead. But one man, unwilling to retreat, snapped at them, calling them cowards, mocking their hesitation, and insisting they leave without him if they were too scared to continue. The girl asked what they should do, and Yichin replied that they should forget about everything and head back outside the mine immediately. 3 members turned around to leave, but suddenly the man who had gone deeper came running back, shouting for help. The girl recognized his voice as Yan's, and they saw him covered in bruises, being chased by a bloody black wolf. He stammered that it was a stage 8 bloody black wolf with sharp claws and fangs, a brutal and violent beast. The girl tried to rush to help him, but Yichin grabbed her hand and pulled her away, telling her they could barely protect themselves and must run. Yan watched helplessly as Yichin and the others fled without returning to rescue him. The black wolf was enormous and intimidating, and as they ran, the girl shouted that bloody black wolves are naturally violent, skilled in hunting and ambush, and usually dwell near mountain streams, so their presence this deep in the mines made no sense. Yichin told her to stop talking and just run. Meanwhile, the situation with the other team had also worsened as they were attacked by an even stronger beast on the opposite side. Back with Yichin's group, the 3 members reached a fork in the path, and Yichin told them to split up to distract the black wolves and instructed one to get out and notify the elders for rescue. Yichin turned to see a black wolf right behind him, cursed that it was chasing him, and narrowly dodged its attack before countering with a strong punch. Despite landing the hit, Yichin realized it had no effect and hoped Yimingyang and the others would bring reinforcements before it caught up. He kept running, while outside, the elders were also surrounded by beasts, and Elder Phi shouted, questioning how the situation had gotten this bad and accusing the Lin family of being suspicious from the start. Elder Phi snapped that this must be the Lin family's doing, but the other man replied that over 10 of their own people, including Lin Zhong and Lin Wuchang, were buried alive in the mine and failed to escape. If this were really a scheme, they would have saved them first. While fending off a beast, Elder Fei warned that if anything happened to his disciples, he would hold them responsible, which clearly angered the Lin family elder. Deep inside the cave, Yichin reached a dead end with the black wolf lunging from behind, and realizing he had no escape, he prepared to fight. He unleashed his OBS attack on the wolf, but was instantly struck down, slammed to the ground, and coughed blood, thinking the power difference was too overwhelming. As he hit the ground, he noticed the earth cracking beneath him and a faint blue light seeping through, realizing the ground wasn't solid and might lead somewhere. He pushed harder, the floor gave way, and he fell deep below. When he landed, he forced himself up, thinking it was fortunate he had trained in 5-element protection or else his bones would have shattered. Looking up at the hole, he figured the wolf was likely on his trail again, but then a strong gust of wind swept through, and turning around, Yichin was stunned to find an enormous cavern ahead. What lay before him was a 100-meter-long yuan vein. Yichin stands before the vasty of yuan vein, realizing the immense energy radiating from the 100-meter vein is truly overwhelming. No wonder the black wolf backed off, unwilling to face such dense yuan force. His body is under crushing pressure, bones creaking and flesh trembling. He thinks a few more minutes, and he might die even without the wolf's attack. Remembering the flaming giant ape's spirit core in his ring, he takes it out as the yuan vein's pressure slightly subsides. Once activated, a powerful surge erupts from the spirit core, uncontrollable, making him curse as the essence of the spirit beast, incompatible with his stage 5 cultivation, hits him with the force of millions of elephants, just as overwhelming as the yuan vein. He realizes he's merely escaped one danger to stumble into another, and as he braces himself, the oxen totem starts trembling too. The entire space glows in yellow light as the oxen in the sky opens its eyes wide. He can't comprehend what's happening. From its nose, the oxen emits a fireball, its spirit core, which floats upward before the beast lifts its head and exhales a violent wind. A furious storm forms as crystals of the yuan vein get pulled into the air, revolving in a wild tornado, forcing Yichin to shield his face. Even the 100-meter-long yuan vein is ripped out of the rock wall and drawn into the oxen's belly. From above, it's clear that the oxen totem is absorbing the yuan energy through a yuan formation, and massive stones begin falling from the sky, crashing into the ground. Yichin grows excited as he sees 100 cracks form where the stones fell, realizing the impact surpasses even the falling thunder formation and recognizing that this oxen totem yuan formation must be extremely advanced. Wanting to memorize it quickly, he tries to move forward, but the pressure is too great. His breathing turns labored and he realizes the formation's level is beyond what he can absorb, confirming that yuan formations follow strict hierarchies and absorbing one beyond his limit risks severe backlash. Turning toward the tornado's core, he thinks it's lucky he cultivated the max yuan technique, allowing his internal power to barely sever the connection. As he stands amidst the swirling yuan energy, he realizes the situation is a blessing in disguise. It not only validates his theory but also teaches him how to activate a totem's internal formation. If he can gather more spirit cores in the future and pair them with yuan vein energy, he could trigger powerful formations rapidly and boost his strength dramatically. Moreover, yuan formation masters are rare, and the formation diagrams even rarer, making the 12 mysterious yuan formations just as valuable as 12 advanced martial arts manuals. Unable to return to the surface, he decides to follow the narrow underground passage in search of an exit. As he runs through the dim corridor, a faint voice from another nearby path catches his attention. He hides behind a large rock, watching quietly to see who it is, and to his surprise, the voice belongs to Lin Zhong. Lin Zhong sits cross-legged on the floor but quickly senses movement behind the rock and points toward it, causing it to crack open and reveal Yichen. He remarks in surprise that Yichen actually survived the bloody black wolf curse and asks how he found this place. Yichen counters by asking how Zhong knew he was being chased and accuses him of possibly luring the wolves into the passage. Zhong rubs his hands and admits Yichen isn't as dumb as he thought, then confesses that this entire mine expedition was a trap by the Lin family to eliminate the Yi family's elite disciples, weakening their strength and removing them from the 4 great families. He explains that the yuan veins seen in the mine were long exhausted and were merely part of their setup to lure the group deeper until they reached the bottom of the mine. Yichen accuses him of releasing the beasts to fake an attack, questioning how they could be controlled. Zhong laughs and reveals a jade pot emitting steam, explaining it contains a treasure called beast control incense, capable of manipulating any beast that inhales it, including not just the bloody black wolves but every beast in the mine. Yichen, staring at the pot, is stunned that such an overpowering incense exists. Zhong adds that everything was supposed to go according to plan and he didn't expect Yichen to escape and find him, admitting he's impressed but declaring that Yichen will still die today. Gripping his bowed dagger tightly, Zhong charges forward using the shadow wind stab technique. Zhong lunges at Yichen with his dagger, but Yichen reacts just in time, dodging and sprinting forward as Zhong remarks on his unusually strong physique, suspecting he harbors many secrets. Though his previous strike only managed to graze Yachen's skin, Zhong remains confident, relying on the enhanced perception granted by his 7th-tier martial art to dominate in close combat. The two clash repeatedly, with Yachen skillfully evading Zhong's relentless attacks while thinking he can't win relying on vital energy alone. As Zhong's strength begins to show signs of depletion, he suddenly thrusts his palm forward, shouting for Yachen to die, and a gust of energy forms around it. The impact sends Yachen flying, spitting blood as he crashes to the ground. Zhong approaches, declaring that while Yachen has talent, he's still far too weak and would only be a threat if he had reached the 7th tier. As Yachen swallows a pill, Zhong scoffs, mocking his attempt to recover and claiming it's useless even if he refills his energy. With a glowing aura forming around him, Zhong moves in for the finishing blow, but Yachen raises 2 fingers, revealing a formation pattern hidden in the ground. He activates Thunderfall formation, and multiple patterns converge in the sky. Zhong yells in disbelief, demanding to know how Yachen, from a non-formation clan, could master such a technique. Ignoring him, Yachen commands the formation to descend, and a yellow light crashes down from above. He reflects on how he managed to lay the formation during their fight and didn't take the pills to restore energy, but rather to fuel the formation's power. As the dust settles, Zhong struggles to stand, admitting Yachen was clever and blaming his own mistake of holding back. Yachen retorts that he won't make the same error, then kicks a dagger off the ground that lands straight into Zhong's forehead, dropping him for good. Beside the fallen foe lies his broken beaker, and Yachen, breathing heavily, notes that his energy capacity is still too low for formations, and without the 3 profound ruined pills, he would have been the one defeated. Thankfully, Zhong's carelessness created the opening he needed. Now Yachen turns to inspect what kind of treasure a high-ranking member of the Lin clan might be carrying. Yachen collects numerous items from the portal and, seeing the wealth, thinks it makes sense for someone like Lin Zhong, backed by such power, to be a candidate for clan leader. Among the items are 3 more pill recipes, which he plans to hand over to Elder Yi Fei, an experienced alchemist. Inspecting the jade pot, he notices a mechanism at the bottom designed to evaporate liquid and release a faint scent. Just then, a black-orange tiger charges toward him, but he remains calm, holding the pot and deciding it's the perfect time to test the incense. As the steam begins to rise, the tiger sniffs it and immediately becomes obedient. He commands it to sit, and it sits. Lie down, and it lies. Scratch, and it starts scratching. When he says 1 + 3 = 2, the tiger simply blinks, unable to comprehend. Yachin concludes that while the incense works, the tiger lacks intelligence and can only follow simple commands. He notes the incense's limitation. It can control no more than 3 beasts above the 8th martial arts level. Even so, this beast-controlling incense is a rare treasure capable of reshaping the balance of power in Mario City. Yachin knows the Lin family harbors grand ambitions, clearly planning to use the beast control incense to unify Mario City under their banner. But too bad for them, they ran into him. He devises a plan to first use the jade pot to gather all nearby ferocious beasts and direct them toward hunting the Lin family members. Then, by sending a few trained beasts to guide the Yi family disciples toward the mine's exit, he can both save his allies and keep his own hands clean. With the Lin family's yuan reserves crushed and their plot exposed, they're bound to miss the Genius Summit and lose their place among the 4 great families. And once word of the beast control incense gets out, the city lord's mansion will surely deploy thousands of elite soldiers to wipe out the Lin family. Even if they suspect the Yi family took the incense, they'll be powerless to do anything about it. After some time, a group of Yi family disciples rush into the cave, calling his name in relief. One of them, Gangtan, jokes that hearing he survived a bloody black wolf chase proves he's really as tough as a cockroach. Just then, Yachin secretly activates the pot, and the iron black tiger starts charging toward the group. And Yachin started running forward and the man shouted, "Oh no, quickly go out and meet up with the elders." Outside we saw in front of Elder Phi, Gangtan came saying, "I find my own ability lacking. I have successfully let the Yi family disappear to safety but still deserve to be punished, Grand Leader." Elder Phi said, "I am just happy that you could make it out alive." Yi Chen on the side was thinking this Yi Kangtan is truly shameless by making all the credit for himself. The elder of Lin family was getting tense, thinking, why are all the people coming out from the Yi family? This is completely different from the original plan. He and his subordinates started to move inside the cave shouting, "Not good, Lin family disciple, follow me in the mine." A few minutes later we see the piles of the disciples' corpses of Lin family. The elder, visibly frustrated, shouted, "Impossible, how can this be?" He pointed towards the Kangtan shouting, "Yi Kangtan, it's all you're doing. Yi, our Lin family will never coexist with you. We will never rest until all of you are dead." And then suddenly the elder fell into the ground and fainted. Elder Phi said to Kangtan, "What did you do? Why does he hate you so much?" Kangtan said, "I have no idea, I need to go rest first." Elder Chen thought, "Still happy that you took all the credit, Yi Kangtan. Now the Lin family has marked you for a death. You can't take the blame for me." A few days after the mine disaster, all of Mario City is buzzing with rumors. In the bustling marketplace, citizens whisper that the Lin family has taken a massive hit, their influence crumbling as rival clans seize their territories one after another. With nearly half their land lost, many believe it's only a matter of time before they're ousted from the ranks of the 4 great families. Another voice adds that the Lin Patriarch, driven by fury, has declared a bounty, 1 million silver teas and a lifelong honorary elder title to anyone who can deliver Yi Kangtan's head. The news sends shockwaves through the city, luring out wanted criminals who band together and lay traps all around the Yi clan estate, all lying in wait for Gangtan. Though usually arrogant, he now cowers inside the clan compound, unable to sleep soundly under the pressure of constant threats. Meanwhile, Yachin takes advantage of the peace to fully immerse himself in training, consuming all the spiritual materials he acquired and diligently practicing the mixed yuan technique. Within just half a month, he pushes himself into the late stage of level 5. But today, he breaks from his usual routine and heads to see Elder Yi Fai about something pressing. Standing at the elder's door, he knocks. From inside, a calm voice calls out, confirming his identity and inviting him in. Elder Yi Fai, seated comfortably, smiles and notes Yachin's rapid improvement, remarking that his control over yuan energy and the abundance of internal force far surpasses that of an average stage 6 martial artist. Yachin lets out a modest laugh, admitting inwardly that compared to the elder's cultivation, he still has a long journey ahead and cannot afford to get carried away. Yachin reflects silently that within the entire Yi family, Elder Yi Fai's strength is second only to Yi Buku. Having reached the peak of the 9th stage, he's just one step away from entering the legendary True Art realm, a threshold so formidable that even among tens of thousands of cultivators in Mario City, fewer than 100 have crossed it. Even Yibuku himself has been stuck at that final step for over a decade, unable to make progress. Elder Yifei, observing Yechin closely, remarks that he likely didn't come without reason. Perhaps he's run into trouble and needs assistance. He adds that if it's within his power, he'll help. Yechin chuckles awkwardly, assuring him that's not the case. Instead, he's come to offer 2 treasures. He removes a ring from his finger and presents it, explaining it's a storage ring. Though its space is limited to around 3 cubic meters and qualifies only as lower tier, it's still a rare item. As Yechin activates the ring's dimensional pocket, he clarifies that the ring itself isn't what he meant by treasure. He's aware that Elder Yifei, now a second-rank alchemist in Mario City, is the only one who can truly understand the value of what he's brought. He then reveals the recipe for the first-rank Qin Yuan pill, a pill capable of rapidly restoring Yuan energy within 3 days, an efficient and safe aid for cultivation with no side effects. Elder Yifei listens attentively, recognizing that while the pill may not be extremely potent, its purity and harmless nature make it top tier among first-rank recipes. The second item Yechin presents is the Li Yuan pill, a rank 1 pill that activates the Sea of Yuan upon consumption and boosts Yuan power absorption by 30% for 7 days. When combined with the Qin Yuan pill, the total effect reaches a staggering 50%, significantly accelerating cultivation, enough to elevate even a mediocre martial artist to greatness. With these 2 pills alone, an ordinary family could rise to the level of the 4 great families within 5 years. Elder Yifei, stunned, demands to know where Yechin obtained such incredible recipes, calling them truly wonderful. Yechin grins and tells him not to get too excited yet, there's more. He then reveals the Ziyan Spirit Pill, a rank 2 pill that activates the Sea of Yuan potential within 50 breaths, temporarily boosting Yuan power by 30%. Though it causes fatigue afterward, it leaves no harm to the body. Yechin asks if the elder is satisfied. Elder Yifei responds enthusiastically, praising the pill as excellent. Its ability to safely boost strength by 30% makes it invaluable for martial artists. Once released, it would trigger a buying frenzy not just in Mario City but also in the surrounding 13 cities. Even a single one of these 3 recipes could spark chaos, possibly even draw the attention of the city lord's mansion. Sensing something deeper, the elder urges Yechin to be honest about the source. Yechin lifts a finger and replies that it was a gift from a good friend, someone the elder already knows. The elder asks who this person is, and Yechin replies that it's Lin Zong from the Lin family. Elder Yifei's eyes widen in disbelief, questioning how someone from the Yi family could be involved with the Lins. But Yechin cuts him off, explaining they accidentally uncovered Lin Zong's plot in the mine and killed him after a fierce battle. He reveals that the strange ring and the 3 pill recipes originally belonged to Lin Zong. Elder Fei, puzzled, remarks that the Lin family's main business in Mario City is weapon refining. They rarely deal in pills, so it's strange Lin Zong would possess such recipes. He also notes that Lin Zong was highly talented and not weaker than Yi Kangtan, making it surprising that Yechin managed to kill him. Yechin points to a beaker and admits it does sound unbelievable, but insists this treasure supports his claim. He then asks to borrow Elder Fei's Golden Edge, a flying beast known for its ferocity and stage 4 strength, which Fei has kept caged for 10 years without ever taming. It's ideal for testing beast control and sense. Elder Fei hesitates but grants permission, asking why he wants it. Yechin unlocks the door with a smile and says it's time to get started, prompting the elder to yell after him in disbelief, calling him mad. The elder complains he spent 10 years trying to tame the golden eagle and demands to know what Qin is doing, but Qin tells him not to be upset, suggesting maybe the eagle will return. The elder, clearly annoyed, says that's impossible and promises that if the eagle does return, he'll give it to Qin. Surprised, Qin asks if he means it, and the elder turns away, saying he's never lied. Qin then pulls out a steaming pot and whispers softly. Moments later, the golden eagle returns to the cave. Shocked, the elder marvels at this and believes his efforts have finally paid off, thinking the eagle is now recognizing him as its master. But the bird flies past him and lands on Qin's shoulder instead. Qin offers the eagle back to the elder, saying that since they share a bond, he should care for it and bring it to visit occasionally. Internally, Qin reflects that the eagle's behavior has nothing to do with bonds, but rather the beast-taming incense he used, which can tame any beast under stage 8 for a short time. He explains this openly, then recounts everything that happened in the mine. The elder, stunned, admits he had long felt something was off about that expedition but never imagined it was so complex. He thanks Qin for uncovering Lin Zong's plot in time, or the Yi family could have suffered serious consequences. Chen says he only did what any Yi family member should. The elder then asks about Yi Kangton, suspecting some alliance, but Chen explains there was none. Yi Kangton just liked taking credit, and now he's paying the price. Impressed, the elder says Chen has made a great contribution, though unfortunately it can't be publicly recognized. To make up for it, he offers to share 50% of the profits from the pills once they're produced. Chen refuses, saying he's offering the recipes freely as a junior to his elder. He also offers half of his remaining beast-taming incense, hoping it will help tame the golden eagle more quickly. He assures the elder he's not lying. Yi Fei has helped him many times, and this is merely repayment. He just asks that everything remain confidential. The elder agrees but insists he can't accept such a sacrifice without repaying it, asking HM to state any request he has. As expected, HM thinks Elder Fei won't take anything without offering something back. So he requests help in gathering detailed knowledge on Yuan formation, along with a few formation diagrams if possible. The elder nods, then remarks that the reason HM could defeat Lin Zong must be connected to this. After going over all the details, the scene shifts to Yachin standing outside, where a man greets him with a smirk, asking if he's here to pick another partial art. The man inwardly gloats. Ever since meeting Yachin, his luck has skyrocketed. He's been promoted from junior to senior elder, showered with rewards, and now even considered for a post at the spiritual material hall. Yachin calmly replies that today's visit is for something more important and suggests they talk in private. Inside, he lays out several items and a note, explaining he's written detailed instructions for 3 particular items. If Elder Yimeng follows the steps precisely, he says, then within a month, the elder will rise to become the 3rd strongest in the family, just below the Grand Elder. Seeing the treasures laid out, Yimeng's eyes widen in disbelief, asking if they're real. Yachin simply nods, confirming it. This is all part of stealing beast cubs. The beast-taming incense isn't a divine item and only controls fierce beasts for a short period, making adult faint bees difficult to tame, but if raised from cubs, they can become valuable assets. The elder studies the paper and says its contents are astonishing, believing that if things proceed smoothly, the family will be greatly rewarded and sincerely thanks Yachin, bowing in gratitude. Yachin holds his shoulder and tells him not to flatter, saying he's merely repaying a favor, but requests that he keep everything secret. The elder firmly agrees, swearing silence even under threat. Later, in his room, Yachin sits surrounded by open manuals and notes that the 5 yuan formation manuals from the elder have arrived. The first 3 detail foundational knowledge while the last 2 provide in-depth analysis, and to his surprise, one even includes thunder formation techniques from patterning to activation. Excited, he dives into study and after 1.5 months, stands in an open area, pointing 2 fingers to draw a glowing formation in the air, launching it at a large stone. A beam descends and shatters the stone, prompting him to remark that casting time is down by 2/3 and power has increased by 20%, which he finds acceptable. He then refocuses and continues intensive study day and night, eventually sitting cross-legged and saying it's time to inspect the oxen totem. As he continues practicing, a faint glow appears before him, revealing the oxen totem symbol at its center. Yachin observes that while there are only around 80 formation patterns, which suggests it is a rank 1 yuan formation, he cannot decipher it at all. These airy patterns differ significantly from those described in the yuan formation manual, being 10 times more intricate in structure and arranged in an unusual way. Unlike standard yuan formations where patterns overlap, the totem's patterns remain independent yet form a seamless whole. Had he not witnessed it himself, he would never believe such a yuan formation could exist. The 12 totems are truly exceptional, and the yuan formations inscribed on them must hold tremendous power despite being classified as rank 1. Compared to the thunder formation, the oxen totem formations are far more advanced and harder to grasp. Deciding to set aside the totem formations for now, he shifts to something more manageable and selects a formation previously repaired by Sister Mayun, a rank 2 mist formation that, when activated, produces continuous mist within a 300-meter radius, obscuring sight and disorienting those within. Yachin notes that this is a trap formation requiring 150 formation patterns. 10 days later, he remains deep in study, concluding that despite his efforts, he only has a basic grasp of the formation so far. A sudden knock sounds at the door, and a man enters, announcing that his young master, Yi Maoan, wishes to challenge Yachin today and extends an invitation to attend. Yachin's eyes widen in surprise. On the arena stage, a crowd has already gathered, with Yi Maoan and Yi Kantun standing at its center. Among the onlookers is Yachin, when a girl spots him and waves, calling out that she hasn't seen him in nearly a month and thought he might have gone on a mission if not for the frequent bursts of energy from his courtyard. Two more men walk over, remarking that as the family's newly emerging genius, Yachin must be training relentlessly to prepare for the Genius Summit and bring honor to their clan. Yachin replies modestly that he's been so focused on training he lost track of time. Noticing that Yi Maoan has not only summoned inner disciples but also several elders, he comments that the challenge seems serious. The girl explains that Yi Maoan's strength has surged ever since acquiring a mysterious martial arts manual, and she heard he reached stage 7 just last night, which might give him a real chance in this duel. With the Genius Summit just over a month away, Yi Maoan's strategy is clear: defeat Yi Kantun to sharpen his skills and ride the momentum forward. Chinthorat, Ye Kington, and Ye Maoan are considered the top geniuses of the Ye family, progressing rapidly in cultivation, while by contrast, Yechin feels his own advancement has lagged behind, still stuck at late-level stage 5 of martial arts and realizing he must increase his training or risk falling behind. Just then, the arena bell rings and the match begins, with Maoan and Kington radiating immense auras, Maoan unleashing a cold aura zone and Kington emitting a yuan energy burst. Maoan declares he will prove today who the true number 1 genius of the Ye family is, and rushes toward Kington with an icy palm, but Kington calmly extends 2 fingers, releasing a burst of energy from his nebula finger. The 2 attacks collide, causing a massive shockwave, yet Kington remains unmoved while Maoan is sent flying backward, coughing blood. Chen notes Maoan was forced back 10 steps and suffered disrupted vital energy, while Kington didn't budge, revealing a significant gap in their strength. Elder Baku, watching from above, comments that while Maoan's palm technique is decent, it pales in both power and momentum compared to Kington's nebula finger. Kington calls him all show and no substance, and demands he reveal his trump card to stop wasting time. Infuriated, Maoan calls him arrogant and unleashes a powerful surge of energy. He spreads both arms wide, releasing an immense blue burst of energy that floods the entire arena, sending a chill through the air that even causes unease among the spectators, though Maoan remains unfazed. As the cold intensifies, he leaps into the air, unleashing Faraz's dragon tail strike. Elder Phi, observing, remarks that he hadn't expected Maoan to have cultivated such a high-level Zwan rank palm technique, one powerful enough to counter Yi Kington's nebula finger. Elder Baku agrees it has the power to break the finger technique, but notes that it still cannot injure Kington. Kington calmly lifts his hand and unleashes a technique resembling a tornado of energy that smashes into Maoan and sends him flying across the arena. Shock spreads through the crowd as Elder Phi wonders aloud what kind of martial art this could be, saying he's never seen such a mysterious technique within the Ye family. Lying defeated on the ground, Maoan trembles as Kington declares his loss, mocking him for attempting a challenge with such meager strength. He says Maoan's dream might be to become the number 1 genius of the Ye family, but his own ambition is to become the number 1 in all of Mario City, and no matter how hard Maoan trains, he'll never catch up. Turning to the crowd, Kington instructs someone to carry Maoan away to avoid further disgrace, and several people rush forward. He then stretches his arms wide and addresses the audience, declaring that this is the fate of anyone who dares to oppose him, Yi Kington, and warns that if anyone fails to learn from today's lesson, he won't hesitate to cast aside any familial bonds. As he speaks, he silently wonders if he has just made his stance toward Yechin completely clear. At Yechin's courtyard, he hesitates, thinking that Kington's strength is truly overwhelming. If he were the one to challenge him now, even with the Yuan formation, his chances of victory wouldn't exceed 20%. The martial art Kington has mastered likely comes from the 3rd floor of the Grand Legacy Hall, and his power will only keep growing, which means Yechin must push forward or risk being left behind. Sitting cross-legged, eyes glowing with energy, he concentrates on his core, and when he finally rises, a burst of power shoots into the sky. He announces his breakthrough to the 6th stage, noting that while he originally estimated another half-month would be needed, the pressure from Kington must have activated his latent potential. His strength has now increased by around 30%, and he estimates his odds in a battle with Kington could be 40, maybe even 50%. Meanwhile, after 10 days of training, Kington also breaks through to the 5-element protection peak of stage 3 but remarks that he feels stuck at a bottleneck. Suddenly, Elder Yeming rushes in, panting and calling out to Yechin, who quickly asks what's going on. The elder, grinning and out of breath, explains that he followed Yechen's advice and went to Gordon Mountain, where he scouted all the fin bees' nests. Yechen guesses 5 cubs were taken, then 10, but the elder proudly reveals he stole 30. Shocked, Yechen exclaims that it's enough to form an entire fin bee squad, and the elder chuckles, saying he hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. The elder says the bee-taming incense Yechen gave him is truly remarkable. Once placed in a fin bee's nest, it allows him to snatch the cubs within 5 minutes. He proudly shares that he contributed all the young bees to the family, and as a result, the head officially promoted him to law enforcement elder. Laughing, he adds it's all thanks to Yechen. Yechen congratulates him, but the elder insists the credit belongs to him, and invites him out for drinks, declaring they won't stop until they're drunk. Yechen politely declines, saying with the Genius Summit approaching, he doesn't want any distractions, but promises to drink with him after the summit. The elder laughs and agrees, taking his leave. Yechen clenches his fist, thinking it's time to find a way past this bottleneck. Suddenly, Elder Phi lands from the sky, grabs Yechen's hand and excitedly shouts that he finally refined the Jian Spirit Pill. From today, 3 new pills will enter the market, and every martial artist will go crazy for them, sparking a buying frenzy across Mario City. Yechen awkwardly asks him to let go of his hand, and the elder apologizes, explaining he got too excited. He announces that after refining the 3 pills, he officially became a rank 3 alchemist and has been appointed vice president of the Mario City Alchemist Guild. He also registered the pills with the guild, where the president valued them so much that 10 rank 2 alchemists were assigned to mass-produce them. In less than 10 days, the pills will hit the market. He thanks Yechen for everything and begins to ask about the origin of the pill recipes, but Yechen cuts him off, assuring him that he altered their structure enough that even Lin Zong wouldn't recognize them. The elder then brings up He Kantin, offering to deal with him now that he has more authority. But Yechen calmly replies that there's no need, he'll personally defeat Kantin in front of every martial artist in Mario City, and show him exactly who he picked a fight with. The elder says he wouldn't be talking like that if he didn't already have a plan, adding that he truly believes Chin can defeat He Kantin and become the top genius in Mario City. In his mind, he feels the young man before him is someone destined for greatness, someone others will admire. Out loud, he says he's heading to the Wanjia market later to buy spiritual herbs and asks if Chen wants to join. Chen's eyes widen as it's revealed that the Wan family leads the 4 major families, holds an unshakable status, and runs numerous industries in Mario City, making it a true giant. Their Wan family market is a major trading hub, offering everything from herbs to pills, martial arts techniques to spiritual treasures, drawing martial artists from nearby cities. The elder says there are still over 10 days left before the Genius Summit, and notes Chen's spirit energy is scattered and Yuan energy unstable, signs of hitting a bottleneck. A trip to the market might help him find a breakthrough. Chen thinks he still has a few thousand yuan stones, so it's worth a try. They finally arrive, and as they step in, Chen says it's no wonder Wan family is seen as the leader of the 4 great families. With such a massive market, they must be earning huge profits daily and have vast resources to train their members, making the Yi family pale in comparison. The elder explains that the Wan family is commerce-focused and trades with 30 surrounding cities, giving them a solid foundation. But in 10 days, he believes the Yi family will also rise and become an economic powerhouse on par with the Wan family. Then he suggests they split up. Chin should head to the spiritual herb section to find what he needs. Inside the spiritual herb hall, Chen stands as a man approaches and asks what he's looking for. Yechen says he wants to buy spiritual herbs to help break through and asks for ones above rank 2 and aged, adding that he plans to buy in bulk. The shopkeeper replies that it's no problem and hands over the category list. Yechen flips through the book, listing wild poria, flavor, iron root, angio, spermia, nine-tailed, iron anvil, Buddha, hand, and true spirit flower, then states he'll take 20 of each. The shopkeeper agrees at first but then reacts in shock, asking if he really said 20. Yechen calmly asks if there's a problem. The shopkeeper, startled, explains that these herbs are quite expensive and true spirit flower is rare in the market, warning that buying 20 of each could cost hundreds of thousands of silver taels, and suggests reducing the quantity. Yechen simply asks to call the manager. Elder Wan Sanshan from the Wan family outer sect arrives, saying he is the manager and confirms the bulk order would cost hundreds of thousands of silver taels, then asks where Yechen is from. Yechen replies that the spirit herb hall isn't a place for interrogation and tells him to just give the total as he's in a hurry. The manager responds that the total is 980,000 silver taels. Yechin says it's a bit pricey but still acceptable. The manager, now irritated, thinks to himself about where this arrogant kid came from, as aside from the 4 great families and the city master manor, no one else in Mario City could casually afford that amount. Yechin then asks if spiritual stones can be used instead of silver taels. The manager confirms they can and secretly prepares to teach him a lesson if he can't pay. But Yechin throws down a full pouch, stating it contains 100 spirit stones worth 1,000,000 silver taels and tells them to keep the change as a tip for their effort. Both the shopkeeper and manager are left stunned. Yechin says it's not enough, but the manager quickly interrupts, shouting that it's more than enough and orders the staff to hurry and bring all the materials the young master needs. The shopkeeper rushes off and soon returns with the full list of herbs and supplies. Once everything is laid out, the manager respectfully asks if the young master is satisfied. Yechin nods, saying they're fine, but adds that he expects both of them to keep his visit confidential and not spread any rumors. The manager and shopkeeper both agree immediately, assuring him they'll stay quiet and wishing him well. As Yechin walks away, the manager comments that now that's a true wealthy man, just gave away 20,000 silver without hesitation. He calls it admirable generosity and tells the shopkeeper he handled the matter well. As a reward, the manager gives him 2 spirit stones and informs him that from now on, he's the steward of the Spirit Herb Hall, no longer needing to shout for customers or manage the accounts. He adds that next time this wealthy man returns, he must be welcomed properly, as he's certain Yechin will come back again. Coming out of the shop, Yechin takes a deep breath and thinks the trip to the pill shop was a waste, since the pills there aren't high grade. Rank 1 pills are barely effective and rank 2 pills are scarce. He figures he might as well wait 10 more days and buy a batch directly from Yi-Fi. With time still left before the meeting, he decides to wander around the free trade zone. As he enters the market, someone suddenly holds a flower in front of him, claiming it's the Sky Mountain Sacred Lotus, a rank 4 spiritual herb, and offers it at a loss for just 3 yuan stones. Yechin politely declines and keeps walking, only to be stopped by another shopkeeper shouting about a great heavenly technique, a king-rank skill that, once mastered, lets you transform into a dragon upon touching water and fly through the skies. No bargaining, 10 yuan stones. Another vendor waves a sword boasting it's the mountain-splitting blade, a high-level spirit treasure capable of slicing flesh and even mountains, selling cheap at 3 yuan stones with bulk deals available. Yechin finds these exaggerated sales pitches ridiculous and thinks it's no surprise Yi-Fi looks down on the free trade zone. As he walks further, he notices a shop labeled Yuan Formation Pavilion and is surprised to see a specialized shop for Yuan Formation diagrams. He steps inside and calls out, but the shopkeeper is sleeping on the table and snoring loudly. Thinking no wonder there's no business here, he moves toward the bookshelf and observes that although the attic is only about 5 square meters, it's packed with books. Wondering if he should just pick one up and take a look, he pulls out a book titled Plum in the Silver Vase and questions what that even is. It doesn't sound related to Yuan Formation at all. As he opens the book, he realizes it's adult content and quickly puts it back, thinking the shopkeeper must have misplaced it. Curious, he pulls out a few others: Golden Lotus, Wooden Lantern, Mock, Great Hidden Potential, but finds they're all the same type. He changes his conclusion, realizing the shop name is misleading. This isn't the Yuan Formation Pavilion, it's clearly the Spring Palace Pavilion. Just then, the shopkeeper wakes up and says the books aren't for someone his age, telling him to come back when he's older and he'll give a proper introduction. As Yechin turns to leave, a particular book catches his eye. Turning back, he finds it glowing and feels something unusual about it. As he reaches out, the shopkeeper warns him not to touch it with his early-stage 6th level martial cultivation, or he may suffer backlash. Yechin is surprised the old man saw through his concealed cultivation so easily, wondering if his face-concealing technique is useless. The moment he touches the book, his entire body radiates yellow light as a strange force resonates with the 2 totems in his Sea of Yuan. An elder suddenly appears, laughing and exclaiming that after 10 years, someone worthy has finally come, urging him to see if he can understand the book's contents. Yechin opens it and responds that he can only grasp a little. This book introduces the basic structure of Yuan Formation, but unlike ordinary formations, its patterns are obscure and complex, with structures that separate and merge without overlapping, maintaining independence, something the agent finds truly strange. Even more surprising, the content perfectly matches the formation of his internal totem, and just a glance has already boosted his confidence to about 30% in condensing formation patterns, a fact he decides must remain secret. The elder man asks if there's more, and he replies that the book offers little and only covers the basics, with the final chapter introducing yuan formation but appearing incomplete and lacking detail. Laughing, the old man admits he tore out the last few pages, and both he and the shopkeeper begin laughing, celebrating that after 10 years they've finally found someone worthy. The elder grips his shoulder, exclaiming that he must have a natural talent for yuan formation and urges him to become his disciple, but the shopkeeper coughs to remind him of the bet with the sect leader. He cannot reveal their sect, his identity, or take disciples, or he'll face the wrath of 5 thunders. Annoyed, the elder tells him to shut up, then asks the agent's name. He shares it without hesitation, thinking there's no reason to hide it from people clearly concealing their true strength. The elder tells the other shopkeeper, Fu, to take out a strip, and Fu reveals detailed information. The agent is 14, an inner disciple of the Yi family, early-stage 6th-level martial artist, orphaned since childhood, has a younger sister named Yi Yao, and is recently close with Lu Muyun, whom he calls sister. The agent is shocked, demanding to know how they know all this, wondering how these two, who acted like strangers, could possibly possess such detailed knowledge about him. Catch and sort, the agent quickly grows wary. Who exactly are these two, and how do they know so much about him? Could they be assassins? He becomes alert, but the old man calmly addresses him, saying there's been a misunderstanding and he means no harm. He introduces himself as Wu Xinzi, a man from a distant place who came to Mario City seeking someone capable of deciphering the ancient yuan formation diagram. Catch and sort, the mention of this diagram sparks a thought. Could the 12 totems be relics from ancient times? Wu Xinzi confirms that the book he had been reading is an introduction to that very diagram, and explains that anyone able to understand it might be capable of deciphering the entire formation. In 10 years, only the agent has shown such potential. Catch and sort, perhaps the old man is telling the truth. The agent replies respectfully, calling him Senior Wu Xinzi, and explains he has urgent matters to attend to, but promises to return in half a month to continue studying. Wu Xinzi nods, and the shopkeeper mentions that the Genius Summit will be held in half a month, where Ichen and Kenton are expected to settle their grudge. Twisting his mustache, Wu Xinzi casually asks about Kenton. The shopkeeper describes him as a mid-stage level 4 martial artist who practices a fragment of a king rank technique, arrogant and petty, reportedly jealous of Lu Muyun's closeness with Ichen. Without hesitation, Wu Xinzi commands the other man to head to the Yi family and bring back Kenton's head. The man agrees instantly, and the agent is stunned. Who are these people, talking about killing someone like Kenton as if it's nothing? The man rests a hand on his shoulder and casually offers to take Yi Kenton's life, and if that feels too small, he even suggests adding the head of the Yi family leader as well. Cold sweat drips down Ichen's back as he forces a tense smile, inwardly panicking that these two are either insane or dangerously powerful. He quickly replies that personal grudges should be handled personally and assures them he'll return after the Genius Summit, then bolts from the shop. As he flees, thoughts race through his mind. These two aren't normal, they're either lunatics or something far more terrifying. But before he gets far, the old man's voice rings out, "Open." In an instant, the entire store's atmosphere twists. Dense energy condenses in the air, forming mysterious runes. The surrounding scenery warps, and Ichen collapses to his knees, shouting in disbelief, "This is the Gang Metal Marriott Killing Formation, a rank 3-to-1 formation." He realizes with growing horror that this kind of formation isn't something a small shop should have. It's powerful enough to level not just Yabuka but even the city master's entire manor. Wu Xinzi steps forward calmly and tells him he's not one for fancy talk. If Ichen helps him decipher the ancient yuan formation, he will guarantee a breakthrough to stage 7 within days, enough power to crush Yi Kenton with ease. Ichen grits his teeth, realizing this might be the fastest path forward, and agrees. The man says calmly that though Ichen may have doubts now, he'll soon be grateful for the choice he made today. He tells him to return at midnight. He'll help break through his bottleneck then. Turning to Fu, he mentions someone outside is looking for him and tells him to go see them out. Later, Ichen stands before Elder Fai, who suggests they head back since the shopping is done. Ichen quietly agrees, but the elder eyes him, sensing something off, and asks if something happened. He replies that it's nothing, just the market being a bit too loud. That night, Ichen quietly dashes across rooftops toward Fu, making sure to stay out of sight. As he arrives, Fu greets him with a teasing tone, saying their master doesn't like being kept waiting and he came to give him a ride. Grabbing Yichen by the hand, Fu shoots forward at a pace so fast it feels like he's dragging him along. In moments, they arrive at the Yuan Formation Pavilion, and Yichen, still catching his breath, wonders just what kind of cultivation Fu has to cross 5 kilometers in minutes. As they step inside, the man instructs Fu to leave, and Fu promptly responds, "Yes, master." The master turns to Yichen, explaining that the martial art realm is split into 9 levels, grouped in stages of 3, but regardless of classification, it all comes down to refining the body. For the next 10 days, he won't teach martial arts but will guide him in physical refinement. He leads Yichen to a different space where glowing stones are arranged with peculiar markings. The master tells him to remove his clothes and stand at the center. As he obeys, Yichen immediately feels the blazing heat radiating from the stones and reacts to the intense temperature. The master tells him to observe closely, saying his Yuan formation talent is promising, and what he's about to experience may benefit him greatly. The flame dragon body tempering formation activates, and above the stones, a large flaming circle begins forming. Despite the searing heat causing sweat to pour from his body, Yichen senses a shift within. His core absorbs the fiery energy. To his shock, he realizes his 5-element protection has broken through to the 4th phase, instantly shattering the bottleneck he had long struggled with. He breathes out, asking if that was all. The master snaps back, saying he clearly underestimates the power of the flame dragon body tempering formation, which is potent enough to affect even divine yuan. Cutting the lecture short, he instructs him to refine his body once a day, each session lasting 30 breaths, and spend the rest of the time helping decipher the ancient yuan diagram. The master hands over the scroll, instructing him to study the ancient yuan formation diagram carefully and report any discovery right away. Yichen unfolds the paper, puzzled to find only 20 formation patterns, and wonders aloud if this is just a rank 1 formation. The master immediately bursts out, yelling that this is the ancestor of all yuan formations, far beyond his shallow understanding, and demands he decipher it or face the consequences. Yichen quickly backs down, muttering agreement, while thinking the patterns recorded here seem far inferior to those in the oxen totem. The totem contains double the number of patterns, and their arrangement is far more sophisticated. Still, given the old man's high regard for it, he decides to take it seriously. He reminds himself that the foundation of a yuan formation lies in its pattern, followed by construction and then activation, so he begins by concentrating solely on the patterns. As he studies, Fu arrives and quietly asks if the boy will really succeed. The master responds grimly, noting the 10-year agreement is almost up, and everything now depends on this child. 6 hours pass, and Yichen begins shaping the patterns, slowly making progress. The formation starts to emerge, and the master stares in shock, recognizing the ancient formation pattern forming right before his eyes. He's stunned, realizing this young man's efforts in one night have achieved what a decade of the divine Yechen sex formation master could not. Approaching Yichen in disbelief, he laughs and asks how he managed this. Yichen explains it's not so complicated once the logic is clear. Each ancient formation pattern is made by combining 10 ordinary patterns, making them hard to identify. His understanding came through the ox totem, which fused dozens of base patterns into singular forms. However, both the number and method of combination are tightly regulated. The master slaps his own forehead, shouting in frustration, amazed he hadn't thought of such a simple but crucial insight himself. The master shouts in excitement as the rune activates, declaring the first step a success and confirming the condensation of the ancient rune. He hadn't expected to overcome this hurdle so smoothly. Everything unfolded flawlessly. With that, Yichen decides to remain in the Yuan Formation Pavilion, committing himself to refining his martial arts here. Over the following days, he studies the Yuan Formation diagram alongside Wu Xinzi during daylight, and by night, he enters the Flame Dragon Body Tempering Formation to strengthen his physique. Occasionally, Fu steps in to assist, offering sharp insights into martial arts that continually astonish him. Though Fu appears no older than 20, his deep understanding is astonishing. Each suggestion he makes prevents major detours and brings clarity. After 3 days, Yichen reaches the mid-level of Stage 6, manages to decipher all 20 ancient patterns, and begins attempting formation construction. By the 6th day, he breaks into late Stage 6, successfully comprehending the principles of formation construction and even activating one for the first time. Now, instead of entering the body tempering formation, he meditates alone in a sealed chamber, preparing to use Yuan stones combined with the Hun Yuan technique to directly reach stage 7. As energy surges, the chamber rumbles, flames swirl, and the stones around him begin to levitate and split in half. Watching this unfold, Yichen smirks, silently celebrating his breakthrough. He's done it. Yichen releases Yuan energy invisibly across a 100-meter radius, ensuring nothing escapes his perception. With eyes closed, he marvels at the precision, thinking he can even count the bristles on an insect. This is the soul refining phase's sensory sharpness. His 5 senses span the area, giving him full control, and with his cultivation breakthrough, his physical strength also rises, finally surpassing the 10,000 kedi barrier. As he steps out, Fu approaches from the front, congratulating him and calling him a dark horse for the upcoming Genius Summit. Fu hands over a small box, saying it's a pill to restore energy, and urging him to take it. Yichen thanks him, takes the pill, and wonders aloud why the old man hasn't appeared to scold him and demand more work on the ancient Yuan formation diagram. Fu chuckles and explains that during Yichen's breakthrough, the master also entered seclusion in the secret chamber, likely experiencing an epiphany at the final hurdle of the diagram. Yichen reflects that after 10 days of effort, they've deciphered 90% of the formation, with only activation left. While he hoped to solve it entirely, it seems the master had already grasped the crucial point. Fu then hands over a scroll, saying the master wants him to continue studying and not slack off. He also delivers a message: Yichen must win first place at the Genius Summit or forget about returning to the Yuan Formation Pavilion. Meanwhile, Elder Buku speaks to Kanten, reminding him that the Genius Summit begins in 5 days, and with the Lin family's fall, there's no significant competition. Buku urges him to seize the opportunity and aim for a high rank. Kanten responds confidently, saying his cultivation is now solidly at mid-level stage 7, and with his technique Flying Sky Green Light Slash, no one can stop him. Kanten declares confidently that this time, he will take first place and elevate the Yi family to the top of the 4 great clans. Elder Buku nods in approval, stating the family's hopes rest on him alone and assures him of full support in the remaining 5 days to help him gain a final boost in strength. Kanten expresses gratitude, then brings up the Genius Summit allocation, mentioning the Yi family has received 15 spots and asking how they'll be distributed. Elder Buku lists several names: Yi Moen, Yi Daisen, Yi Zaikuan, Yi Mingyang, and Yichen among them. But Kanten quickly objects, suggesting Yichen be removed from the list, calling him arrogant and a potential threat to the family's reputation if he angers the city master. Elder Buku initially defends Yichen, noting his strength and potential with the right discipline, but Kanten insists that his own participation is enough, arguing that Yichen's presence adds no real value. After a brief pause, Elder Buku agrees and orders Yichen's spot removed. In the following days, official invitations arrive for Yi Kanten, Yi Zaikuan, Yi Daisen, and others from the family's inner circle. Meanwhile, Yichen, still immersed in training, remains completely unaware that his chance to participate has been quietly taken away. During these days, Yichen masters his speed step, reaching its peak phase and managing to create afterimages, a feat that even Kanten, using his top movement technique, could only perform with 2 afterimages in the martial arts arena. Over the 10 days in the Yuan Formation Pavilion, Yichen also consumed all the spiritual herbs, their medicinal power absorbed through the flame dragon body tampering formation. Though the effects haven't fully digested yet, his 5-element protection technique has advanced to the peak of the 4th phase, and he plans to push it to perfection. On the other side, Kanten, standing proudly in the center of the arena, extends his hand as a powerful wave of energy bursts forth, confident and pleased that his flying azure light slash has finally reached the great level. Elder Buku beams with pride and praises Kanten, calling him worthy of being his adopted son and remarking that only Ling Yang and Lai Tianjun in all of Mario City could rival his strength. Kanten nods with confidence, declaring that Lai Tianjun will surely fall at the Genius Summit, and though Ling Yang might be a trickier opponent, his mid-level stage 7 cultivation should be enough to surpass him. Elder Buku then opens a small box and reveals the Bloodbone Flower, a rank 3 spiritual herb divided into 10 portions, instructing Kanten to consume it within 2 days and push into the late stage of level 7 to secure the top rank. Kanten accepts the box with a bow, thanking him and saying that fortune favors the bold. Meanwhile, the news spreads among the city's youth. Yi Kanten has already broken through to late stage 7, a feat that places him leagues above most others still struggling to enter the stage, making him one of Mario City's most talented in a century. What they don't know, however, is that Yi-Chin has also reached the 5th phase of the 5-element protection and has now broken through to stage 7 himself. Testing his strength, he remarks that with the Thunder formation, he could even stand against stage 3 experts. Just then, a man approaches him from behind and hands him an envelope, respectfully addressing him as young Master Yi-Chin. Opening it, Yi-Chin finds an invitation to the Genius Summit. He reads it silently, then smiles faintly, thinking he had assumed Kanten would pull something sneaky, but perhaps he had been too suspicious. In the hall, the invited participants gather, one of them announcing the arrival of the remaining 4. Kanten turns to Yi-Chin with a smirk, remarking that he showed up too, to which he replies casually, apologizing for the delay while wondering why Kanten seems so confident today. Among the group are also Yi-Chin and Yi-Taigyu. Kanten urges everyone to move quickly, citing the tight schedule, and Yi-Chin silently notes how unusual it is that he hasn't been targeted yet. Meanwhile, at the City Master's manor, the atmosphere is tense as someone is dragged out and ordered to receive 100 lashes for attempting to enter with a fake invitation. A guard yells in fury at the audacity of trying to deceive them. People pass one by one as their invitation cards are checked. When Yi-Chin presents his, the guard narrows his eyes and asks if it truly belongs to him. Yi-Chin affirms, but the guard suddenly shouts and commands the others to seize him, accusing him of impersonating a Yi family disciple and trying to infiltrate the Genius Summit. He orders them to beat him to death and feed his body to the dogs. Shocked, Yi-Chin yells in protest, claiming his true identity and asking how they could accuse him of being fake. But another voice, posing as an elder, coldly says he doesn't recall anyone by that name in their family and urges the captain to make an example of him. The captain agrees without hesitation. Realizing what's happening, Yi-Chin understands Kanten must have orchestrated this and bribed the guards. As a guard swings his sword at him, Yi-Chin grits his teeth and evades, knowing that if he fights back, he'll be labeled a rebel, and if he doesn't, the blade will cut him down. Watching the moment unfold, the captain thinks to himself that Yi-Chin is finished this time. Yi-Chin narrows his eyes, thinking that Kanten's smug expression says it all. This setup was clearly his doing. First the ambush, now this captain trying to kill him. Do they really believe he's that easy to take down? With a burst of power, he leaps into the air, energy crackling around him as he shouts that even the great captain of Mario's city can't tell right from wrong, and today, no one will stop him. The guard stumbles in confusion, asking where he went, only to get slammed in the face by Yi-Chin's sudden punch. The force sends him flying, and as other guards try to subdue him, their leader roars that if he lets Yi-Chin go today, he'll lose all authority in Mario's city. He orders every guard to attack at once. Swords flash from all sides, surrounding Yi-Chin completely, but within 10 seconds, he crushes them all, a heap of defeated men lying around him. Enraged, Kanten curses the useless guards and steps forward, muttering that he'll handle this himself. But before he can move, Yi Maoan grabs his arm. Kanten yells, demanding to know why he's being stopped. Maoan says calmly that while he knows Kanten holds a grudge, Yi-Chin is still a member of their family. The Genius Summit is about the honor of the Yi clan, and this kind of conduct is going too far. Another clan member steps forward in support, saying Maoan is right. Family honor must come before personal rivalry. Even if Kanten is the candidate for the next family head, he cannot act so arrogantly. If it comes to that, he's willing to give up his own spot to let Yi-Chin participate. The others step forward, one calling out that it's boring to go alone and he'll stick with Ming Yang, while another adds that he, Yi Zhang, won't be participating in the event either. One by one, the group aligns with Yi-Chin, making him smile while Kanten's face twists in rage. He shouts at them, calling them traitors and threatening that if they don't return now, they'll be punished under family law once they're back. Yi-Chin observes Kanten's panic, realizing that losing these 8 members weakens the Yi family's standing. Even if Kanten still manages to win first place, it would only barely maintain their rank among the 4 great families. He calmly remarks that someone without integrity can lead others, and no matter how strong Kanten is, if the Yi family falls into his hands, it'll crumble within 3 years. Kanten, furious, summons energy cores in both hands, yelling that Yi-Chin has insulted the family and that as the head candidate, he'll purge this disgrace. Yi-Chin steadies himself, thinking he originally planned to settle things at the summit, but with the way things are going, an early fight is just as well. Kanten needs to learn there's always someone stronger. But just as the clash is about to begin, Muyun appears, drawing a formation with her hands and shouting for them to stop. A barrier rises between them as she steps forward, scolding that causing trouble at the city master manor won't be tolerated, even by the Yi family's chosen successor. Kanten scowls at her interruption, but Yichin grins, saying he was about to go pick her up himself. Looks like she made it just in time. She lets out a laugh, teasing that if she'd arrived a few minutes later, Kanten might have already been sprawled on the ground in humiliation. Noting how confident Yichin seems after just a few days apart, she adds that she's heard Kanten has reached late stage 7 in martial arts. He smirks and tells her she'll find out at the Genius Summit. She simply says, "Let's head inside," and they begin walking in together, with Mian close behind. Watching them, someone comments in surprise about how close Yichin and Mian seemed to be, admitting they had underestimated him. Another agrees, still shocked by the unexpected connection. Meanwhile, Kanten fumes in silence, swearing under his breath that he'll wipe them all out at the summit. At the summit venue, Yichin spots his younger sister and greets her warmly, remarking that she's grown taller over the past 2 months. She beams, saying it's not just her height, her cold illness has eased, and she's started formal training. She proudly raises her hand to show a swirling blue energy orb. His eyes widen in disbelief. She's already able to condense yuan energy, and with such density and chill. In just 2 months, she's reached stage 4 martial arts. Her progress is terrifying, and compared to her, people like Kanten and those self-proclaimed geniuses are pathetic. The girl nods and says she can indeed gather yuan energy, but Sister Muyun insists she build a proper foundation first and won't let her learn advanced techniques yet. Wrapping her arms around his, she adds that in a few more months, her pace will only increase, and when that time comes, she'll protect him. He chuckles, calling her a true martial arts prodigy, and says he's eager to see that day. Muyun joins them, agreeing that the girl is a natural talent. Training isn't a challenge for her. In her eyes, this little Mario city is far too small to hold someone like her. Soon after, everyone begins gathering near the arena entrance as the guards call out, inviting contestants from each family to enter. Inside the Genius Summit Arena, a boy beside Yechin pointed out that the major families had begun entering, drawing attention to the arrival of the Lai family, led by Lai Tanchuan. He mentioned that Tanchuan is their most gifted genius, only 15 yet already mastering the Lai family's overload spear technique with perfection. Yechin added that the boy had trained alone deep in the mountains, refining his faint beast aura to a point where it could instill fear into others, and had reached early stage 7 in martial arts. The boy nodded but remarked that while Lai Tanchuan is formidable, he still lags behind Wan Lingyan, the Wan family's candidate for head, who has now reached mid-stage 7. Yechin noted that in the previous summit, she overwhelmed her opponents using just a stage 6 skill and claimed victory for her family. What impressed him even more was that she ended all her duels within 10 moves. He repeated the claim in disbelief, and the boy confirmed it. Yechin thought it sounded exaggerated, yet her ability to completely retract her aura and control her energy so precisely hinted there was far more to her than met the eye. Their gazes met briefly, and she narrowed her eyes, thinking to herself that the Yi family has produced someone unusual, someone she couldn't easily read. At the same time, Gangtan also stared at her, silently fuming that she was ignoring him and focusing on Yechin instead. He swore that this time, he would reclaim his honor. Another bystander asked in confusion who this Yechin was, wondering why so many people were suddenly paying attention to him. Could he be a hidden expert of the Yi family? After all, wasn't Yi Gangtan supposed to be the top talent from that household? And yet, he had already lost once to Wan Lingyan. Soon after, the announcer welcomed Gu Taenyong, the city master of Mario City, as he stepped into the arena. The boy beside Yechin whispered that this was no ordinary entrance. The city master, widely recognized as the strongest figure in the city, had arrived. His strength was said to rival even the attendants from the city master manor, and the figures accompanying him were also formidable, each strong enough to overpower the heads of the 4 major families. Standing tall on stage, Gu addressed the crowd, saying it was once again time for the Triennial Genius Summit. Seeing another generation of exceptional youth brought him sincere joy as city master, and he encouraged them all to perform well and showcase their talents. Watching from the stands, Yao admired how impressive his uncle looked, so different from his usual laid-back self. A girl nearby asked if she knew the city master, and Yao blinked in confusion, realizing Uncle Taenyong was the city master. She recalled spending 2 months at the manor where he had played with her daily and even personally oversaw her training, She had simply assumed he was a steward. She chuckled to herself, thinking no one else in all of Mario City could have mistaken such a powerful master for a servant. Her thoughts were interrupted as she noticed someone glaring at her intently. She asked who the guy was, and the answer came quickly: Wan Haitao, a newly risen genius from the Wan family who had already reached late stage 6. He was said to be second only to Wan Lingyan and also one of Lu Muyun's more persistent admirers. Clearly, if Yechen wanted to win Muyun's heart, he would have to face a gauntlet of determined rivals. Despite Haitao's angry stare, Yechen remained completely unbothered. Meanwhile, the city master continued, explaining the rules of the Genius Summit. Any participant could step onto the stage to challenge others. However, no malicious intent or fatal techniques would be tolerated. If a battle got out of hand, the city master Manner would step in immediately. 3 judges would deliberate and determine the victor, and at the end, the top 30 participants would be ranked individually and by family, deciding the overall family standings. The battle soon erupted across the arena. A man leapt to the center, declaring himself the first to step up and inviting any challengers. Another immediately accepted, stepping forward with a confident nod. The two faced each other, exchanging swift strikes, dodging and countering with equal ferocity. One of them laughed mid-fight, sending a burst of energy toward his opponent, while mocking that the Wan family was nothing special. From the stands, someone remarked that it was a good hit, noting how the Lai family excelled at charging attacks while the Wan family specialized in agility and precision. Even so, the strike only caused minor damage. The Lai family fighter raised his hand in victory, claiming the first match. Next came a bout between Yi Mingyan and Yi Tiexin, a spirited contest of alternating wins and losses that left both with valuable experience. Following that, Ye Zaiju stepped up, winning 2 consecutive matches. Observers praised his skill but suggested he should rest after such effort. Instead, another man entered the arena, taunting that since Zaiju was from the Ye family, he shouldn't get overconfident. Introducing himself as Wan Haitao, he added that because Zaiju had already fought twice, he would be generous and only use his right hand. The crowd roared at the arrogance, urging Zaiju to put him in his place. As the match began, Zaiju circled his opponent with speed, sizing him up and thinking that if Haitao was second only to Wan Lingyan in the Wan family, his cultivation level was likely higher than his own. Haitao taunted, asking how long Zaiju planned to keep circling for an opening, claiming he was nearly falling asleep. Zaiju's eyes narrowed, vowing silently to make him regret those words. Changing direction mid-run, he charged forward with a surge of energy. But Haitao, calm and confident, raised his right hand and mocked that his opponent was too weak. In an instant, a burst of immense force erupted from his palm, striking Zaiju square in the chest and sending him crashing to the ground. The crowd gasped in shock. One move had ended the fight. Murmurs spread that Haitao was even stronger than they had imagined. Climbing the steps, Zaiju admitted defeat, but his fellow disciple assured him there was no need to apologize, pointing out that Haitao had been holding back. In truth, he was already at the 7th stage of the martial arts, and a flaw in Zaiju's strike had been his undoing. Though reluctant to leave it at that, Zaiju stepped down as Muvin rose to challenge Haitao, stating boldly that he would take him on. Haitao smirked, questioning if this was an attempt at revenge and doubting his opponent's skill. Muvin replied that Haitao would soon find out. As the two faced each other, their auras collided, Haitao's overwhelming 7th stage power filling the arena, while blue energy swirled around them. Muvin smirked back, running his fingers through the air with deliberate calm, and Haitao raised 2 fingers, releasing a torrent of energy so cold and forceful it felt like the crushing weight of icy peaks. Yechen clenched his teeth, straining to withstand the pressure, but the sheer force pushed Muvin back until he stumbled and hit the ground, muttering that it was a close call. Haitao remarked that he was far better than the last opponent, yet still no match for him, adding that aside from Yi Kenton, Lai Tianchuan, and Wan Lingyan, no one in Mario City was worth his attention. Muvin's eyes flashed with anger as he called him an arrogant fool, summoning the Frost Dragon Tail Spikes technique. Ice formed along his arm, the frosted tail coiling with lethal intent before he drove it toward Haitao. But Haitao blocked with ease, remarking with mild interest that the strike was somewhat impressive, then twisted the attack back toward Muvin. Undeterred, Muvin launched another blow, yet Haitao slipped away again. For minutes, the clash repeated, Muvin pressing in with relentless strikes, determined to land even one clean hit, while Haitao dodged each attempt with effortless precision. Muvin clenches his teeth, realizing that overusing his yuan energy is wearing him down fast, his steps falling behind Haitai's swift footwork. He knows he must finish the fight quickly. Pushing his hand forward, he releases Ice Impact, a blast of blue energy surging out, but Haitai leaps high into the air, easily avoiding it. Muvin coughs hard before Haitai grabs his head, remarking that defeating him is crucial, then hurls him far across the arena with a mocking farewell. The crowd rushes in, shouting for a doctor. When one arrives, he examines Muvin and reports multiple fractures, especially in his ribs, 5 broken, estimating at least 3 months for recovery. A furious man charges in, yelling that Haitai struck even when Muvin had clearly lost the ability to fight, accusing him of trying to cripple his opponent. Haitai snaps back, saying it's ridiculous to think he could know if Muvin was pretending to be exhausted to lower his guard for a sneak attack, claiming it was self-defense and within the rules. The man refuses to listen and prepares to attack, but the elder's voice cuts through, calling him insolent and declaring that some injustices are inevitable. He states Ivan Haitai had no choice but to defend himself, and the injury was reasonable, especially since the 3 judges raised no objection. From above, Kenton reinforces the statement, repeating that Ivan Haitai had no choice but to defend himself and seriously injuring his opponent was justified. From behind, a woman's voice rang out, demanding if Kenton was still a member of the Yi family and how he could speak in such a way. Kenton replied that as the Yi family's candidate for head, he was simply stating the truth. The elder then ordered everyone to step down and not hinder the progress of the Genius Summit, acknowledging that this battle was indeed a loss for their Yi family. Gangtan turned to Yechan, urging him to heed the patriarch's words and step back, but Yechan refused, declaring his challenge to Van Hiteo and asking if he dared accept. Van Hiteo answered that since Yechan had issued the challenge, it saved him the trouble of seeking him out, adding that he admired the courage to face someone far stronger and still remain calm, and promised to give his all in their coming fight. The elder beamed, telling the Yi family patriarch that his family's unity was admirable. One falls and another rises, though their strength was lacking and they would likely be easily defeated. Elder Parker laughed, though inwardly regretting not stopping Yechan earlier, realizing he now risked being humiliated twice after the Genius Summit and deciding to deal with Yechan properly later. At the judges' table, the 3 officials exchanged glances before Mayun approached, placing her hand on one judge's shoulder. She greeted them and firmly reminded that during the match, unless a death occurred, none of them were permitted to intervene, warning that otherwise she would be very unhappy. The judges quickly agreed, assuring her they would comply. The battlefield was filled with intense energy, as Wan Haitao faced off against Yichin. Haitao looked confident and mocked Yichin with a smirk, saying that he was foolish to charge at him head-on, just like his useless brothers had done before. But to Haitao's shock, Yichin suddenly multiplied into several copies of himself, moving so fast that Haitao's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't figure out which one was Yichen's real body and was clearly unsettled by the speed and mysterious movement technique Yichin used. Yichin launched a powerful punch, but Haitao narrowly dodged it. As Yichin attacked again, Haitao countered with his special technique called the drifting finger. The impact of their clash caused their auras to collide violently. Haitao began to feel uneasy. He thought to himself that the drifting finger technique was supposed to be extremely effective at breaking through defenses with precise accuracy and overwhelming power. According to him, it should have been impossible for any ordinary opponent to withstand it unless they were much stronger than him. He began to question if Yichen's strength was far beyond his own, but he quickly tried to deny it in his mind, refusing to believe it was possible. Haitao then launched another attack, but Yichen calmly blocked it using only his arm. Frustrated, Haitao shouted and tried to prevent Yichen from escaping. He launched a flurry of fierce attacks, but Yichen dodged every single one with graceful agility. From the crowd, a man remarked how fierce Wan Haitao's attacks were, but none of them managed to touch Yichen. He praised Yichen's agility as truly impressive and beyond normal expectations. Haitao unleashed another powerful technique known as the whirling destruction palm. An elder from the Wan family watched closely and spoke with confidence. He believed that Haitao had the upper hand, saying that the palm technique Haitao just used came from the upper level of the Xian rank. He was impressed that Haitao had mastered such a powerful move and felt sure that the Wan family would win once again. However, Yichin remained calm and smiled as he questioned Haitao, asking if that was really his strongest move because, to him, it felt far too weak. Haitao was shocked by Yichen's reaction, not expecting him to still be standing after such a powerful technique. Before Haitao could react, Yichen suddenly grabbed his hand and punched him hard in the face, catching everyone by surprise. The elder, who had just been confident, now looked on with disbelief, unable to understand how the whirling destruction palm could be countered so easily. The situation quickly turned worse for Haitao as Yichen began slapping him repeatedly with overwhelming force. Haitao, heavily injured, finally collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. One man commented that Haitao had been beaten so badly he couldn't even surrender. Another whispered that Haitao might be left with scars for life after such a brutal defeat. The elder from the Wan family became angry and shouted at the judge, demanding to know why the match hadn't been declared over yet. He asked if the judge was just going to stand there and watch Haitao get beaten to death without stopping the fight. However, another old man disagreed, claiming that Haitao still had enough strength to fight and insisted that the match was not finished. One of the elders from the Wan family became furious and shouted while activating a powerful technique called Yuan Qi Burst. He accused Yichen of using some kind of evil scheme and warned that if the judge refused to act, he would take matters into his own hands. Ma Yan stood up and calmly told him not to move, reminding him that the sparring match was still ongoing. She instructed him to sit down, stay quiet, and watch until the end. She said that if he dared to interfere, the entire Wan family might disappear by the next day. Back on the battlefield, Yichen looked down at the injured Haitao and spoke coldly. He said that Haitao should be thankful that killing was not allowed in the arena, because otherwise, he would have already been lying there as a dead body 5 minutes ago. Soon after, Elder rushed over to check on Haitao and shouted in distress. He discovered that all of Haitao's bones had been shattered and said that it would take years for him to fully recover. Even if Haitao's body healed, it would be very difficult for him to make any progress in cultivation for the rest of his life. Then Yi Sangtian stepped forward and addressed Yichen. He told Yichen not to leave the stage yet. He reminded everyone that the Yi and Wan families had always maintained a good relationship. But now, since Yichen had crippled Wan Haitao during the match, it had become a serious matter. As the chosen candidate for the future patriarch position, Yi Sangtian ordered Yichen to apologize to the Wan family and to willingly accept punishment for his actions. Yichen questioned Yi Sangtian, demanding to know who he thought he was to give such an order. Yichen reminded everyone that when one of their own fellow disciples was crippled in the past, Yi Sangtian had stayed silent and chosen to side with outsiders instead of protecting his own people. Now that Yichen had crippled someone from another family, suddenly Yi Sangtian wanted to act righteous and hand out punishment. Yichen accused him of being completely unreasonable, asking if he had gone mad or if he had become nothing more than the Wan family's obedient servant, trying to protect them to gain favor and prove loyalty. Hearing this, Yi Sangtian became furious. His body began to glow with golden mana as he shouted Yichen's name with great anger. But Yichen remained calm and continued speaking without fear. He asked Yi Sangtian if he was angry because he felt ashamed, or if Yichen's words had touched a sensitive truth. Yichen made it clear that just because Yi Sangtian had some talent, it didn't give him the right to ignore his responsibilities or treat others as if they were beneath him. He pointed out that as a candidate for the Yi family's patriarch position, Yi Sangtian had failed in both protecting his disciples and supporting the family. Yichen boldly said that someone like him, who acted worse than pigs and dogs, was unworthy of being called a patriarch candidate. As Yichen's words echoed throughout the arena, one of his close companions watched the scene with a proud smile. In his thoughts, he praised Yichen for speaking so boldly and with such courage. He admired Yichen not only for defeating Wan Haitao but also for doing it publicly, in front of the entire Wan family, all to avenge Yi Maoan. That kind of bravery, he thought, made Yichen a true leader worth following. Yi Sangtian declared that if this was how Yichen wanted it, then he, Yi Sangtian, officially challenged Yichen to a life-and-death duel in front of all the elders of Muryo City. He asked if Yichen had the courage to accept the challenge. From above, an elder quickly tried to calm the situation. He told Sangtian not to be reckless. He reminded him that both he and Yichen were members of the same Yi family, and shared the same blood. He said that any grudges between them should be settled peacefully, and not through deadly battle. The elder also reminded everyone that the Genius Summit was still going on, and as representatives of the Yi family, fighting among themselves would only give other families a reason to laugh and take advantage. He pointed out that the Yi family had been oppressed for over 10 years, and this rare moment to rise again should be protected, not destroyed by internal fights. Then Elder spoke up. He admitted that he understood the hatred Yi Chen felt toward Yi Sungtian, but he strongly refused to allow a life-and-death battle between them. He shouted that if Yi Chen must die, it should be at the hands of the Wan family's disciples, not from someone of his own family. At that moment, another person stepped forward. It was Lei Tianchuan, who had his own grudge against Yi Chen. He loudly supported Yi Jing and declared that 3 years ago, Yi Chen had crippled his younger brother, Sengtian. Now, it was time to return the favor. He said that he would personally make Yi Chen suffer the pain of losing his cultivation. Then, City Master Gu finally spoke up with a calm and commanding voice. He acknowledged that family grudges were always difficult to deal with, and said that instead of letting things get out of control, there should be a proper solution. He suggested a compromise to settle both internal and external conflicts in a fair way. He explained that some grudges were external, involving other families, while others were internal, within the same family. So, they would start by settling the external ones first. City Master Gu pointed out that Lei Tianchuan and Yi Sungtian had a grudge from the past, so they should face each other in a proper duel inside the ring. Then he mentioned Yi Chen's battle with Wan Haitao. Since Yi Chen had crippled Haitao, the Wan family had the right to choose one of their genius disciples to challenge Yi Chen in a duel as well. He made it clear that although the duels could be intense, no one was allowed to die. The families could decide how serious the matches would be, but life must not be taken. After dealing with the external duels, he moved on to the internal grudge between Yi Chen and Yi Sungtian. Since both of them clearly held deep hatred toward each other, they would be allowed to fight in the ring after the other matches were completed. But because they were both from the same Yi family, City Master Gu strictly ordered that there would be no killing and no heavy, fatal blows. Finally, he announced that after all the duels were finished, the results would be used to rank the performance of each family. But this year's summit was special. Only the top 3 families would be ranked and recognized. He ended by asking if anyone had any objections to his decision. After City Master Gu gave his proposal about settling all duels fairly and ranking only the top 3 families, the atmosphere in Murio's city became even more tense. All the families started whispering and discussing his decision. Many realized that ranking only 3 families was a clear move by the City Master Manor to further control and dominate the entire city. It meant the weaker families would lose their influence and be pushed down even more. With the current situation, no family wanted to send their own genius disciple into a dangerous duel. They all saw how easily Wan Haitao was crippled by Yi Chen, and no one wanted to risk their young talents ending up the same way. At that moment, Wan Lingyan stood up in front of everyone and spoke with a calm and respectful voice. She admitted that the Wan family had a grudge against Yi Chen, but also confessed that she knew she was no match for him in strength. She said that forcing a duel seemed pointless and dangerous. So, on behalf of the Wan family, she offered to let go of the past conflict with Yi Chen and turn hostility into peace. She expressed her willingness to end the grudge and become friends instead. Her words shocked many, especially her own family. An elder, angry and emotional, shouted at her. He questioned her decision and said that Yi Chen had already pushed the Wan family to a corner. If they backed down now, it would look like they were admitting defeat to the Yi family, and he couldn't accept that shame or let go of his anger. But Wan Lingyan remained calm and responded with sincerity. She addressed him as her father and asked him to calm down for now. She told him that this matter was very important and promised to explain everything to him in detail later. Her father turned away angrily and said he would wait to hear her explanation later. City Master Gu then praised Wan Lingyan for her generosity and wisdom. He said it was rare to see someone act so calmly and maturely in such a heated situation. Since she had chosen not to fight, he declared that Yi Chen had won the match without needing to raise his hand. He then moved the event forward and called for the next duel, asking Yi Sungtian and Lei Tianchuan to come on stage for their battle. Meanwhile, Yi Chen remembered that Wan Lingyan was the champion of the last Genius Summit and had exceptional talent. After 3 years of secluded training, her strength might even be on the same level as Yi Sungtian's. Yi Chen found it strange that someone so strong would willingly admit defeat. But he also knew that Wan Lingyan was famous for her intelligence and clever thinking. Even the older and more experienced people in Murio's city respected her for her cunning mind. Yi Chen guessed that she must have a deeper reason for surrendering so easily and that this move was part of a larger plan. Later, Yi Chen went to visit Yi Maoan, who had been badly injured earlier. In the room, a girl sitting beside Yi Maoan noticed Yi Chen and asked why he was there. Yi Chen replied by asking how Yi Maoan was doing. The girl explained that she had studied medicine before and had quickly performed some emergency treatments after Yi Maoan was hurt. With the help of healing pills, Yi Maoan had already woken up from his coma. His bones had been treated, and there were no serious internal injuries. She added that although the bone fractures were severe, with a few months of proper rest, he should recover fully and be able to continue his cultivation without any problems. Yi-chin told him that he needed to lie down and rest properly because his body could not handle too much movement at the moment. Yi Maoan, feeling emotional, thanked Yi-chen with tears in his eyes. Yi-chen smiled and said there was no need to thank him since they were fellow disciples and friends. He also reminded Yi Maoan that he had helped him before, so their debts were even. Yi Maoan nodded gratefully, feeling comforted by Yi-chen's kindness. While this moment was happening quietly, a battle was taking place between Yi Tsengtian and Lei Tianchuan. The two warriors clashed their auras with great force, showing their powerful fighting skills. Lei Tianchuan shouted as he used his family's special move called the Overlord Spear Technique. Yi Tsengtian was confident and mocked Tianchuan for always using the same move over the years. He said that Tianchuan had not improved at all and was stuck in his old ways. Then Yi Tsengtian broke Tianchuan's weapon easily. While attacking, he laughed and said it was ridiculous for Tianchuan to bring such a low-level spirit treasure into an important battle. Lei Tianchuan was badly hurt, and spat out blood as he fell to the ground. His father, the patriarch of the Lei family, quickly rushed to his side. The father admitted that they conceded the battle and accepted defeat. However, Tianchuan protested that he had not lost yet because he still had his ultimate move left to use. His father, seeing the situation clearly, told Tianchuan that since the Overlord's spear technique had been destroyed, they had truly lost the fight. He warned that if he had not stepped in at the last moment, Tianchuan would not have escaped the final strike unharmed. Lei Tianchuan clenched his teeth and said to himself how unfair it was. After all the hard training he had done, he could not believe he had lost. He wondered if he was really no match for Yi Tsengtian's strength. Meanwhile, Yi Tsengtian thought that he had already mastered some of the strongest king-rank martial arts. Because of that, beating Lei Tianchuan was natural and nothing to celebrate too much. His mind quickly shifted to his next challenge, Yi-chin. At that moment, Yi-chin stepped onto the battlefield. He said that it looked like he had arrived just in time for the next match. His sister, standing nearby, cheered him on excitedly, telling him to do his best and go for it. Mayan, watching with a calm smile, said she wanted to see how much Yi-chen's strength had grown since they last met. Yi Tsengtian, feeling powerful and ready, said that the day he had been waiting for had finally come. Yi-chen asked him if he was really so sure that he could beat him. Yi Tsengtian replied without hesitation that it was not just confidence, he was certain he would win. Yi-chen smiled and told him to bring it on, showing he was ready to fight without fear.